Modi. A scourge of biblical proportions called COVID-19, two wars, one in Ukraine and another in Israel, and a potentially destabilizing axis of malevolence forged between politicians and farmer unions. Most leaders would have buckled under the combined weight of such a set of variegated challenges. Many appear to have. In the UK, as you know, Rishi Sunak is probably going to be elected out, and in the United States, Mr. Biden is going to have a real battle to fight, an uphill task for him. But Modi, battered and bruised he may be, has pulled through, which is why it would be a little unfair to solely rely on time-worn phrases like Hindutva polarization and personality cult to explain the historic outcome we are living through. We'll make sense of the moment by speaking to some of the most insightful commentators. But first, let's get an update on who has made it to Team Modi. Let's open this up. Let's go straight across first to Arunima to get a sense really of the contours of the new Modi team. We also have Aman with us, who has been reporting since the morning, and very insightfully he's been weaving together this entire name by name, this entire team that is going to lead India for the next 5 years. At least that's what the hope is. Aman, just give us a big sense really of Modi 3.0. Large number of names have made it back, some new faces.
Well, yes, Rahul. See, I think 2-3 big points in this. Number one point, the extent of the contours of the Modi 3.0 government. About 65 ministers, 53 almost from the BJP, about a dozen from the allies. So the BJP having about 80% of the ministers in the Council of Ministers, in a way cornering the lion's share, and rightly so, because BJP has about 240 MPs in the Lok Sabha. The next biggest constituent is the TDP at 16 and JDU at 12. Also keeping, I think, the expectations of the allies within reasonable parameters. One cabinet minister, one MOS each to the TDP and the JDU, one cabinet minister to the LJP, to the Shiv Sena, to Jayant Chaudhary. So I think it has been kept under control. You know, many people were saying that the allies will demand a lot and there'll be a lot of back and forth. That has not happened. And in a way, the allies very smoothly, the Council of Ministers ally distribution has been done. Second, I would say the big names in Modi government since the inception, the big four, I would say, Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman, and S. Jaishankar are back as cabinet ministers. So I don't see much change in the CCS. Maybe there is some shuffling around here and there. Somebody goes to some other place and somebody goes to that person's place. But the big four are very much there. So is Mr. Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior most ministers also in the government. I can also see the performers, I would say, the tier 2 in the BJP that we call it, the government, but the real performers like the Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandavia, Arjun Meghwal, Jyotiraditya Scindia. All these people are also back, and they have been holding very, very key ministries in the second term of the Modi government. So in a way, the continuity is there, because the Modi government is very, determined about this 100-day plan, about telling ministries what we need to hit the ground running. I think that continuity has been maintained to ensure that hitting the ground plan is very much in place, and these ministers, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, can lead the growth agenda in very, very key ministries like infrastructure, IT, commerce, law, and other ministries. Third aspect I'm seeing here is the induction of some state BJP's key talent in the state, some people with key long administrative experience, Shivraj Chouhan, C.R. Patil, M.L. Khattar. These people coming to the union cabinet now, bringing in the wealth of experience they have of being either multiple time CMs or multiple time state party presidents in their respective states. I think that is the additional talent which is coming. Watch out for Shivraj Singh Chouhan. I suspect he will get a very important portfolio in this government, because he has delivered Madhya Pradesh both in the assembly as well in the Lok Sabha. He's won his own seat, Vidisha, by over 8 lakh votes. woman power. I think almost 8 women ministers I can count in this. So, some big woman faces of the government had lost. Smriti Irani, lost. Menaka Gandhi has lost. So other big ministers, women ministers, we are seeing some new faces come in this time. It would be interesting to see what portfolios they are given. Shobha Karanjale is one name to watch out from coastal Karnataka, Udupi. She's a firebrand leader. It would be interesting to see what is given to her. Also other big names I missed out on. Dharmendra Pradhan, Gajendra Shekhawat, of course. These are the big people who are back. Sukanto Majumdar, like the BJP state president in Bengal, being brought into the Union Council of Ministers. So I think the BJP has done a very good exercise, I would say, describe it, of old people, experienced people, the emerging talent in the BJP coming from the states, women faces. I think it's a very cohesive cabinet as I see it right now. And it would be interesting to see, actually, I won't second hazard a guess on who's getting what portfolio, because the Modi government is known to throw up big surprises.
That's right.
But let's see what happens.
But I'm not going to let you off. I'm not going to let you off the hook that easily. I'll come back to you, Aman. Just stay on with us. I just want to quickly tap into Arunima. She's also waiting it out there in the heat outside Nitish Kumar's residence. Arunima, great to be talking to you. Look, fundamentally, a lot was expected by the way of hard bargaining from the allies. But I must say that this particular experiment by Mr. Modi in running a coalition is very different from the UPA years when there were certain individuals, influencers, call them what you want to, who were trying to fix positions for ministers, and there was, you know what the parlor games, as you would call them, were going on. So very different. Has Nitish Kumar tamped down expectations, or is he expecting something different? Not so much births, but maybe packages, etc. What's happening there?
See, I think Nitish Kumar is in a wait-and-watch mode. Just as Bharatiya Janata Party, led by Prime Minister Modi, is, a very tightly knit unit, so is JDU. It's a one-man show. Only Nitish Kumar knows and plans what's good for the party. All the party MPs have reposed their faith in him once again. They say that he has not really bargained on any portfolio. Railway Ministry was something that they really wanted. And Lovely Anand, the newly elected JDU MP, did not make any bones about that. She said railway is important for us and we want that. But the other JDU insiders who are close to Nitish Kumar tell me that there was no bargaining, no list was given, 2 cabinet, 3 cabinet, 2 MOS, nothing. It was left to Prime Minister Modi. Why is that? Because Nitish Kumar's focus is Bihar. He wants to allow Prime Minister the elbow room to run the union government the way he wishes to, with support of JDU. But in return, he does want a lot of focus on Bihar. Focus in terms of financial help. He wants a financial package for Bihar. Focus in terms of bringing in industries and employment opportunities to Bihar. Economic, distress, palayan as it is popularly called in Bihar, is a big issue. Laborers from across Bihar will be seen in Kashmir, in Punjab, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, but they're not seen in Bihar. Because they have no job opportunities there. So that is the other thing on which he wants centre's help. And third, 2 lakh rupees is what he has promised the below poverty line Bihari. He does want centre's help in implementing that. So for now, I think Nitish is, like he said at the Central Hall also, hum aapke saath hain. Aap jaise chalana chahte hain, chalaएं. I think that is the message for now.
Yeah.
Over the next 6 months or a year, Nitish Kumar is going to allow Modi government to run the course, but in return, expect full backing as he runs for another term as Bihar's Chief Minister.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very fascinating. We also have with us, so we'll just go to him in a few moments, Pavan Verma. But before that, I want to go to Arun Dhata, who is there at, I'm told, 7 LKM. Now, Arun, very hot, so I'm not going to keep you too long. But the Prime Minister, how much of an imprint really on the cabinet is the Prime Minister's imprint on this? We're seeing a lot of familiar faces, so it's presumable that he trusts a core team to continue. But there are also different players. Now, we know that the RSS has had a bit of a say. We also know this time there are allies to deal with. So put it into perspective for us here.
Well, that's right, Rahul. All those ministers who are repeated are the ones who were given key responsibilities during the campaign time. Some of them were, in fact, given responsibility to campaign in other tough seats, and also those ministers who had done well during their tenure when they were minister in the last cabinet. So I think that's one. Secondly, of course, now what is important for BJP is to work on the organization. I think that is the reason why you see some of the people like Smriti Irani, Anurag Thakur have not been able to make it. Perhaps they will be given some sort of responsibility in the organization, because in last couple of days when BJP's meeting happened with the RSS, it was because of course that was the post-mortem of the election, where they felt some sort of gaps, where they missed the important things. So perhaps I think they would want to have some energetic, youthful faces in the organization. What sort of role they are going to give to them, we'll have to find out. And also thirdly, because JP Nadda's tenure is getting over in this month itself. So we are told that JP Nadda in all likelihood is going to be part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet, but who's going to replace him? Who's going to be the face of the BJP? And then of course, once that face comes up, you will have entire new team in place. So not only the agenda of 100 days, the functioning of the cabinet, but also on the organizational level, BJP wants to ensure that before they move ahead, especially like elections which are due for this year, Haryana and Maharashtra, they would want to perform well in those elections, and therefore you need to have new BJP chief in place. Then accordingly he will make his team, and then perhaps we can see that combination between the government and the organization.
Thank you, Arun. That was very well put for our viewers. Let me bring in Mr. Pavan Verma as well as let me go back to Aman for 30 seconds. There's also, of course, with us Mr. Ram Madhav. Nalin Mehta also joins the panel. Very quickly to you, Aman, are you surprised that while you have someone like Navneet Bittu who's made it, who lost actually, but has made it, Smriti Irani, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who played critical roles in government last time, are not back. Anurag Thakur, who's carried the state really for the NDA, that is Himachal Pradesh, is also not back. So the very pivotal, very important ministry of INB now remains a bit of a fill in the blank, so to speak. Are you surprised?
Yes, I am quite surprised. I was expecting that maybe because, Rahul, some of the Rajya Sabha MPs of the BJP, at least 3 of them have won in the Lok Sabha. So those 3 to 4 Rajya Sabha posts are also getting vacant. So in a way, I had expected that the likes of Smriti Irani may be brought in from the Rajya Sabha, but that has not happened. We are seeing Navneet Bittu coming. That is, Navneet Bittu's selection is very, very clear. It's a message to Punjab because the BJP has increased its vote share there. BJP is very, very ambitious about Punjab. In fact, we have 2 Sikh faces now in the Union Council, in Mr. Hardeep Puri as well as Navneet Singh Bittu. But yes, missing of Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Smriti Irani, is quite, Anurag Thakur is very surprising. Maybe the BJP has plans for them in the party because there is also a need for strong leaders in the party. There will be a new BJP president in a few days. So maybe a new team is being set up inside the BJP with this firebrand leader. Smriti Irani is known to be, a firebrand speaker, an orator. Maybe her utility will be seen more in the party maybe in the days to come. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Very interesting. Can I ask you whether you believe there will be big changes at the topmost level? We are seeing all the names, viewers. We put them all according to state. Tell us a little bit about the caste breakup also, and obviously the regional aspirations. How have they been served? And look, I'm going to press you on this. Do you really believe that the core, the CCEA and the CCS is going to see changes? There's also, of course, little word on whether the NSA is going to continue. There are other speakers' posts, for example. All of that needs to be resolved.
Well, yes, it's a tricky question, Rahul. Just about 6, 7, 8 hours to go for the entire list to come out to speculate if there'll be changes in the CCS. But I would say that all the top 4 CCS ministers are there in the cabinet. So I see less chances of a change in the CCS, there may be a reshuffle inside the CCS. Like last time, we saw Mr. Rajnath Singh going from home to defense, Nirmala Sitharaman going from defense to finance. So, there might be a mini reshuffle inside the CCS. A new name, maybe, I would hazard a guess, Shivraj Singh Chouhan, because he's a multiple-time chief minister, a very, very senior leader. He was seated in the front row today as well, while Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking. Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, another, I think, a doghouse for a very, very important ministry. Some people think that Manohar Lal Khattar is not that dynamic, but I think Prime Minister is extremely fond of him, I can tell you that. So these are the names I think we watch out for, but I think the key ministries, I think the drivers ministries like, road and transport, be it IT, the ministries that Mr. Piyush Goyal, Ashwini Vaishnav, Nitin Gadkari, Jyotirata Scindia are handling, I see more continuity in these ministries. Rest Rahul will know in about 6 hours from now if we are surprised even by the portfolios. I can expect, you can take this from me, there will be 1-2 big surprises in the portfolios list as well.
Well, interesting, because Aman, the names that you mentioned, Mr. Khattar, Mr. Chauhan, Mr. Gadkari are close to the RSS, and I think there is a need right now to also sort of signal to the RSS that they are very much part of the team, because there were certain comments that were made in the run-up to the election that seemed to suggest that the BJP was now confident that it could run without the RSS. Well, I don't think that is proven to be according to their at least own expectations of themselves. So maybe, who knows, Mr. Khattar, Mr. Chauhan, Mr. Gadkari could be part of those 4 or 5 very key ministries, viewers. We'll have to keep a close eye. We'll probably get to know somewhere late in the evening when that list is uploaded onto the PIB website as it happens. Well, thank you, Aman. Thank you for speaking with me. We'll come back to you in about 25 minutes. So be ready, because I'm really wanting to deep dive this list, and this time perhaps around region and castes, and see how that equation is panning out. Also get a sense of how the allies have been accommodated. So we'll come back to you in about 20 minutes. But let me just open this up. We have Pavan Verma with us. We have Nalin Mehta. All of these individuals need no introductions. Let me be very honest with you, viewers. You couldn't have got a better, more informed panel tonight. And Mr. Ram Madhav with us, who is also very, very senior in the RSS, and of course is the boss of the India Foundation. So let me first begin with you, Mr. Ram Madhav. Look, whether we like it or not, this time the Prime Minister and the BJP are dependent on allies. This changes approaches to governance and expression and exercise of power. Now, how do you see the BJP and the Prime Minister adapting, Mr. Ram Madhav?
Naturally, alliance politics will be different from politics of one party rule, although earlier also it was NDA government only under Prime Minister Modi, but the only difference was at that time the party had full absolute majority on its own. Right now, as you rightly described, it is dependent on allies for that simple majority, but this is not new, neither in Indian politics nor for BJP. You know that earlier also BJP had run this kind of alliance government. Well, I am sure this time Prime Minister Modi will be definitely able to carry these allies together with him, and carry on with day-to-day activity as smoothly as he has done in the last 10 years.
Okay.
I really don't see any great difficulty or anything.
I know the
it's
BJP
only about numbers. There is no other real issue here.
Yes, the BJP, of course, when it was in its under Mr. Vajpayee had run coalition governments, but the Prime Minister at that time was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He hasn't really run a coalition experiment, and many people think that, look, the Prime Minister is it's cut from a different cloth. Let's just put it that way. So it would be difficult for him to adjust. His personality doesn't allow that, and so on and so forth. What's your take on this? Because the PMO, for example, was a center of operations in the last government. This changes. Does the BJP, in fact, let me just put it this way, forget the Prime Minister, does the BJP have the temperament to pivot to a consensual approach?
See, as I said, he has been running a government with many parties in the past also. Of course, there were smaller parties in the past. Necessity is the mother of invention. Today it is necessary to carry on with the other parties. I am sure Prime Minister, with all his political experience and seniority, don't forget that he has been leading a government for last 23-24 years. initially in Gujarat and in the last 10 years at the national level. So I'm sure he has enough maturity, enough political acumen and skill to carry on with his senior colleagues. And let me tell you, just as for the running of the government, BJP needs the support of the allies. For the smooth functioning of this government, allies also need to work with BJP. I am sure the leaders of these parties which are supporting BJP understand that it is together that they run this government.
Yeah, of course.
And if that spirit is there, I am sure this government will happily run
but you would agree.
its full term smoothly.
You would agree, Mr. Madhav, that the BJP actually has to prove its credentials. Because many former allies have said they weren't treated with respect. I mean, Chandrababu Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar, as well as the Akalis, we don't know if they're going to be accommodated. There's some talk that the Akalis might get one particular post in this government also. We don't know. There are talks about that. Maybe there'll be another expansion down the line. But there is this apprehension amongst some of your partners about the same treatment being meted out now. How will BJP earn their trust, Mr. Ram Madhav?
I can tell you my experience. We also ran coalition government in Jammu and Kashmir for 3 years.
Yeah.
Coalitions have their own dynamic. Both parties understand, like the major party and also the junior party, both understand that together they run the government. So I am not really I don't really foresee any such situation of BJP trying to do something that will go against the interest of its alliance partners and all, because we have run alliance governments, we have been running them like in Assam, in other states. Today we have alliance governments, we are a part of those governments. Maharashtra, we are a part of an alliance government today. So alliances are not new to BJP.
Okay.
Under Modi also, there are a number of places, number of states where governments are alliance government.
True.
Are we not performing our alliance dharma in those places?
Oh, that's a good point.
I don't think why these questions come up now.
Okay, but let me just take you back to that experiment with the PDP before I bring in Mr. Pawan Verma as well as Nalin. Many compromises had to be made on core issues, if you remember, with the PDP. Now also ideological issues like the UCC, the One Nation, One Poll, Muslim quota, caste census will have to be parked. Some are central to your vote mobilization strategy.
Oh, of course, that's why I said that coalition politics is different from the politics of one party's majority government. Coalition has its own dynamic. One has to understand and carry on with the given, given mandate. You can't change the mandate, right? You have a particular type of mandate for you. You have to run a coalition within the limitations of the available coalition. Whatever agenda is there, it has to be taken forward. And remember, whatever agenda will be drawn up now, I'm sure it will be an agenda that will be acceptable to all the alliance partners.
Well, that's the hope,
But only difference is, you see, if you recall what happened between 1998 and 2004 when Mr. Vajpayee was running an alliance government. That time BJP was dependent on its alliance partners. One third of the government strength came from alliance partners. But this time at least there is a better arithmetic. BJP has its own strength and it is getting good solid support from 2 or 3 big parties. I am sure this will be a much more stable and much more workable arrangement. It will be a much better smooth arrangement this time. And I also foresee a possibility, which I don't want to rule out, of several other parties now wanting to also come forward and support this government's agenda. Because Modi's agenda of Viksit Bharat, it will probably attract many more other parties, those who are outside now.
Okay, stay on with me. I want to bring in Pawan Verma and Nalin Mehta. Pawan Verma, look, you worked with Nitish Kumar. You were his colleague for years altogether. You were the face really of the JDU in Delhi, in Parliament also. I want you to give us a bit of an idea, a primer really on Nitish Kumar. What is at stake for him in the near term and in the long term? And also, I would love to hear from you, your perspective on what Modi 3.0 means for India as we go forward.
Thank you, Rahul. About Mr. Nitish Kumar, for whom personally I still have a great affection for, let me just sum it up by two very simple lines of Ghalib. हमको उनसे वफा की है उम्मीद जो नहीं जानते वफा क्या है. What I mean by that is that the BJP knows, the JDU knows that Mr. Nitish Kumar has been notoriously fickle with his loyalties. Even in situations where he has been made the chief minister in Bihar as the leader of a minority party. However, for the moment, there is little doubt in my mind that the JDU has managed to get 12 seats really on the coattails of the BJP.
Okay.
And therefore, when Mr. Nitish Kumar says that he is with the government fully, we have to take that for what he is saying today. I still recall that in 2017 when he suddenly switched to the BJP, but a few weeks later when we were together, he mentioned to me, again I'll say it in Hindi, Sahab, in log ne to hamari bahut durdasha ki hai. These people have treated me shabbily. Now, what I'm really trying to say is, I don't think it will be repeated necessarily, but you have to bear it in mind. The same applies with Chandrababu Naidu. Chandrababu Naidu has won Andhra Pradesh. 6 months ago, he was in jail for the last 5 months. Nobody cared for him. And according to the grapevine, he was in jail and continued to be so with the silent concurrence of the centre. Now he comes back with a thumping majority both in the assembly and he sweeps the Lok Sabha elections. He is with the BJP. Yes, for the moment his interest lies in a BJP government of which he is a key component continuing for some time. But he will see everything from the prism of his state, which is the focus and the center of his interests. And the government will have to tailor some policies accordingly. Last question, just 30 seconds more. You mentioned to me about Mr. Narendra Modi and running a coalition. I can tell you, Rahul, right now, there is a stupendous struggle going on within Mr. Modi, with which I am sympathetic, between his natural instinct towards unilateralism, and he has no reason to have curbed it in his years as chief minister and as prime minister, and the demands of consensuality of a coalition government, not only with the allies, but also with the components within the BJP and the RSS. And for this reason, the upcoming 3 assembly elections, Jharkhand, Bihar and Haryana, will be important. Because if the BJP doesn't do well there, the image of invincibility of Mr. Modi will receive another setback, and there could be voices within the BJP, including among those who were sitting in the first row, who may question or there may be churning within the BJP, because it's obvious that in such a situation he has to carry all sections along.
Okay, this is fascinating. Nalin Mehta, you've written, of course, what is a seminal book on the new BJP, with the emphasis really being on Modi and how he's transformed the party. A couple of questions to you. Look, all this while, we have been praising Narendra Modi as perhaps the most politically astute politician, as somebody who's very, very pragmatic and also transactional, as with great deal of elasticity when it comes to taking positions. So why are we now beginning to wonder that he's going to be straight-jacketed, his natural instinct towards unilateralism will throw up a bit of a spanner in the works? He's very malleable. He reacts to the situation.
So my sense, Rahul, is that that the Prime Minister is a far more traditional politician than a lot more than a lot of people give him credit for. Before he came to power as an apparatchik within the BJP, both in Gujarat and later at the centre in Delhi, he has had a long experience of coalition politics and so on and so forth. Of course, while in power, he has never had the experience of dealing with a coalition government or being in a position where he's not had absolute control, political control of his government. But the message we are getting at the moment and the signals we've got, judging by the Prime Minister's actions, his body language and what he's been saying for the last, since the results came out, the message is one of continuity. I think the message is the message that he wants to put out is one of reassurance. There's been a lot of talk about, the allies will demand their pound of flesh, which is to be expected in a coalition government. That's been the experience of coalition governments in India since the time they started from 1977 onwards, really. But at the moment, I think, like Mr. Ram Madhav pointed out, for the immediate short term at least, there is the need of the BJP to give the message of continuance, but also of the allies. Remember Chandrababu Naidu has not been in power for a long while. This is a very big deal for him as well. Also for Nitish Kumar. That could change. That could certainly change, as Mr. Pavan Verma is saying, over the next 3, 4, 5 months. We have big elections coming up, and don't forget, also in Maharashtra. Yeah. So what's happened is, I think, Rahul, that the nature of politics or the political chessboard as it was kind of lined up for the last 9 or 10 years, that's got reshuffled. So we are operating in a new political reality. There is a structural instability, as you like, in these numbers, but I think the Prime Minister is far more pragmatic than one gives him credit for.
Well, see, that's really one of the defining, let's put it like this, Mr. Pawan Verma, one of his most sort of defining characteristics. He does adapt very quickly to a situation. So why is there this apprehension, this lingering doubt about his malleability, let's put it that way, or his affability or amiability is the best perhaps word?
No, Rahul. I never underestimate the infinite versatility of Prime Minister Modi. However, I think I am being honest when I say that he has neither the experience nor the training to be a coalition leader. That's all I'm saying. He may change, and yet I still recall that after Mr. Nitish Kumar, for instance, to come back to an old example, had suddenly dumped the Mahagathbandhan and joined him. Joined the BJP, bringing it back to power in Bihar. On his first visit to Bihar, Mr. Nitish Kumar, in a public rally from a public platform, asked for only one thing: central status for the Patna University.
True.
If I recall correctly.
True. You're right.
And it was not heeded to, because at that time, at the centre, the government had a brute majority. And in the state, Mr. Nitish Kumar could be dealt with. However, now he'll have to be a little more responsive. And also some other policies will need to change. I think that the policy of the Hindu-Muslim polarization, although you consider it a cliche, I do not. I believe that needs to change, and it was the RSS which thinks long term, which first saw the need of it. It was Mohan Bhagwat ji who made an opening.
Let me bring in Ram Madhav ji.
Muslim intellectuals went to a masjid and madrasa, but he was trolled by the hardcore supporters.
That's true.
Of the hardline position that Mr. Modi took.
That's true.
There will have to be adjustment.
Let's get in both Nalin and Mr. Ram Madhav. First, let me just go across to Ram Madhav ji, and then I'll come to you, Nalin. Hindutva, Mr. Ram Madhav, is central to the BJP's electoral expansion. You cannot divorce Hindutva from the BJP's electoral strategies. Yes, there is Vikas, but there is always, it's always packaged as Moditva. Can BJP afford to sort of sheathe Hindutva for long under coalition compulsion?
Remember, we are not going to polls any time now immediately. One major election is over. Secondly, please remember, we always say this, Hindutva is not an electoral agenda issue. It is an issue of certain emotional and to a great extent ideological commitment. That is for BJP. When it is a coalition government, it will have its agenda. Doesn't mean BJP should give up its coalition, its emotional and ideological agenda. Nor do the alliance partners be asked to give up their own ideological commitments and all. But you are all working together. You are together on a common agenda, common understanding. That will be for the government. Parties, when they go to polls with their own agendas.
Okay, well, look, I don't know if it's all going to be as simple as that, Nalin Mehta. Hindutva is a very important mobilizing principle.
So there will be a few obstacles now for the BJP for sure. One of them is the Uniform Civil Code. I think before the results came out, the signal that the noises we were hearing from the core of the BJP were that the next thing now is the UCC. All the other core agendas have been done. That will now be much more difficult to get through. As you know, Rahul, different states, BJP ruled states have either brought in or in the process of bringing in different facets of the UCC, and there was a move to bring it at the national level. That I think it'll have to go on the slow burner. The second, of course, what was almost certain was the One Nation, One Poll pledge, which has actually been driven personally by the Prime Minister. A committee was set up under the former President, Mr. Ramnath Kovind. That report was given, and the report is a very detailed report, which also has an entire implementation plan in it. That will now be far more difficult to push through, certainly in the early part of the government, and there's going to be serious opposition to it. The third, I think, is that because you now have a far more stronger opposition in Parliament, not just the allies, not just that you have more powerful parties in the alliance,
yes,
and the BJP doesn't have its own majority. It's also that the other opposition parties are now much more stronger.
Okay.
A Congress with 90 plus seats, a Samajwadi Party with nearly 40 seats, Akhilesh Yadav and so on and so forth.
I don't want to
give and
presage
take in Parliament will also change.
Fair, I understand. I don't want to presage the next topic, that what will change under NDA 3.0. I think we can discuss that. Let's take a very quick break. We're right back with Pawan Verma, Gurcharan Das joining the panel. Nalin Mehta continues. Thank you, Mr. Ram Madhav.
Time to rebut and respond to opposition, but when he does, I guess he wants to do it this way, and I think that first messaging certainly has gone in from these pictures that we're seeing coming out.
Absolutely, and not to forget, these pictures have also highlighted for us some of the names that we perhaps missed out on. For example, Bhupendra Yadav, he can be seen in these visuals. We really didn't have a confirmation on whether or not he received a call and subsequently made it to the Prime Minister's residence, but keeping a sharp focus on these exclusive visuals of the Prime Minister interacting with some of the MPs, and remember, most of them are going to be taking oath alongside the Prime Minister as well. His message is to the MPs to implement the 100-day plan, what this plan is all about and what's going to be the key focus of the NDA through the next 100 days. That is, of course, something that we still have to watch out for. But the other big names that we perhaps missed earlier in the day, Bhupendra Yadav, there's also Virendra Kumar, there's SPS Baghel, there's L. Murugan. All of them can be seen in these visuals. We're closely zooming in these visuals. Ravinder Singh Bittu, like I said, a very interesting name. Now, when we talk about these names, when we talk about all of them who've assembled at the Prime Minister's residence, these visuals, of course, are from a little while earlier. Payal, one is always left to wonder on what is it that the BJP thought, for example, when it decided to dial a K. Annamalai or Ravinder Singh Bittu. In your opinion, what are the factors that must have gone, into play while these names were shortlisted by the Bharatiya Janata Party, because these visuals make the story amply clear. Yes, there is a challenge that the BJP is looking at, but they're wanting to meet it with continuity, younger faces, those who've performed extremely well in Lok Sabha elections, and of course keeping caste factors in mind as well.
Well, of course, there's been a lot of confusion as far as Mr. Annamalai's name is concerned. But, we do understand that present in that meeting was another party mate of Mr. Annamalai from Tamil Nadu, and that's Mr. L. Murugan. Mr. L. Murugan served as a Minister of State in Information Broadcasting and Fisheries in the Narendra Modi 2.0 government that actually was expanded in 2021. He is, of course, a Dalit face. He's been somebody who's very, very popular as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. The Prime Minister is extremely fond of his simplicity, and it is evident from the fact that on 2 years, both on Tamil Nadu's New Year, etc., the Prime Minister on Pongal, the Prime Minister did go to his residence. And the message that he was trying to send to the people of Tamil Nadu is, we are giving your people representation. You mean a lot for us, and we will ensure that your culture is protected. And that's the reason amongst the outgoing Rajya Sabha members, if I remember correctly, beg your pardon, Murugan was the only one who got an extension of a full 6 years term. He in fact got the 6 year
Big
term.
news coming in. We're speaking of K. Annamalai, Payal. We're learning that he's not seen in these pictures, which means he was not at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which means...
Viewers, welcome back and very good evening. We are rolling coverage today, all through the day, up till the big moment. 7:30 is when Prime Minister will step up to the lectern in the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan to take oath. It's expected to be a historic moment as he becomes the first Indian Prime Minister born in independent India to be taking oath for a third consecutive term. He, of course, follows in the hoary footsteps of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, who achieved the feat, born, of course, when India was very much under the British, but achieved that milestone of 3 straight clear wins, 3 majority governments under him, riding very much on what was still, in a large manner, a very unipolar polity, and also, of course, he was carrying the goodwill of the nation that accrued to him because of his great role that he played in the freedom struggle. But let's just open this up to our guests, and we're joined by Gurcharan Das. Very good evening, Mr. Das. You need no introduction, columnist, writer, par excellence, and of course, someone who has also worked in industry in the past. So, Mr. Gurcharan Das, we're speaking on the cusp of history, really. I want to ask you a straightforward question. What will Modi 3.0 mean for Bharat ideologically? What are the contours of this government ideologically now, as you see them?
Well, I think actually that this is a moment of destiny for the country, and not just for political reasons, for economic reasons. One thing that the message that's come to BJP in, I hope, the leadership, that the earlier agenda of polarization and Hindutva has not paid the dividends. People's concerns were local, and the most running anxiety that was observed by many people was jobs. And this is correct. The fact is that India, since the reform, since 1991, 30 years have gone by, and we have maintained a 6% growth rate. Now, this is amazing for a democracy, but that 6% growth rate has not created the jobs that it should have created. And the reason is that we have not created an industrial revolution. And I think that one positive thing about this coalition is that while, other observers have talked about the fickleness of Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, but actually there are very few instinctive reformers among our politicians, and Chandrababu Naidu is one of them. Now, to create that industrial revolution, we will need to do reforms. And this will require heavy lifting. And I believe that Chandrababu Naidu can really, he has a stellar record of what he achieved in Hyderabad as the chief minister of the earlier undivided state. And I think I hope at least, that he will lend that moral weight, and not only lend it, but actually help the NDA to achieve it. Because if Mr. Modi wants to achieve his 2047 Viksit Bharat, we have to do this. Not only right now to create jobs over the next in the near future, but we have to think of the whole generation from now. And frankly, the preconditions for that are now the best that we've ever had. One, we have far better infrastructure. We have doubled the road mileage since 2011. We have quadrupled the port handling capacity. We are now one country thanks to GST. So all the local sales tax inspectors are part of history. And so I would say that plus the digital revolution has taken away much of the friction out of the system. And so what you need, there are the three major laws that did not pass in the last two governments. I hope now the BJP has learned its lesson that you have to sell the reforms.
Right.
Margaret Thatcher used to say that she used to spend 80% selling the reforms, 80% of her time, and 20% doing the reforms. Well, I hope now with the coalition government plus a more aggressive opposition, the government has learned to reach out and sell the reforms to the people, but also to our political leaders. And so the point I'm trying to make is that there should be a chastening effect, but also there should be a vision now to move ahead. This should become the single agenda, single one-pointed pursuit. If we can achieve this, I think the country, we will also, like the East Asian tigers, and the latest being China, the export of labor-intensive manufacturers, meaning incentivizing the PLI scheme, not for production, but for exports and labor intensity. There are ways to do it, but you'll require a will.
Well, I'm sure, Mr. Gurcharan Das, if the economic agenda is put center stage, I don't think there'll be a problem amongst the allies at all. I think there'll be support for it because the spillover effect is obviously beneficial for everybody. But I just want to come back to Pawan Verma, who wrote a brilliant book called The Great Hindu Civilization, on the point that I think Mr. Gurcharan Das began with. Now, your book differentiated the ugly cut and thrust of communal prejudicial politics as it is practiced, and it has been practiced, from the pivot to civilizational dharmic Hindutva. Let's differentiate between these two issues first. So, do you really feel that Hindutva is going to be set aside? I don't think in the manner in which you and I perhaps interpret it, and a large, the RSS interprets it, I don't think that's going to be set aside. Yes, maybe the cut and thrust, the ugliness, and why is it, Mr. Pawan Verma, that the communalism which is centered around caste somehow goes unreported in this country? Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. I think that the rediscovery or the reprioritizing of the discovery of our ancient civilization, not in a exclusionary manner, but
well, just hold your thought. I think I just have with me Shrikant Shinde, the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament elect from Kalyan. I'll come back to you, Mr. Pawan Verma. He's one of our newsmakers. Let me go straight across to him. Mr. Shinde, good evening. Thank you for speaking to us. A quick question to you.
Good evening.
How important is the agenda of governance rather than what you can extract as a party in the form of births and other, let me just put it like this, fish and loaves of office?
It was never about the numbers how many births or how many seats, how many portfolios we'll get. It is about the ideology which we carry since last 25 years, which had been broken for 2.5 years, but again we came together. And this is all about ideology, and this is not about any satta ka samikaran, what we can extract from the government. It is about the good governance, the governance which took place, if you see, last 10 years under the leadership of Narendra Modi-ji. Numerous development works were carried out throughout the various parts of the India and also in my constituency. So it is always about the good governance, not about getting something out of it. Today also, as a partner of NDA, we supported the government, we supported Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji without any negotiation, without any numbers that we want so many births, then we'll support you. It is not, it is about the ideology, it is about vichar.
Okay. So it's the larger issue. So let me ask you, Mr. Shinde, how do you interpret the result that's come out of Maharashtra? You've suddenly seen a resurgence of the Congress. The NCP, the Sharad Pawar NCP has held strong. The BJP's numbers went down. Where did it all go wrong?
See, there are number of factors which are responsible for this. First, the false propaganda which was made, like Samvidhan Bachao, Samvidhan Khatre mein. This false narrative which the opposition set, we could not break the narrative. That was the major problem, major setback for us, that every minority, they could reach each and everyone and tell them this false propaganda. झूठ बोलो लेकिन जोर से बोलो, जिससे लोगों को लगे कि वो सच है करके. किसी को संविधान बदलना नहीं है, but no one really wants to change the संविधान, because we were the one who celebrated the संविधान दिन. We are the one. The old parliament been converted into संविधान सदन. So we always respected संविधान. और संविधान के ऊपर चलने का काम जो है हमारी सरकार ने यहाँ पर किया है, लेकिन ऑपोजिशन ने जिस तरीके से प्रचार किया, ये जो उनको वोट्स मिले.
That's a debatable point. Many people would say. Yeah, I know. So many people would say, for example, that when the government was formed first by Mr. Fadnavis with the help of Mr. Ajit Pawar, that wasn't a example of demonstrating constitutional propriety. Then when you broke away from the UBT, that was seen also as something that was not in tune with political propriety. Do you think you've answered those questions, or do you think the loss, for example, of Sharad Pawar's faction, of Ajit Pawar's faction has reopened that question?
See, Shiv Sena and BJP share the same ideology. We came together as the same, because we share the same ideology, and pre-polls, we fought the elections together, and then we did the alliance together after 2.5 years, which was expected to the common masses, common people, common voters. But during these Lok Sabha elections, which I said, the false propaganda which was made, I think we fell prey to this false propaganda. People voted for this false propaganda. और देखो ये जो सीट चुन के आए, I'll give you the example of Mumbai.
Okay.
You see UBT seats, they won 3 seats in Mumbai. As an NDA, we won 2 seats. 3 seats, this UBT won is from, they got a lead margin from mohallas, from the minority vote banks. They didn't get the traditional vote bank of Shiv Sena. The traditional vote bank of the Shiv Sena stayed with us.
Okay.
The traditional vote bank was 19%. We got 14.5% of the traditional vote bank. So traditional vote bank stood behind us, but because of this false propaganda, the UBT candidates won with a very little margin. If the people were with them, let me complete. If the people, if Shiv Sainiks, if the Shiv Sainiks were with them, they should have won with the maximum majority.
I understood the point you're making.
But people stood behind us, and because of this false narrative, the voters
there's no doubt that
fell prey to this and voted for opposition.
Under Mr. Shinde has done better of the two factions. There's no doubt about that. You even got a seat more. But let me just very quickly ask you this. Do you have any personal ambitions? You said that I didn't really want to birth. Now you've been sort of not included in the cabinet. Quick response to you. Response from you.
See, today I think it is very important for our party to be strengthened at the grassroots level. And I think being in Mantri Mandal will not give me that chance to strengthen my party, and not that time also. And also it is a very good example set by Honorable Chief Minister that a Karyakarta who is working day in day out to make party bigger, the person we chose, he is a 3 times MLA, 4 times Member of Parliament, also ex-minister, and who is there to take Shiv Sena ahead.
Okay.
And it is a very good example that a Karyakarta has been made a cabinet minister, not the CM's son. I think prior examples, or if you go in the history, you will see that the father is the chief minister, the son who is the first time MLA who has been inducted in the cabinet.
Okay. So
without any
you're setting
experience.
A new example.
So I am the member of parliament. I am the member of parliament 3 times, but still I prefer to stay out.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for speaking to me. When we come back, we're going to go back to all our reporters to get a sense of what this cabinet looks like. Pawan Verma is also there with us. I'll come back to him after this short break. And Rahul Verma stays on with us. Thank you, Mr. Gurcharan Das. Naren Mehta also stays on with us. We're taking a very quick break, viewers.
Continue working in Tamil Nadu, and Pallavi is getting us that bit of information as well. Pallavi, you're telling us that K. Annamalai has now conveyed that he is going to continue working in Tamil Nadu, which means he's not going to be seen in the national capital, and he's not going to be seen as part of Modi 3.0. Now, what's really going on at that end? You know, many were saying that the fact that he's going to be brought to the center may mean a change of equations in Tamil Nadu as far as the AIDMK and the BJP is concerned. Doesn't look like that's happening.
You know, Christine, I went very briefly to Coimbatore and where he's contesting the elections from. There's no denying the fact that he has brought a lot of traction. If you look away from what, despite the results which have come in of the BJP's performance in Tamil Nadu, there's no doubt about the fact at least people are talking about the BJP, and the BJP will certainly see that as an achievement. See, breaking a bastion like of the DMK or the AIDMK is not going to be an easy task. These things do take time, but somewhere you have to make a beginning. Perhaps that's what the BJP top leadership feels over here, that at least a beginning has been made. People are talking about the BJP. I saw, for example, when I used to cover Bengal politics as well, there was a time when the BJP would be there, no one would talk about them. But suddenly people began talking about them, and today you know where they are. So therefore, in politics, it's very important that you're spoken about, your presence is taken cognizance of. It's like a tick mark that you get. And I think that is going to be the work which is going to be bestowed on Annamalai. When we then asked him for a quote, he said, no, I'm very much going to remain in Tamil Nadu and I'm going to carry on my work. The next big challenge will be to ensure that the cadre remains enthused despite the lack of good performance over there. But more importantly, whenever the state elections are taking place, regardless of whether there's going to be an alliance with the AIADMK or what, the BJP would want to make their inroads. Down south is very much a part of Mission BJP, and that I think is going to be the responsibility on Annamalai.
Absolutely. Now, many would say that, you know, the Tamil Nadu elections were more about AIDMK losing ground than the BJP failing to make gains, because the vote share has increased and the BJP is trying to look at that picture perhaps. But thank you for sharing that perspective with us. Keeping up with these visuals of the interaction that the Prime Minister held with some of the elected MPs and also those who are going to be making it to Modi 3.0 once again, those are the big names, the big faces up on your screens. Aman, like I said, all of those ministers of Modi 2.0 sitting right in the front, so they're in the front lane, and without any doubt, it's very, very convincing, at least by optics, if we just go by these visuals, that they're going to make it to 3.0 with as much force, and they're going to be given as much prominence as well in Modi 3.0. But that said, what do you make of these visuals and of the people who were seen at the Prime Minister's residence a little while earlier?
So I would say the new names which we are now seeing in these visuals, which we have not spoken about so far, Bhupendra Yadav. Again, I was saying earlier, a senior minister in the Modi government, also a face, of somebody with deep organizational acumen in the BJP. Mr. Bhupendra Yadav was the Union Environment Minister and the Labour Minister in the last government. He will be continuing in the
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित
The Modi 3.0 era is kicking off. The most comprehensive coverage of the historic swearing-in ceremony. Only on CNN News 18.
We are seeing Mr. Jewel Oram, again a tribal face. He is being included into the Union Council of Ministers. Of course, Mr. Virendra Kumar from Madhya Pradesh, another tried and tested face from Madhya Pradesh. He was a union minister in the last government as well. He'll be a union minister again this time. Mr. Virendra Kumar, SPS Baghel, the MP from Agra, who's won again. He is also becoming a minister. He was also a minister in the previous government. L. Murugan, as Payal was speaking about a few minutes earlier, also in the Union Council of Ministers. So big names there. And we can see in this list now in the front row, we can see Mr. Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal can be seen.
So the next 100 days going to be very critical, and the Prime Minister set the task, cut the task out for the MPs. That's his message to all of them. He did have a quick interaction, remember, over tea with some of those who are also going to be making it to the cabinet, and all of them were in attendance a little while earlier at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg as well. Pallavi, to quickly come to you. Now, remember, every time we talk about the BJP strategy, one is also looking at, whether it's going to be a 100-day plan, whether it's going to be Viksit Bharat by 2047. The Prime Minister always sets these targets, and the opposition, interestingly, tries to use it to its advantage and turns it around and gives a counter slogan to it.
So I think there are a couple of messages I think the Prime Minister has certainly given to the opposition parties, and he's going to be confronting them a lot when the new Parliament session meets. We are looking at those first pictures, I guess, which are coming out of Team Prime Minister, Team Modi 3.0, and we've been talking about the continuity and the change and the kind of a regional and caste balances. But just to talk beyond that, because now we've been talking about the kind of faces, what is it going to be the task which is going to cut out for them? I think the Prime Minister, as an astute politician, does understand that he cannot let it go the UPA 2 way. UPA 2 also began on a very rocky wicket. It got worse for them because at some point of time it led to a policy paralysis. It without a perception that Dr. Manohar Singh may have meant well, but he was always constantly buckling under allies' pressure. I think the Prime Minister's messaging, even in choosing his team, is very clear. It's going to be hands-on. It's going to be mostly BJP. Those faces which you've been seeing in the last 10 years carrying on the idea of Viksit Bharat will continue to finish that agenda. I remember on multiple platforms, the PM, while addressing the campaigns and rallies, would say that, we have an unfinished task which has to be fulfilled. The 100-day task which has been given to his ministers in the previous term also, it was very interesting. Right, I remember even after the last phase of voting was over, he had 7 meetings talking about cyclone, heat wave. But one of those 7 meetings, Christine, was on the 100-day agenda, the report card. That was a confidence, but that was also his deep messaging which is going out even now and hence on is that, my focus is going to be on development, social development, but most importantly, economic development, which is why the people who are going to be chose to head and in charge of the key infrastructural economic ministries are going to be very important, and that will give us a sense of how much he thinks that this is the team which needs to go ahead to fulfill this agenda. And thereby also sending out a message to the opposition that I'm not going to be a lame duck government, I'm not going to be a UPA 2.0, I'm going to be very much a person, a Prime Minister who is in control. That's also a rebuttal to this entire theory which is being pushed by the opposition ever since the results came out, that he should not be called the Prime Minister designate, he should be called the Prime Minister resignate, he doesn't have the mandate. He takes his own time to rebut and respond to opposition, but when he does, I guess he wants to do it this way, and I think that first messaging.
Viewers, in just about 2 hours, 15 minutes, the Prime Minister will take oath. We will witness history. History in near political terms, viewers, because the last time, 62 years ago in 1962, is when a Prime Minister was sworn in for the 3rd time on the back of an election result. 3rd consecutive time, specifically, and that was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, of course, viewers, 62 years later, it's going to be Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Those pictures that you see, are from earlier in the evening when at his residence he held a meeting with those that are going to become his new team in this third iteration of the NDA under him. He addressed them and he said that, look, we have to hit the ground running. We have a 100-day agenda, and you can see, viewers, a large number of his team already assembled there. There's a great emphasis on continuity, some new faces, some very senior leaders. Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, right there in the front row. So is, very importantly, Mr. Khattar and Mr. Shivraj Chouhan. There are people, of course, from other political parties, the Congress, for example, who've joined, who have been given berths, for example, Mr. Bittu, and there is also, of course, Jitin Prasada, who's been there, of course, with the BJP now for about 5.5 years. But viewers, allies also accommodated. Many people will look at the cabinet and say, not many big surprises. A few people who've been left out, of course. There are already conversations going on about how they will be accommodated. Some big surprises there. Smriti Irani didn't make it. Though she did lose, but she did make it. People were expecting her to be injected in some way. Anurag Thakur not making it this time, at least as of now. Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar also overlooked. Jay Panda, another name. But remember, viewers, there's government formation going on. Very limited news coming out of what is happening in Odisha, because that's where you have a race for forming a state government on the back of a very successful assembly election campaign. Jitin Prasada, big name, returns to a cabinet position after 10 years in the wilderness, really, because if you remember, viewers, under the UPA, he held at least 3 MOS positions which were quite influential. Mr. Pradhan sitting there, Nirmala Sitharaman, HDK Kumaraswamy, Mr. Khattar, surprise, Nitin Gadkari, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh. That's Jitaram Manji is been brought to the center. He was, of course, once a chief ministerial claimant in Bihar. Shivraj Chouhan rewarded for great showing both in Madhya Pradesh at the Lok Sabha level and the assembly level. Let's try to go across now to Aman Sharma to get a firmer handle on the math behind this cabinet, the choices, and of course the political calculations, as we see Sarbadan Sonowal and of course the others. Yes, Aman, give us a quick overview of what we are seeing here.
Yes, Rahul. So I am at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Just behind me, you can see the Rashtrapati Bhavan. I am about to go in for the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Council of Ministers contours. If I see, I can now count, Rahul, about 67 ministers. This is the big Council of Ministers. In 2019, I remember the first oath when it was taken, about 57 ministers plus Mr. Modi. Today, I am counting already about 67 ministers. 67 out of 67, about 55 from the BJP, about 12 from the allies. So the allies, we are seeing the big names from the ally camp coming up in the name of K. Ram Mohan Naidu, of course, a senior member of the TDP, Mr. Lallan Singh. From the JDU, there is Jayant Chaudhary, there is Chirag Paswan, there is Jitin Ram Manji, there is Anupriya Patel, S.T. Kumaraswamy. So big names from the ally camps making it to the Council of Ministers list. But I think the bigger news here is in the BJP list. A big message of continuity. All the senior ministers of the BJP, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, Ashwini Vaishnav, Nitin Gadkari, Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandavia, Arjun Meghwal, Bhupendra Yadav, Mr. JP Nadda is also expected to be a part of the Union Council of Ministers. JP Nadda, the outgoing BJP president, is also expected to be inducted in the Union Council of Ministers. Today evening, we have senior names like Gajendra Shekhawat, who's also making it to the list. Prahlad Joshi, Jyotiraditya Scindia, of course, is making it to the list. These are the big names which are showing a message of continuity. Also, the ministers who are the real growth engine, I would say, of Modi 2.0 government. The talent which came up in a big way in Ashwini Vaishnav, Nitin Gadkari put up a phenomenal performance in the Roads and Highways Ministry. So these people are coming in. The new talent which is coming in from the state governments. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, C.R. Patil, former chief ministers, former state heads of the BJP who have delivered big successes for the party being rewarded, brought into the center. Watch out for a top ministry for Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Manohar Lal Khattar. Even C.R. Patil, I won't rule him out for a top ministry. So these are the people, which could throw up surprises when the portfolio list comes out. Also 7 to 8 women making it to the list, Rahul, because many women faces of the BJP have, unfortunately for the party, lost in these elections. Smriti Irani, Menaka Gandhi, they have lost in this election. So new women faces making it this time. There's Shobha Karanjale, there is also new ministers from Maharashtra and other states. We could see them getting key ministries like women and child development, textiles maybe. The people you missed out, it's also very interesting, Rahul. Be it Anurag Thakur, Smriti Irani, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. It is interesting to find out why these people have missed out. Maybe the party has bigger plans for them in the party organization. The BJP also would need that strengthening. But I think a key message also, Rahul, is the RSS say in this. We see Mr. Nitin Gadkari, we see Mr. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Manohar Lal Khattar, all of these are dried in the wool RSS backing people who are back in the government now, who are joining the central government. It would be interesting to see how the BJP and the RSS do this fine balancing act in this government as well, because there have been, in the election campaign, we have seen some statements come that the BJP does not need the RSS anymore. Well, the results have clearly shown that the RSS is needed by the BJP more than ever, maybe in the third term of the Modi government.
Let me also bring in Payal Mehta. Stay on with me, Aman. Let me also bring in Payal Mehta. Payal, of course, is also at the BJP headquarters. She's also making a move towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she's going to be part of that oath-taking ceremony. Payal, you interviewed the Prime Minister. He's known to be decisive campaigner. He's also known to make some surprising picks. JP Nadda set to return to Union Cabinet. He was, of course, the president of the party. His tenure is coming to an end. Give us a bit of a backgrounder on this. What's happening here? And who's going to be BJP president then?
Rahul, I'm not going to second guess as to who's going to become the BJP president, because there are several names that were doing the rounds, whether it was Shivraj Singh Chouhan or Manohar Lal Khattar. All of these people are now part of Narendra Modi's cabinet to be sworn in this evening. But JP Nadda has a long record of being with the party. He started in the party as a Yuva Morcha worker. He's been in the party for a very long time. Has held multiple terms as the party president. His term is going to come to an end this June itself, which means that there's somebody else is going to replace him. But JP Nadda was also part of Narendra Modi's cabinet in the first tenure when he was the health minister of the country, and now he's set back to return as well. So there is a very important position which is vacant, Rahul, in the Rajya Sabha, because Piyush Goyal is now in the Lok Sabha, which essentially means the leader of the House position is vacant. It will be important to see if Mr. Nadda is made the leader of the House. He's somebody who's said to be very soft-spoken, at the same time a hard taskmaster. And in the Rajya Sabha, the BJP does not have majority, so they obviously need a leader who can actually coordinate and cooperate with all the opposition parties and, bring everybody on the same page.
That's very interesting. Payal, we've done a bit of a caste math on this. 42% upper caste, 33% OBCs, 15% SC, 6% ST, others 4%, which could be the minorities, Sikh, Buddhist, Christian. How do you put this number? And of course, there is the women component also.
Well, of course, Narendra Modi has always spoken about the fact that there has to be Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas, and that's the reason representation has come for all castes possible as well. Given the fact that the Prime Minister himself, Rahul, is the biggest OBC leader that you have in this country as far as politicians are concerned, he's been somebody whose image has been unblemished as well. The BJP also known to promote people from the lower strata of society and also people who had humble backgrounds. So a lot of combination of that is to be seen as well. The Prime Minister has promised the country that by 2047 he will be a developed country, which essentially means that he feels that Garibi hi sabse badi jati hai, so the poor you have to work towards. And also women and youth have to be empowered. So quite a bit of these messages that the Prime Minister has tried to send through his cabinet.
Payal, you have very close ear to the ground. I want to ask you, are the big portfolios, the core 4 or 5, let's say 6 portfolios, are they going to see a reshuffle?
I really doubt it, Rahul, given the fact that when you have an Amit Shah who's already been the Home Minister of the country, you can't take him any lower. Rajnath Singh has been the Defence Minister of the country and the Home Minister of the country in the past. Where will you put him next? Nirmala Sitharaman has occupied the chair of the Defence Minister and Finance Minister. Where would you put them? So obviously it's going to be quite a bit to watch out for if at all there are any changes. And of course Mr. Jaishankar continues to be the External Affairs Minister. The Prime Minister is going on an overseas tour. Next week he's going to be going to Italy for the G7, and obviously Mr. Jaishankar is very much preparing for the tour. So I really have my doubts if there will be a change as far as the top 4 portfolios are concerned. And that's why it was conveyed to the alliances that, these 4 portfolios will stay with the BJP.
Payal, final question before I let you go. I know you have to go into that big ceremony and the gathering, etc. I wish I could be there. I was supposed to be, but we're rolling here. Just wanted to quickly ask you, Payal, simply this, and straightforward question. What about the speaker? Is the BJP going to get its speaker, or is that going to be a bit of a spanner in the work situation?
It's going to be a little bit of a thing in the work to see, because, obviously MPs will have to take oath and they'll have to appoint a pro-term speaker, because within the ranks you have Jewel Oram is a multiple-time
But Jovaram is going to be a part of the cabinet because he was there in the meeting yesterday. In fact, today. And you also have the likes of Mr. Virendra Kumar, who is also one of the oldest MPs, about 8 times MP. He's also in the cabinet. And we never know with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Nobody would have thought that Om Birla, who's a 2-time MP, would be made a speaker. So let's see what he comes up with. You can expect a surprise in that respect as well.
Do you also believe that there could be deputy speakers? Because we haven't seen that happen in the last 10 years.
No, in the last 5 years, the BJP wanted to have a deputy speaker in place, but the BJP was more than happy in giving it to a friendly opposition party like the BJP. But the BJP had their own internal rumblings happening and they did not want the position of the deputy speaker.
Okay.
In fact, that position was also offered to YSR Congress, who said that it was no point of having a deputy speaker in place. So obviously that position remained vacant.
Okay, thanks very much, Payal Mehta, for giving us a comprehensive view. Aman and Payal both reporting on these names. Viewers, it's all going to explode onto our screens in wondrous scenes in about 2 hours and 2 minutes. So do stay tuned for that magical moment. But let's open this up and have a quick conversation. We're hoping to also get Rahul Verma back with us. We missed him. We couldn't go to him in the earlier broadcast. That's the live picture coming in from the forecourt, viewers, of Rashtrapati Bhavan. What a glorious scene that is. The red carpet's laid out. We're going to have foreign dignitaries. But very quickly, Nalin, first of all, what do you make of this team that has been put together? Continuity, the message, or is BJP telling us desperately that, look, we might not have all the numbers, but we certainly have all our people?
No, I think the message is continuity. That's certainly the message the Prime Minister wants to put out. If you look at the size of the list that's been put out in terms of the number of ministers from the BJP and the allies, which you've been reporting, Rahul, Aman has been reporting, and reporters across the network, that shows a pretty decent balance. In fact, we've just had Mr. Fadnavis releasing a statement saying that the NCP had asked for one more berth and that's not been given, and Praful Patel is already an MOS in that. So I think at the moment the message that's been given out is that is not a complete free for all. There is a strong there is a continuity, there is a balance, and so on. Now that may or may not last, but that's the message for the moment for sure, Rahul.
Okay, that's very interesting.
I think it's about soothing nerves at this point. That's what the PMO wants to put out, I think.
Soothing nerves and continuity. Shekhar Iyer, glance your eye across the pics. Now, you know that we have, of course, all these names, and there is a caste combination that we put out. The data is out there, state composition. The two leading states are Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Between them, they have 9 and 8 cabinet berths. I've done a quick back of the envelope calculation there too and put it out and tweeted it. The other big states that are big gainers are, of course, Maharashtra that comes in. Gujarat also gains quite a bit. Now, are you surprised at the sort of preponderance towards UP and Bihar?
No, I'm not surprised because the priorities for BJP will remain in these two states. And apart from the states that are going to polls end of this year as well as next year. But this is not the final cabinet as such because there could be further expansion as things settle down. But one thing is clear, some of the key ministries, key portfolios are with the BJP and they are going to remain so because these are part of the Prime Minister's plan for the third term. Yes, even today the pep talk he gave to all the new entrants was very clear that they have to work on those 100 days goal, which is a part of that Prime Minister's Viksit Bharat. So things are rather clear as to what the Prime Minister wants. Prime Minister is looking at his Viksit Bharat plan, and what he wishes to show is, despite the fall in numbers, his government is going full steam on what has already been thought out, planned, and even timelined. So that is the big message that is coming. That is the reason why you don't see changes, or you are not going to see changes as far as the major portfolios are concerned.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Ansari. Mr. Ansari, good evening. Very quickly, you know, obviously the opposition was expecting a little more drama. They thought that this would be a protracted exercise, that perhaps it would be prolonged because of bickering and fights over who gets what. But the allies seem to have taken that message down that, look, we are going to put governance first. It's a united front here. Very different, very distinctly different from the fracas we saw in 2009 when the UPA was bogged down by a large number of well, the Congress allies who were really gymming up their positions to get berths, and then you had this unseemly scandal that broke out where influencers were trying to get this berth for that person, fit him in here, fit him in there, to get certain favors done for big corporates, etc. All of that missing. What a change, Mr. Ansari.
How do we know? We got to know of the influencers' role 6 months, 7 months, or a year after the government was formed. So wait, let's not pass judgment too early. As far as the fracas is concerned, it's explainable, the lack of it. They're basically two major allies, and the rest are all also ran. So they're not in a position to do too much. We already seen that Mr. Praful Patel, his name is missing. One notable omission is Ravi Shankar Prasad. There doesn't seem to be a way in for him as yet. Why, we do not know this, despite the fact that he's won once again against odds in Patna. They brought in Mr. Rajnath Singh Bittu, who had joined from the Congress recently and lost the election. Yet a place for him has been found. And of course, there is no place. Everybody has got representation, but there is no place for anybody from the Muslim community, which obviously, given the circumstances, is not surprising at all.
Well, I don't even know if there were any Muslim candidates that came through for the NDA. There has been, of course, people taken from other denominations that have won. But Mr. Ansari, very quickly, coming back to you on this point, fundamentally speaking, the opposition seemed to suggest that Modi would have a very difficult time accommodating his allies. That hasn't happened. You'll have to concede. This has been done within the time frame that was supposed to have been set by the Prime Minister himself. He said that, look, we're going to have a swearing in on Sunday, June 9th. It's happening.
Yes, the timeline was set by the Prime Minister. And what does one... I mean, do you really expect that the opposition would have said, no, Prime Minister Modi, everything will be hunky-dory, everything will go on seamlessly? They will try and even find faults where none exist. That has given the nature of the current nature of politics. It's so there's so much of bitterness on both sides that every inch of turf will be fought for.
Okay, Karan Verma, let me ask you this. Let me spin this question around. Is it because the Prime Minister does command authority and respect that we have people willing to listen to him and work in a manner that is in step with his vision, his pace perhaps, because he's done this for 2 terms now and got the BJP results?
Oh, absolutely. Rahul, we saw that at full display during the parliamentary meeting, where we saw Nitish Kumar speak, Chirag Paswan and all others speak. Let's understand this, Rahul. If we just separate, let's not miss the forest for the trees.
Okay.
Prime Minister Modi is a once-in-a-century political phenomenon. He will go down in history as perhaps the biggest political phenomena alongside Nehru. In the last 60 years, he's the man who has been elected for the 3rd time, and people were awestruck in his presence also. They want to be a part of this great Indian story. They want to, at the end of the day, what are they in politics for? They do want to hold portfolios, help this machine move forward, and they understand that the central fulcrum of the NDA is strong. BJP on its own has 89% of the seats that are required for the majority, 240 out of 272. So they know this is the alliance that's going to last. So let's come together and work. Yes, we can bargain a little, we can negotiate a little. And look at the cabinet picks also. We have 5 former chief ministers in this, Rahul. This shows you that, this is a well-oiled machine which has stalwarts in it, which has people who have credible hands and who've delivered in the past also. Heading states hasn't been easy. We have 5 CMs here. H.D. Kumaraswamy, Sarbanand Sonowal, across party lines. Jitin Ram Manji has been a chief minister. Manohar Khattar, Shivraj Singh Chouhan. So we not only are looking at representation, we are also looking at some merit. People who've delivered with governance or at least governed in the past. So everybody wants to be a part of the story rather than be a part of a listless ship without a rudder which is at the mercy of winds tossing hither and thither. So that's why I think the dust has settled on the election results, and the fact is this government is here to stay.
Okay.
And Narendra Modi 3.0 is also a message on continuity. The CCS, the Cabinet Committee of Security, all the vital ministries are going to be well intact with the Prime Minister.
Well,
Whether
I mean, I don't want to second guess the Prime Minister. You know, surprises are known to happen. We'll get the list, I suppose, later in the evening. They'll put it up on the PIB website. But let me bring in Nalin Mehta on this. Nalin Mehta, allies don't need much convincing. It's the other way round. In fact, you were there when Ram Madhav said that he won't be surprised if more allies decide, or more parties decide to ally with the NDA 3.0 because they think that it has an agenda.
So I think at the moment it looks like that. At the moment it looks like more continuity. But I don't think we can say this is going to last forever. The BJP will certainly try and expand the ambit of the NDA, no question about that. The issues, I think, Rahul, will come when it comes to contentious issues, when it comes to issues which are actually antithetical to the BJP's agenda, as it were, things like reservations of Muslims and so on, which Nadu has already spoken about, around things like special status for Bihar or for Andhra and so on. It's when it comes down to the real business, as it were. That's when we will see the give and take, and that's where the nub will lie. But for the moment, I think the optics that all sides want to put out, at least publicly, is that is business as usual. This is very different, by the way, from the optics of previous alliance or coalition governments that we've seen, at least at the beginning and at the incipient stage, as it were.
Right. So why is it different, Mr. Shekhar Iyer? How is it that the UPA was such a scrappy, messy coming together, especially in 2009? And of course, we didn't know what happened behind the scenes. And why is this a little more well-oiled, so to speak, even though the Prime Minister hasn't really had a direct interface with dealing with pressures from allies?
Well, if you look at this time, there is no immediate alternative available. See, that is something that both the TDP and JDU understand very well. That is why all those signals that emanated from the opposition side to Chandrababu Naidu as well as to Nitish Kumar, I mean, and you saw their responses also, and they came out and said, no, we are with the NDA. There is no need for any speculation. That was in fact saying that at the moment they don't see an alternative. So, and it is in their interests, particularly in the interest of, say, Chandrababu Naidu, that his government settles down in Andhra Pradesh and moves forward. He has been out for the last 5 years. He would not want any experimentation or any political adventure at this stage. And similarly with Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar has just left the old alliance and come here. So the room for maneuverability is very limited this time. Of course, the problems that were faced by UPA 1 as well as UPA 2 were different. Rather, UPA 2 were more serious. But in the case of UPA 1, you had the left supporting from outside. So there was insistence on a minimum common program and things like that. But here it is completely different. That is why I do not think even there will be a minimum common program, because the Prime Minister, I believe, has made it clear the minimum common program is contained in his mantra. That is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So there are things which are different here. And the Prime Minister at the moment, I do not see the BJP trying to push any contentious issues at this time.
Okay.
At least they would want the coalition to settle down and see that everybody is comfortably placed to focus on the larger agenda of Viksit Bharat, which the Prime Minister is very, very keen.
Yeah, keen to hit the ground running. Mr. Ansari, let me ask you this. Look, one thing we are going to witness once again, I don't know if it's a boycott, it's a conscious decision, or if there were limited invites, but the opposition is not going to be there. Now, that doesn't spell, I don't know, but I don't think that's a good message to be sending out. If the opposition has decided to not attend, then obviously that is not extremely, that's very churlish of them, to put it frankly.
Well, I agree with you. It doesn't leave a very good taste in the mouth. I don't know how many invitations were sent out and how many weren't.
Okay, I need to interrupt you. There's some breaking news coming in. It's a point that you raised a little while back. Tatkare versus Praful Patel battle holding up. It appears the NCP from claiming some berths for itself. Ajit Pawar has reacted.
प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में तीसरी दफा की जिम्मेवारी मोदी साहब के ऊपर दे दी और वो कार्यक्रम हुआ। और उसके बाद आज हम ओथ सेरेमनी के लिए आए हैं। एक बात सही है कि दोपहर को मुझे पता चला कि हमारे डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बीजेपी के जो देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी है महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट में, हमारी महायुति के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर, तो उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट किया है। हमें कल रात को कांटेक्ट किया था, उससे पहले हम सब राजनाथ सिंह जी, अमित भाई और नड्डा जी, इनके साथ एक हमारी मीटिंग भी हुई। हमारे थोड़े बहुत महाराष्ट्र के जो लोकसभा के चुनाव हुए हैं, पूरे देश में हुए, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के बारे में ये रिजल्ट ऐसा क्यों आया उसके बारे में थोड़ी बहुत चर्चा हुई। और तब मैंने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि हमारे आज लोकसभा का एक मेंबर है और राज्यसभा का एक मेंबर है, लेकिन 2-3 महीने में हमारे राज्यसभा के टोटल 3 मेंबर होने वाले हैं और लोकसभा के खुद सुनील तटकरे साहब है। ऐसा टोटल राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के मेंबरों की सदस्य संख्या पार्लियामेंट में और पार्लियामेंट में 4 होने जा रही है, राज्यसभा और लोकसभा पकड़ के। तो हमें एक सीट मिलनी चाहिए, ऐसे हमारी बात हुई है। वो बोले ठीक है, आपका कहना सही है, लेकिन उसके बाद कल उनका हमें मैसेज आया कि हम इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज जैसा हमारे शिंदे साहब की पार्टी को दिया है वैसा एक मेंबर लेना चाहते हैं। तो आप सभी को पता है, पूरे देश को पता है, प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहब उन्होंने कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर के नाते बहुत दफ़ा सेंट्रल में काम किया है और कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर होते हुए फिर इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज लेना हमें ठीक नहीं लगा। इसीलिए हमने बताया कि हम रुकने के लिए कुछ दिन के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन हमें कैबिनेट मिनिस्टरशिप चाहिए। तो ये सुनने के बाद वो बोले ठीक है, और फिर उन्होंने जो ऑफ़र की थी इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज की वो हमने नकार दी। ऐसा जो भी कल से बात हुई उसके बारे में ये सब हुआ है। और आज अभी 7:15 को मेरे ख्याल से सबको ओथ सेरेमनी के लिए बुलाया है, इसमें हम भी जा रहे हैं एज ए एनडीए के मेंबर के नाते। तो लोकसभेचा निकाल ज्यावेळेस लागला, लोकसभेचा निकाल लागल्यानंतर आपल्याला सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे की एनडीएची लगेचच मीटिंग बोलवलेली होती, म्हणजे 4ला निकाल लागत होता।
Well, let's listen into Praful Patel next, viewers.
देखिए, बात सही है कि हमको राज्य मंत्री स्वतंत्र प्रभार के बारे में सूचना मिली, लेकिन मैं स्वयं भारत सरकार का कैबिनेट मंत्री पहले रह चुका हूं और इसलिए हमने उनको यही कहा कि भाई देखिए, ये आपने जो ऑफ़र दी है हमें खुशी है कि आपने हमको एक सूचना भेजी, लेकिन मेरे लिए थोड़ा ये कठिन है कि हम ये पोस्ट को हम पूर्वी में मैं कैबिनेट मंत्री रहे कारण मैं नहीं स्वीकार कर सकता। इसमें कोई ऐसा मतभेद नहीं है, कोई मतलब जो भी कोई अटकलें लगाई जा रही ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है। सब कुशल है, सब ठीक है और हमको ये भी कहा गया है कि कुछ दिनों की आप राह देखिए, हम इसको हम दुरुस्त करेंगे।
Well, a mismatch in expectations there, viewers, though both Mr. Pawar and Praful Patel say that, look, we'll work and we'll resolve this. That's what we've been assured. He wants a full cabinet berth, but the government or at least the Prime Minister or whoever it is that is negotiating on his behalf, has promised an MOS independent charge. So let's just open this up and go back to some of our guests. Shekhar Iyer, there was, of course, competition between Sunil Tatkare as well as Praful Patel for that lone berth that they're expected to get. But beyond that, there is also a denomination issue. What should we be? Should we be full cabinet, which is what Praful Patel wants, or MOS independent berth, which they've sort of rejected? How do you see this?
Well, a lot has been happening in NCP Ajit Pawar since the Lok Sabha results. We have been hearing that within the party, Ajit Pawar is facing a big problem of sorts, where some of them feel that they should return to the parent party, headed by Shapath Pawar. A lot is happening there. And for the NCP, it is Maharashtra elections which are important rather than a berth in the Modi government. But nevertheless, from the pronouncements that are being made, perhaps, as I said earlier, there could be a second expansion where some accommodation will be made. But you can see that both Ajit Pawar as well as Praful Patel being very careful as to say that this is not some kind of a make or break situation. There is room for possibilities. But I think the BJP would rather want things within the NCP to settle down first, because a lot is happening there. And it has been a big disappointment. And also the fact that many NCP leaders feel that if they don't start flexing from now on, they will not be able to get enough number of assembly seats to contest if this Mahayukti were to last till then. Rahul.
Now, that's an interesting point. That's a very interesting point. Everyone's really looking at the real prize, which is the Maharashtra Assembly. That election will take place in the next 6-8 months. Are you surprised at all, Karan Verma?
Not at all. You know, Rahul, success is the only thing that acts as a glue in keeping a flock together in politics. And it was a drubbing that Ajit Pawar got in the recently concluded. And in fact, 5 MLAs were not present when he had called for an assessment meeting.
Yes.
So the reason why the 39 MLAs with which Ajit Pawar shifted to the Mahayuti to form the government, I think all of them thought that they had a better bet with Ajit Pawar. They would gain a lot. They would have greater opportunities. Now that has deserted them. So they are also rethinking their prospects. And I think Ajit Dada, all said and done, he doesn't have that much of a muscle or bargaining power at this point of time. So he'd also let this wear away.
Okay, let me go across to Aman Sharma on this story as it's unfolding. He's in the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan. What a lovely sight. Aman, you're a distance from the main dais, but close enough to see all the action, to get a bird's eye view. What's happening?
Not that close enough. If I was very close enough, I might be taking oath here. But we are near the forecourt, and I can see a huge crowd. Rahul, already, if you can see behind me, already people in thousands have seen them run. There was a long queue outside Rashtrapati Bhavan, 2 to 3 gates from where I came in, and there are people from all walks of life. There are people from various states. BJP workers, BJP leaders who are in to see this historic occasion for Mr. Narendra Modi taking an oath for the 3rd time. This is a historic occasion also for the BJP. I was speaking to a few BJP Karyakartas here who are here from UP and other parts. They say it's a moment of pride for us that the Prime Minister of the BJP is taking oath for the 3rd time. Yes, it is a coalition government. It was a bit of a setback. The election results, downed their spirits a bit on that day when they saw BJP at 240 seats. But today when they are here, it's a moment of pride. They are very, very happy that they have been called there, and a special token of thanks from people here. The small Karyakartas, I'm seeing Mandal Adhyakshas, MLCs, Booth Adhyakshas of the BJP here. So people also thanking the Modi government for thinking about the Karyakarta on the ground, for inviting them to this grand function. Many people here, Rahul, in fact, here at the Rashtrapati Bhavan for the first time ever. So they are enjoying the moment here. It is still 5:30, about a couple of hours to go. The sun is brightly out here. And in an hour or so, we'll see the ministers here coming one by one. And Mr. Narendra Modi will, of course, be leading them for the oath ceremony. And the president will be delivering the oath of secrecy to nearly 67 ministers, Rahul. So that is going to take a while. I think it will be at least a 1.5 hour long function. There are no speeches on this occasion. It's an occasion only to take oath. And Mr. Modi will be followed by senior BJP leaders, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Mr. Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, S. Shankar. There will be a order which will be followed as per the precedence, as per the seniority. We'll also see senior leaders from the opposition, from the allies taking oath here today. Chirag Paswan, Jayant Chaudhary, senior leaders of the TDP who are joining here. Everybody will be here, and you can see the huge crowd behind me. Rahul already building up, nearly 2,500 people already here. We're expecting about 7,000 people in all by around 7 p.m. when the function will finally begin.
Well, viewers, let's not forget, and we're going to come back to that because we'll have Kamal Sibal with us and Sushant Sareen to break down another very important aspect. They're going to be foreign dignitaries from India's neighborhood, the 6 or 7 countries, the Asian countries minus Pakistan. We're going to come out to that for perspective on the global view, how the world is going to look at a Modi 3.0 with a diminished mandate, and of course, how India is going to interact with the world. We come right back, don't go away. At 7:30 p.m. today, history will be made as Narendra Modi becomes the first Prime Minister to be born in independent India to be sworn in for the 3rd consecutive time, viewers. Over the last 5 years, fate threw everything, almost everything it had to test Modi. A scourge of biblical proportions called COVID-19, 2 wars, one in Ukraine and another in Israel, and a potentially destabilizing axis of malevolence forged between politicians and farmer unions. Most leaders would have buckled under the combined weight of such a set of variegated challenges. Many appear to have. In the UK, as you know, Rishi Sunak is probably going to be elected out, and in the United States, Mr. Biden is going to have a real battle to fight, an uphill task for him. But Modi, battered and bruised he may be, has pulled through, which is why it would be a little unfair to solely rely on time-worn phrases like Hindutva polarization and personality cult to explain the historic outcome we are living through. We'll make sense of the moment by speaking to some of the most insightful commentators. But first, let's get an update on who has made it to Team Modi. Let's open this up. Let's go straight across first to Arunima to get a sense really of the contours of the new Modi team. We also have Aman with us, who has been reporting since the morning, and very insightfully he's been weaving together this entire name by name, this entire team that is going to lead India for the next 5 years. At least that's what the hope is. Aman, just give us a big sense really of Modi 3.0. Large number of names have made it back, some new faces.
Well, yes, Rahul. See, I think 2-3 big points in this. Number one point, the extent of the contours of the Modi 3.0 government. About 65 ministers, 53 almost from the BJP, about a dozen from the allies. So the BJP having about 80% of the ministers in the Council of Ministers, in a way cornering the lion's share, and rightly so, because BJP has about 240 MPs in the Lok Sabha. The next biggest constituent is the TDP at 16 and JDU at 12. Also keeping, I think, the expectations of the allies within reasonable parameters. One cabinet minister, one MOS each to the TDP and the JDU, one cabinet minister to the LJP, to the Shiv Sena, to Jayant Chaudhary. So I think it has been kept under control. You know, many people were saying that the allies will demand a lot and there will be a lot of back and forth. That has not happened. And in a way, the allies very smoothly, the Council of Ministers ally distribution has been done. Second, I would say the big names in Modi government since the inception, the big 4, I would say, Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman, and S. Jaishankar are back as cabinet ministers. So I don't see much change in the CCS. Maybe there is some shuffling around here and there. Somebody goes to some other place and somebody goes to that person's place. But the big 4 are very much there. So is Mr. Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior most ministers also in the government. I can also see the performers, I would say, the tier 2 in the BJP that we call it, the government, but the real
viewers, those are the scenes, the Rashtrapati Bhavan. At about 7:15, the Prime Minister is going to take oath. It will be a historic moment. There are also foreign dignitaries that have been invited. The heads of state of India's neighbors, barring Pakistan, are going to be there. And we're going to be discussing now for the next 10 minutes or so, viewers, the global view. How does the world now look upon Prime Minister Modi, who doesn't have a majority on his own? Is that going to lead the world to different conclusions about this third term? Or is it going to be business as usual? Let's go straight across to former Foreign Secretary Kamal Sibal. We'll also go across to Pallavi, who is right there in the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan. But first, Mr. Sibal, the Prime Minister returns with obviously a coalition government this time. It's a different form of government for him also. How do you see the world looking at the Prime Minister now without a mandate on his own? Does it change the attitude of the world to India and the Prime Minister? Does it make him look a little weaker, diminished in their perspective?
I don't think so. Because when Prime Minister had absolute majority in the last two terms, it was not smooth sailing with every relationship. We had difficulties with the United States, but a lot of positive developments. Our relationship with China has remained very difficult. We've not been able to find a solution to our problems. Look at what has happened in our neighborhood, whether it is Maldives or in Nepal. Despite the fact that the Prime Minister had absolute majority, they continue to play their own diplomatic games in the light of their understanding of their national interests. Sri Lanka has not been very easy. Myanmar has been a challenge. In Afghanistan, we were left out in the cold. So I don't think this is material. I think what is material for the foreign countries is that Prime Minister is back in power. Whether he has 240 seats or 280 or 300 really doesn't matter, because the Western countries themselves, many of the most important ones, either have leaders who have lost a lot of popularity in the polls. They're really down in the polls. At the moment, I'm in Paris and I can see what Macron's poll numbers are. Look at Biden. He's embattled on all sides. Nobody's sure whether he's going to win or not win, and yet he's pursuing America's national interests abroad as best as he can. Germany has a coalition government. Many European governments could not form a government for a long time because they were not able to find a compromise within their own polity. But yet their external actions, their foreign policy, their relationship with others continued as before. I think the most important thing would be an assessment of how stable the government would be in terms of long-term investments in India. And here, the economic news from India remains very good. And everybody agrees that the fundamentals of the economy are very good. The census has bounced back, after crashing. So they will look at India's growth rates, whether we succeed in signing all these FTAs and everything else and open up our market, introduce the reforms which the Prime Minister has in mind to make India the third largest economy by 2027. I think we are on track. They will deal with Modi as the Prime Minister of India, and they will not be too bothered by the fact that he's heading a coalition government. And as regards the coalition government, this is a much stronger coalition government than the one Vajpayee had or one Manmohan Singh had. Because an important thing is this: on foreign policy, there are no differences within the coalition government where, let's say, the two major partners have visions of India's foreign policy like the communists had during Manmohan Singh's time, which is not in alignment with that of the principal party. The two principal partners are focused on domestic issues, and there the Prime Minister has to handle them. But on foreign policy, he'll have a free hand. So I don't think that this diminishes him in any way. But yes, the last point is the press. The Western press, which has done everything possible to join up with forces within India, to deny him majority, and now, of course, they're crowing, feeling very happy, some of them, that he has been humbled. Now, that kind of attacks will continue, and forces in India who have been actually trying to leverage these forces abroad to create problems for Prime Minister Modi will continue to do the same. And this is the problem that Prime Minister will have to address. But beyond that, I think in real, concrete, substantial, long-term issues, I don't think it makes much of a difference, frankly.
Okay, let me just bring in Sushant Sareen, a quick pivot to him. Sushant Sareen, when the consensus breaks down between opposition and governments over two countries, usually, and the treatment of those two countries, Pakistan and China. Pakistan's leader is not here this evening. He's not been invited. There's already some people saying, oh, it's a pity, this, that, the other. We've lost an opportunity to reach out. There's a new government. We could have taken this forward. And of course, China. The biggest point even in the Congress manifesto is that the Congress party or whoever else it was who was thinking of forming the government instead of Mr. Modi would approach China differently. Now, with the Prime Minister not having a majority on his own, do you think the opposition has an upper hand to influence policy?
No, Rahul, I don't think they have an upper hand, but let me just take off from where Ambassador Sibal left off. And I think that last point, although he doesn't seem to make too much of it, I think that is something of a worry. Because look, our enemies are our enemies, they are identifiable, we know who they are, Pakistan and China. But the people who are supposed to be our friends, it's not just the Western media. The Western media is not doing it on its own. Anybody who thinks that the Western media is an independent agent and they do things on their own, I don't agree with it, right? There has been a kind of an ideological aversion to anything to do with Hinduism in India. Any right Hindu assertion in India is looked down upon by the West and the Indian coolies working for the West. And that we have clearly seen from around 2021, right? And the crescendo came at the time of the election. So there has been clear interference and meddling in the election. And it's happened from our so-called friends in the West, and it's happened from our enemies. Pakistan and the Chinese have also put in their share. I personally, I hope I'm wrong, but I see major headwinds going forward, because remember Rahul Gandhi going to Oxford University or Cambridge or somewhere, where he said that why is the West quiet about what's happening in India? So the West will certainly see certain vulnerabilities in a coalition government. They'll try and press certain plugs, not because they want to destabilize India, but because they want to get India to do something more than maybe what India is ready to do. So, for example, the Indians stuck dug in their heels on the issue of Ukraine. That, yeah, we will not take any major sides. We don't necessarily agree with the war, but we are not going to go against the Russians. So we dug in our heels. I don't think anybody in the West took it very nicely. On a range of other issues, we have dug in our heels, and nobody wants you to do that. They want you to be completely in their side. So if they start, pressing certain pressure points to make you do what they want you to do, they will certainly try and do it. On the China and Pakistan thing, look, I think it's excellent that we did not extend an invitation to the Pakistanis, simply because I don't see any change coming in Pakistan, regardless of that odd remark which will come out from a Pakistani. Anybody who says that there is a new government in Pakistan and maybe we can do business with them, this new government is an old government in Pakistan, number one. Number two, this new government, I don't know how long it is going to last, because again, they are also facing major headwinds. There are huge political churn taking place. Why would you want to expend your political capital talking to these guys when they have nothing to offer to you? Is the army even ready to talk to you? Even if the army in Pakistan makes certain placatory statements, that does not mean that their strategic orientation towards India has changed. Right. On the China side again, I don't think we have seen any real change on the Chinese side. Look at the way they've been reacting on nothing more than diplomatic niceties of the Taiwanese president, congratulating Prime Minister Modi. Okay. Even of that, the kind of vicious reaction which has come for just diplomatic niceties, it tells you a lot about how the Chinese are going to be behaving. And remember, the Chinese were responsible for, drumming up this whole Khalistani thing using their bots and using social media, and they're trying to incite hatred inside India. They're trying to incite violence inside India. And you have Western countries doing the same thing. If you are telling me that Western countries like the US or Canada or some of these other guys are just letting the Khalistanis run amok because this is freedom of speech and expression, then frankly, I think, we are naive. Okay. Like an ostrich buried its head in the sand.
Let me quickly bring in.
It's really inciting problems inside India.
Okay, very interesting.
Vulnerabilities to make India much more amenable to what their demands are.
Okay. Let me just bring in Mr. Sibal. Mr. Sibal, the first diplomatic assignment really, for a lack of a better word, engagement with the West is going to take place at G7 in Italy. In just a few days, the Prime Minister will be there. What do you expect him to say there, and how does he pick up the threads now in third term?
Well, I think He's got a lot of experience for dealing with the G7 countries and the G7 agenda. And he used this occasion to interact, obviously, with his G7, with the G7 leaders, and will have an opportunity to explain what his vision is, how he intends to go forward, what he has in mind in terms of our relationship with individuals.
Because the one thing he needs right now is investment. If you interpret the result, you could say that, fine, there has been economic lassitude and that's what there's been a bit of a pushback on. Yes.
Yeah, but on investment, those countries will continue to invest in India. They will look forward to Prime Minister implementing his declared agenda, that he's going to actually take some very major steps in terms of pushing India towards his objective of making India the third largest economy by the end of his tenure. Now, this implies serious bureaucratic and economic reforms and investments in areas where India wants to move forward, whether it is semiconductors or electronics or infrastructure or whatever else. I mean, he has laid out his plans.
Right.
And there's nothing that the G7 countries don't know about his program. The other is that they will see no reason, and the Prime Minister himself will see no reason why he can't proceed with his economic agenda.
That's right.
There's no barrier to this.
And the lucky thing is that you have Chandrababu Naidu, who's a reformist, and you have Nitish, who is committed to good governance. He wants to create jobs and is going to create an atmosphere that will allow for such. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sibal and Mr. Serene. Always a pleasure speaking to the two of you on a historic day. Viewers, in an hour and 22 minutes, the Prime Minister is going to take oath. That's the stage. It's been set. It's all looking tip-top. We'll be right back.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित
The Modi 3.0 era is kicking off. The most comprehensive coverage of the historic swearing-in ceremony. Only on CNN News 18.
Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandavia, Arjun Meghwal, Jyotiraditya Scindia, all these people are also back and they have been holding very, very key ministries in the second term of the Modi government. So in a way the continuity is there because the Modi government is very, determined about this 100-day plan, about telling ministries what we need to hit the ground running. I think that continuity has been maintained to ensure that hitting the ground plan is very much in place and these ministers, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, can lead the growth agenda in very, very key ministries like infrastructure, IT, commerce, law and other ministries. Third aspect I'm seeing here is the induction of some state BJP's key talent in the state, some people with key long administrative experience, Shivraj Chouhan, C.R. Patil, M.L. Khattar. These people coming to the union cabinet now, bringing in the wealth of experience they have of being either multiple time CMs or multiple time state party presidents in their respective states. I think that is the additional talent which is coming. Watch out for Shivraj Singh Chouhan. I suspect he will get a very important portfolio in this government because he's delivered Madhya Pradesh both in the assembly as well in the Lok Sabha. He's won his own seat Vidisha by over 8 lakh votes. Woman power, I think almost 8 women ministers I can count in this. So, some big woman faces of the government had lost. Smriti Irani, lost. Menaka Gandhi has lost. So other big ministers, women ministers, we are seeing some new faces come in this time. It would be interesting to see what portfolios they are given. Shobha Karanjale is one name to watch out from coastal Karnataka, Udupi. She's a firebrand leader. It would be interesting to see what is given to her. Also other big names I missed out on. Dharmendra Pradhan, Gajendra Shekhawat, of course. These are the big people who are back. Sukanto Majumdar, like the BJP state president in Bengal being brought into the Union Council of Ministers. So I think the BJP has done a very good exercise, I would say, describe it, of old people, experienced people, the emerging talent in the BJP coming from the states, women faces. I think it's a very cohesive cabinet as I see it right now. And it would be interesting to see, actually, I won't second hazard a guess on who's getting what portfolio because the Modi government is known to throw up big surprises.
That's right.
But let's see what happens.
But I'm not going to let you off. I'm not going to let you off the hook that easily. I'll come back to you, Aman. Just stay on with us. I just want to At 7:30 p.m. today, history will be made as Narendra Modi becomes the first Prime Minister to be born in independent India to be sworn in for the third consecutive time, viewers. Over the last 5 years, fate threw everything, almost everything it had to test Modi. A scourge of biblical proportions called COVID-19, 2 wars, one in Ukraine and another in Israel, and a potentially destabilizing axis of malevolence forged between politicians and farmer unions. Most leaders would have buckled under the combined weight of such a set of variegated challenges. Many appear to have. In the UK, as you know, Rishi Sunak is probably going to be elected out, and in the United States, Mr. Biden is going to have a real battle to fight, an uphill task for him. But Modi, battered and bruised he may be, has pulled through, which is why it would be a little unfair to solely rely on time-worn phrases like Hindutva polarization and personality cult to explain the historic outcome we are living through. We'll make sense of the moment by speaking to some of the
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome ladies and gentlemen on our continuing broadcast this important Sunday. It's a historic day, ladies and gentlemen. In a short while from now, in just about an hour and 17 minutes plus, we will have Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the entire Council of Ministers taking oath. In fact, we're getting details of who's going to be MOS and who's going to be a union minister with independent charge or a minister itself in this new cabinet, Modi 3.0 as some are terming it. All roads leading to Rashtrapati Bhavan, even as we get the live visuals. Many people are already assembling there. They've all been advised to be seated by 7 p.m. 7:30 p.m. is when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take oath. He'll be the first Prime Minister to be born in independent Bharat to be sworn in for the third consecutive time. The BJP is likely to retain all 4 key ministries, including Home, Finance, Defence and External Affairs, even while they're trying to strike a balance between continuity and new faces. As many as 12 of the existing ministers are expected to be near about retaining their portfolios, if not the top 5 or 6. Now, apart from the big 4, the BJP will also try to keep some other key ministries like Railways, Road Transport, Law, Information Technology and Education. We'll also see several new faces within the BJP. From Kerala, Suresh Gopi has air dashed. He left shortly after around noon, landed around 3 p.m. He's present there. George Kurian is also present there. Bandi Sanjay from Telangana, who's already confirmed that he is going to be swearing in as Minister of State. The letter from Mr. Rajiv Gauba is already there. Payal Mehta had shared it with us here at News 18. Ravneet Bittu from Punjab gets a representation. Jitin Prasada, among others, from Uttar Pradesh. There are as many as 9 ministers from Uttar Pradesh, 8 from Bihar. BJP allies will be getting 12 berths, TDP and the JDU 2 each, and the others 1 each. Now, while interacting with the newly elected MPs, Prime Minister designate Narendra Modi asked the leaders to continue the Viksit Bharat agenda and also be careful about how they conduct themselves. He said all of Bharat, including the media, will be closely watching your conduct, so mind it. Even as the issues within the NCP seem to have more or less ironed out, there were talks about an argument between Sunil Tatkare and Praful Patel. Praful Patel coming out and saying that he was offered MOS independent charge, and since he's been a cabinet minister in the past, he declined and he's been assured that give us some time, we will accommodate. Now, is that a hint that there could be further expansion in this entire list of Council of Ministers in Modi 3.0? Aman Sharma is at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Pallavi Ghosh is at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Arun Dhanta joining us live. Well, let's go across to them. Aman and Pallavi, good evening. Pallavi, starting with you. Now, when a Praful Patel says that they will be accommodated later, how big is this Council of Ministers already, and does that mean there could be future expansions too?
Well, I'm just going to try and give you a peek of what is really happening at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Right behind me, I'm sure you're able to see the forecourt, but just behind me, you can see all the chief ministers are coming in. There are a couple of union ministers. I saw, for example, S. Jaishankar has already come in. We're going to try and see some more of these ministers slowly who are going to be taking oath in a short while from now. I'm just going to stay with the picture right behind me, Anand. If you can just see me, there is a kiosk where the pisting is being done, and just right behind me are all the ministers who are going to start, and so you're going to figure it out. So you're going to talk about what I really noticed over here. It's called the People's Oath-taking ceremony. A large number of people who are not entitled, the rat miners from Uttarakhand, they are Paralympic gold medalists very much over here. They are tribal women, the Padma awardees, the People's Padma as it is called. That's the entire idea of this oath-taking ceremony. Of course, they are the ministers, the VVIPs and people coming in from abroad. But just you can see a large number of people right over here. So it's going to start at 7:15. All the ministers, in fact, have been asked to get seated by 6 p.m. So they're just about kind of walking in. If you see those pictures behind me, the SPG, of course, is in full force right over here. And well, I mean, grand preparations, grand occasion, over 8,000 people in this beautiful skyline, which you can see from the forecourt right behind. So you can see all of the dignitaries have begun to kind of pour in from there.
Right. Something brewing between the NCP and the BJP. We'll try and get Yesha for some more update. It looks like both Sunil Tatkare and Praful Patel were eyeing for a cabinet position. Ajit Pawar has also declined an MOS with independent charge. They want a cabinet berth for Praful Patel. So they're going to wait and watch. No consensus was built. So are there still some rumblings, some creases that need to be ironed out? Aman, what's happening behind you?
Well, Anand, yes, you can see the Rashtrapati Bhavan forecourt behind me, and this is where, in about an hour's time from now, Mr. Narendra Modi and his Council of Ministers, which I've counted, there are about 67 ministers so far, about 55 from the BJP, about a dozen from the allies, big name from the BJP, of course, Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is set to become a union cabinet minister. Apart from him, the top four are still very much there in the Union Council of Ministers. Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, S.A. Shankar, Nitin Gadkari, Ashwini Vaishnaw, Piyush Goyal, Dharmendra Pradhan. All the top sons of the Modi government are very much there in the Council of Ministers, set to become Union Cabinet Minister, Mansukh Mandavia as well, Bhupendra Yadav as well. So all the top ministers, the top talent, I would say, of the Modi government is going to take oath behind me very, very soon. Also new, I think, Anand, we have to really look out for the top state satraps who are coming to the center for the first time. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Manohar Lal Khattar, C.R. Patil. Watch out for what ministries they are given, because these are people with lot of administrative, organizational acumen in their respective states. They have been brought to the center to bring this new infusion of administrative experience into the center. I would watch out for what portfolios the Modi government gives these three particular ministers, Shivraj Singh Chouhan, C.R. Patil, and Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, because these are also people. Shivraj Singh Chouhan has delivered not just the state, even all Lok Sabha seats of Madhya Pradesh to the BJP. Here I'm joined by a crowd of almost 5,000 to 6,000 people, Anand. If I can show you maybe behind me, you can see the huge crowd here which has assembled, and these are ordinary BJP workers, Anand. These are people who are, BJP Mandal Adhyakshas, BJP booth workers, BJP MLCs. They are very, very thankful to the Modi government for thinking about them while calling them here. Many of them are here, but the Rashtrapati Bhavan, in fact, for the first time, and this historic occasion, they are very, very proud, Anand, that BJP Prime Minister is taking oath for a third successive time. There was a bit of a setback, BJP dropping at 240 seats, but I think now the people here are very, very proud, very, very happy at this historic occasion, Anand.
True, Mansukh Mandavia, part of the Gujarat group that's being represented, but there are a lot of people who've been dropped and some very, very significant names who had the cabinet rank and also MOS rank in the previous government. A lot of them now are not part of the current scheme of things in Modi 3.0. Is there a greater role for them in the Sangathan or some other ways where they will be used, where faculties will be used? We'll have to wait and watch. Some changes also with JP Nadda going to be part of this Modi 3.0. So what does that mean for the organization? Are there going to be sweeping changes within the organization? Multiple questions being asked. The Rashtrapati Bhavan, a beautiful site. Uday Mahurkar, author, is with us. We should have Gajendra Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, DLC Supwa, joining us in a bit. Sumant Raman also joining us this evening in a bit. Thank you very much, Udayji, for coming to the studio. Big moment this. He's the first Prime Minister in independent Bharat to swear in 3 consecutive times.
Very big moment, and especially so because, Pandit Nehru had the advantage of independence. That excitement was there for more than a decade.
Yeah.
Here he has done it in a politics which is highly competitive. Lots of challenges, political challenges, So I think while we cannot compare two great people, it would not be proper, you know.
Right.
But I think this third innings of Narendra Modi is very, very, very significant in the history of this country. Because last 10 years have been years of good governance. Not that everything was hunky-dory, but there is no field where India has not registered manifold increase, you know, in terms of output. So I call it this last 10 years as an era of national reawakening, culturally and also in terms of administration, you know. So I think it's a great achievement. Nobody can deny that. But at the same time, there is a need for self-introspection because the number of seats which BJP was angling, it has got less. And I think it has to ponder. And especially when Nadda ji is now in the cabinet, I think it will have to concentrate on rather building the right kind of party, you know. You see, even Amit Shah, when he became the president, he inherited a much weaker structure than before. Because Nirmala, all this Arun Jaitley ji, everybody went to the cabinet, you know.
Right.
So thereafter, after Amit Shah ji left, it became more weak.
Correct.
So I think the challenge for the Prime Minister and for the BJP leadership, if there is a challenge in running the government, I think there is a bigger challenge in meeting the requirements of the party structure. You know?
The party is also
the aspirations of the people.
The party is also the biggest political party in the world. You've got more than 11 crore members, so it's not going to be easy to manage this, and you have to manage expectations. So a strong Sangathan organization person is important. That's Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala Sitharaman, live visuals coming through, going across to meet some of the members. And to acknowledge their presence. That's Mrs. Piyush Goyal, who's present there. So a lot of meeting, greeting, engagement happening there. Jitan Ram Manji is already there. Ashwini Vaishnav has arrived. So those are pictures of Ashwini Vaishnav present there with some of the other officials and members, people within the Sangathan, within the party, and is also some of his core team members who are all present there. Each one gets a representation. Gajendra Chauhan ji is also with us. Gajendra Chauhan ji, namaste. How would you see Modi 3.0? Is there a change or is there an indication of the intent based on the people who now currently are going to be sworn in as part of Modi 3.0? How would you see this?
Yeah, I would like to start with that today is a very historic day, having two big events in the country. One is the India-Pak match and second is the Modi 3.0 swearing-in ceremony. I congratulate him. I congratulate all the Council of Ministers. See, for the last two terms, it was one-way traffic. But now, there will be multiple ways of doing the things. The entire film industry is looking up to the Council of Ministers, especially to the INB minister, whoever is going to sworn in. There are pending issues for the last so many years in the film industry, and now looking up to the government and to solve them out, you know. Sushma ji, when she was the INB minister, she has declared it as a industry, but till date no benefits has been drawn from the. Second is housing problem in Mumbai. Then we have a censorship of television. SOP was drawn but they were not implemented properly. And then we have a daily wages worker, their wages issues, which is very, very big. And film industry is the one industry which gives maximum economy to Maharashtra government. I mean, जो टैक्स और जीएसटी के रूप में देती है वो बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट है. तो मुझे लगता है कि इस बार जो भी आईएनबी मिनिस्टर आएंगे और गवर्नमेंट जो है एक नज़र जो है फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की तरफ ज़रूर देखेगी. और मुझे लगता है कि इस वक्त जो मोदी साहब के सामने चैलेंज है जो सबको साथ लेके चलने का, और मोदी साहब उसमें हर तरह के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को उन्होंने जिंदगी में किया है. मुझे लगता है बहुत सक्सेसफुल थर्ड टर्म होगी उनकी.
So Kiran Rijiju has just tweeted saying he will be taking oath, and he's sworn in twice as Minister of State, once as Cabinet Minister. So this time around what his role will be, a hint at perhaps he will get not just MOS but a cabinet rank. We'll have to wait and watch, subject to confirmation. Kamaljeet Sehrawat gets a call in. There are other netas also coming through. The ally representation, does that enthuse you? or are you focused, Udayji, on what's happening in Maharashtra? There is already some rumblings with NCP, Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel, both going away saying, and Ajit Pawar saying, we want a cabinet rank, we don't want MOS independent charge.
I don't think it's a not a very big thing, you know, because NCP Pawar had suffered a setback in Maharashtra. You have to keep the Maharashtra elections in mind in the next, which are coming in the next few months, you know. So I think BJP has done a good sizing up, and on the basis of that, they have offered them. Of course, Mr. Praful Patel's demand that he was already a cabinet minister and should get cabinet rank is justified to a great extent, you know. But then other pros and cons have also to be weighed by the BJP, you know. And right now, the sympathy factor has been with Pawar NCP, you know. The way politics took shape in Maharashtra in the last 1 year. I think the sympathy factor swung from Devendra Fadnavis to NCP and Uddhav Thackeray, you know. You get my point? So all those things have been considered before making an offer. Even if they make more than expected noise, it should not make much difference.
Now we're getting some more updates coming through, and who's going to get what. We'll try and put that out. Arunima is telling us that Dr. Jitendra Singh will continue to retain the MOS rank. Kiran Rijiju will get a cabinet rank. Giriraj Singh, cabinet rank again. Mansukh Mandviya there on the pictures. Nityanand Rai could continue as MOS. Lalan Singh, possible cabinet rank for him. Chirag Paswan, MOS with an independent charge is possible. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, right now he's not yet inside that's Giriraj Singh, their cabinet rank possibility for him. They're all coming in. Giriraj Singh has, Shivraj Singh Chouhan has gone to a temple very close to Rashtrapati Bhavan before coming here. He's gone ahead with this family. We've got pictures of him offering puja also coming through in our news feed. There is an advisory that that the PMO has actually now sent across. The Sukanto Majumdar has got a letter, and that we've accessed here at CNN News 18, which says, Kamalika has shared that letter, which says that he will also get a Minister of State. So Sukanto Majumdar will be a Minister of State in the Union Council of Ministers. An advisory has been sent across by Mr. Rajiv Gauba to all the members of the Council of Ministers of the Modi cabinet, whatever their rank and position, in terms of what they need to do as a code of conduct for the Council of Ministers. And the code prescribes a minister's shall, and there is a copy that's been sent and what they need to do before 31st of August and within 2 months of taking charge. So these are details that have just come through at this point. गजेंद्र चौहान, I want to understand, कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि थोड़ा सा अस्थिर रहेगा. आपके हिसाब से जो भी डाउट्स थे वो क्या क्लियर हो गए हैं? जिस तरह से गठन हुआ है, जिस तरह से मंत्रिपरिषद हुआ है और जिस तेजी से हुआ है, एक एनसीपी को छोड़ के और कहीं से कोई भी नाराजगी या खलल नहीं सामने आई.
मोदी साहब को ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत है एंड ही नोज हाउ टू रन ए गठबंधन की सरकार. सो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई डिस्टर्बेंस आएगा. देखिए, आज 5 घंटे का मैच है और ये सरकार 5 साल के लिए है, तो दोनों में ही सक्सेस होंगे हम लोग, मुझे ऐसा लगता है. और जिस तरह से जो भी डिफरेंसेस होंगे वो मोदी साहब बैठ के हमेशा सॉल्व करते हैं. और मोदी साहब का जो मेन इशू होता है वो होता है डेवलपमेंट बेस्ड प्लस परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ड. तो आपने देखा होगा पिछले दिनों में जो बड़े बड़े मिनिस्टर्स थे जिन्होंने परफॉर्मेंस ठीक नहीं की थी, उनको हटा दिया गया. तो मोदी साहब इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सिस्टम को चलाने में बहुत एक्सपर्ट हैं और मुझे लगता है कि कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी और इन सब को लेके साथ चलेंगे और एक अच्छी सरकार जो है अच्छे कामों की तरफ बढ़ेगी और देश में तरक्की का मामला जो है, डेवलपमेंट का इश्यू जो है, उसको लेके आगे बढ़ेगी.
There seems to be a certain quiet confidence from the early days compared to the early days. Jitin Prasad are there, Shivraj Singh Chouhan present there, some nice smiling faces, conversations which are being conducted, meeting people. Bhupendra Yadav is also present there. That is the head of Prasar Bharati who's present. So many people being invited, who's also there. Some members of the News 18 family also, reporters there. We'll try and go across to Aman and Pallavi in just a bit. But Udayji, what do you think will be the first 100 days? Is the government going to tone down some of its plans? Would it have rejigged, reworked? And there is a huge hint of an organizational restructuring.
You see, anything related to Hindutva and having an impact on the minority factor, that might have to take a back seat. But I'm still confident that on UCC, the Prime Minister will try to convince both the key allies, that UCC is a secular issue, it is not a Hindutva issue.
Yeah.
But then otherwise, I think there should not be any difference because Mr. Modi, having known him for so many years, I know that there will be no let up. I think if other ministries are concerned, if the day-to-day governance is concerned, I think he will start with a bang. First 3 months, I don't think there will be any change.
Right, most of the ministers are already in. It's a pack to the rafters. Do you see this crowd that's come through? Do you see this assuring the world? There are foreign dignitaries who have also come, including the neighboring friends, minus Pakistan. A lot of them have come through. They've all accepted the invitation. The Prime Minister's message to the neighborhood, how significant is that, given the fact that he's invited all around the subcontinent?
He is doing it for the second time. He had done it in 2014 also.
Yes, so but this time it's minus Pakistan.
So far as you look at the total scenario, I think there is not much difference.
Okay.
Even in last time, 2019, I was there. In 2014, 2019, I was there.
Yeah.
This time I chose to be in the studios.
Jay.
I think there was an attempt to reach out to every section of the society. This time they have done, and then I think looking to the results, they might have done it on a greater scale, giving a representation to every section of the society.
Correct.
That aspect, I think they must have gone deeper this time because of the result.
Right.
Yeah.
Already some jibes being taken at the NCP from the opposition, from the India Alliance, but we'll focus on the pictures right now at this point. Gajendra Chauhan also with us, Sumant Raman with us. Sumant Raman, happy with the new Council of Ministers? Some names have been dropped, a lot of inclusions, and looks like everybody is being accommodated, barring the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, beg your pardon, Ajit Pawar faction, which seems a little upset as of now, but they said it's not a big rumbling. It's not a big deal right now.
First of all, Anand, it's time to wish the new government all the best. I mean, this is the day that, it's their big day. And I think that political differences should be set aside and one should wish them the very best. I think the important sign that I see is that the allies have settled for a lot lesser than one had thought that they would bargain for. So at the moment, I mean, we don't know how things will pan out over the coming weeks or months, but at the moment, and of course, once we know about the speaker, we will know for sure to what extent the allies have actually bargained. Right now, the BJP would be very, very happy with what's happened thus far, in the sense that they've managed to, at least from whatever we hear, retain all the major portfolios. At the same time,
80% of the portfolios they've retained, Sumant Raman. Pawan Kalyan just saw him in the pictures, just making a mention of the pictures that we're seeing. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and also the fact that, that they've been able to, make these negotiations within a reasonable period of time. That is another plus. So I think that, considering where we were on the 4th of June, at the end of the day on 4th of June, I think the BJP has enough and more reasons to be quite pleased with how things have panned out subsequently. Of course, this was a long haul. Right. And the next big challenge will be the post of the speaker. So if the TDP is going to insist on a speaker, which I think they would, because I didn't think that the TDP would settle for one cabinet minister and one minister of state and so easily be satisfied with that. I thought that they would at least have three cabinet ministers.
Let's get a confirmation, Sumant Raman, on all of this. Pallavi Ghosh is joining us. Ramdas Athavale in the pictures. Pawan Kalyan with his wife. We just saw him short while ago. Interesting mix there. Nirmala Sitharaman, Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Ashwini Vaishnav having a conversation. The three of them, could they have some very powerful positions, hold some very powerful positions in Dharmendra Pradhan also there in the mix now. And there is another Neta who's there with Ashwini Vaishnav and Shivraj Chouhan. Yes, Pallavi. One aspect is, are they going to insist on speaker, the TDP? Two, is there a formula on which the berths have been allocated to everyone?
Okay, I'm standing at a point where the security, of course, is not going to start creating a problem because I'm just at the gate where all the ministers have begun to go in. And basically, the point is that, I mean, just to go through very quickly of what's really happening over here. 6 o'clock was the time which was given. We're really left with a little less than an hour now. So all arrangements are being finalized. Ambassadors are going to come in, and you can see the pictures right behind me. And over here, basically, as I said, I mean, this is supposed to be a people's oath-taking ceremony. So large number of people from different spectrums are over here. Ministers, of course, have already begun to come in. So what happens is first the President of India comes. The national anthem is going to be sung at that point of time. And then, of course, the entire process of the oath-taking ceremony takes place. And the entire team, Modi, is, of course, going to be sworn in. And then there's going to be a group photo which is going to take place. And it's only after that, it's only a group photo. So I'll have to back up from here because we now really are security concerns which are being protected.
Quickly, if you can continue to speak with us, even as you keep the, don't drop your visual, Pallavi, if you're still there. What is the mood among some of the netas who you've been able to speak off camera?
Well, I mean, obviously they are gung-ho, obviously they are excited, and there's a lot of excitement and a lot of hope that they are going to be having. And that is what they're expecting is that this is an economic growth trajectory. That's going to really be the focus of this, the new government.
True. Any big surprises? We have some saints also coming there. This is some
Rambhadracharya ji.
Yeah, Rambhadracharya ji who's come there. I think members of all the religious mathas, and they've all been invited. Uday Maurkar. If you see the enthusiasm, if you see the body language, is it more positive than tentative compared to how it was when they all walked into the central hall?
It is positive.
A few days ago.
Positive.
Yeah.
Despite a certain setback to the BJP in terms of getting less number of seats, I think it's very positive.
What would you like the government to see? Are you surprised with some of the members being dropped? Some of them have been retained. Others who thought were who've won, some of them who won have been dropped. Some of them who've lost have been dropped. Whereas others, some of them who didn't contest, they've been included.
This is in keeping with Mr. Modi's way of functioning. He has kept a tab on the performance of every minister. Then there are other pressures also because of pressures of coalition politics,
Right.
Is to accommodate members from other parties also.
Right.
I think it's a fair deal.
Right.
All put together.
Right.
But then, you see, the party has to do some self-introspection. I personally feel that this is a great moment, historic moment, exciting moment. Great way to look forward, But then looking back, there has to be some self-introspection on the part of the party and the government both, rather BJP leadership. As to why did they get less number of seats?
Yeah.
I think two things are pegged to it, as I see it, One is overuse of agencies against opposition leaders, and two was getting opposition leaders into the party and then closing cases against them. I think this to some extent dented the ideological plank of the party. I think this will have to be looked into in this tenure. Otherwise, this verdict is no verdict on good governance. The governance has been excellent. There is no sector which has not seen manifold increase in terms of output. Foreign policy, defense, aviation, railways, there is no sector which has not done exceptionally well in the last 10 years.
Many believe that core organizational leadership and members at the local level across were a little upset in key states, important states, about the co-opting of non-ideologically inclined or outsiders. And this something has hurt them in Maharashtra and Bengal. Devendra Fadnavis was there in the pictures there, hugging one of the leaders present there. Update coming through that Ravneet Bittu will get MOS. There is a letter of confirmation that's come through. PV Sindhu has just said that really looking forward to attending the third swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and wishing you third term filled with utmost success and hoping you take India to new heights. Thank you for the invite. That's where she is thanked. Chirag Paswan and his mother have expressed joy at being at her son getting a place in Modi 3.0. Chirag Paswan looking forward to making a positive contribution. It's packed, 10,000 guests at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So some of the leaders of the BJP, national spokesperson and critical leaders, key leaders also visible there. 10,000 people at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. It is one of the biggest functions there. We've got people from the film world also present there. There you go, famed director of PK and Sanju, he was present there. Raju Hirani, he was present there. There are other members also who have come, who've been invited. Ajit Pawar is present there. Ajit Pawar walking in, so he's present. Vasundhara Raje walking in at this point, she is present. So they're all coming in, they're all there. They've all been invited and they're all coming in. Some of the rumblings internal have not made, it's not manifest there, where Ajit Pawar looking very, very cheerful, and it looks like even disagreements are being shared very, very civil. The equations are very civil. There's no change, there's no ruffle, there's no rumble. It's all going to be ironed out over a period of time. Many say. Well, Pallavi Ghosh has got us a walkthrough. Let's just listen in from inside Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Right way, I think you can see the vote and that where the vote taking ceremony is going to be taken by the Prime Minister and his entire team over here.
I think this is why
there were special people who really have been invited here. Basically the government is calling it a people's oath-taking ceremony. For example, the rat miners from Uttarakhand, the Padma awardees, the tribal women, and all the people, for example, who created the Grand Vista project as well. All of them are going to be a part of it. I'm just going to try and show you some of the pictures of the people who were kind of arrived over here. And you can see the village arrangements right over here, and the entire media. People have already started coming in, and you can see some of the people. I'm try and get some sense to them. And can I just have one quick word with you? How do you feel about the fact that you're here at the
Oh, it's absolutely an honor to be here to witness history in making, to see our beloved Prime Minister Honorable Modi3 to be swearing in for the third time. And me, as personally, I feel this is the perfect moment to celebrate for me as a person who's a Divyang, to see my sports flourish further.
Well, it's all coming together at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Most of those who are going to be sworn in are already inside the premises. We're given to understand, counting down just about 45 minutes to go, with pictures of Jyotiraditya Scindia also walking in. Devendra Fadnavis already seated in his place. We're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us.
Rightful commentators. But first, let's get an update on who has made it to Team Modi. Let's open this up. Let's go straight across first to Arunima to get a sense really of the contours of the new Modi team. We also have Aman with us, who has been reporting since the morning, and very insightfully he's been weaving together this entire name by name, this entire team that is going to lead India for the next 5 years. At least that's what the hope is. Aman, just give us a big sense really of Modi 3.0. Large number of names have made it back, some new faces.
Well, yes, Rahul. See, I think 2-3 big points in this. Number one point, the extent of the contours of the Modi 3.0 government. About 65 ministers, 53 almost from the BJP, about a dozen from the allies. So the BJP having about 80% of the ministers in the Council of Ministers, in a way cornering the lion's share, and rightly so, because BJP has about 240 MPs in the Lok Sabha. The next biggest constituent is the TDP at 16 and JDU at 12. Also keeping, I think, the expectations of the allies within reasonable parameters. One cabinet minister, one MOS each, to the TDP and the JDU, one cabinet minister to the LJP, to the Shiv Sena, to Jayant Chaudhary. So I think it has been kept under control. You know, many people were saying that the allies will demand a lot and there'll be a lot of back and forth. That has not happened. And in a way, the allies very smoothly, the Council of Ministers ally distribution has been done. Second, I would say the big names in Modi government since the inception, the big four, I would say, Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman and S. Jaishankar are back as cabinet ministers. So I don't see much change in the CCS. Maybe there is some shuffling around here and there. Somebody goes to some other place and somebody goes to that person's place. But the big four are very much there. So is Mr. Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior most ministers also in the government. I can also see the performers, I would say, the tier 2 in the BJP that we call it, the government, but the real performers like the Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandavia, Arjun Meghwal, Jyotiraditya Scindia, all these people are also back and they have been holding very, very key ministries in the second term of the Modi government. So in a way, the continuity is there because the Modi government is very, determined about this 100-day plan, about telling ministries what we need to hit the ground running. I think that continuity has been maintained to ensure that hitting the ground plan is very much in place, and these ministers, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, can lead the growth agenda in very, very key ministries like infrastructure, IT, commerce, law and other ministries. Third aspect I'm seeing here is the induction of some state BJP's key talent in the state, some people with key long administration.
UP and then followed by Bihar have the maximum representations in Modi 3.0. As we welcome you back, Swami Chidanand Saraswati there along with Acharya Balkrishnan of Patanjali Yogpeeth, all of them walking in. They're all special invitees. You see Pushkar Dhami, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, they're meeting with some of the people of waiting media, special invitees, and also News 18 colleagues of mine who are all present there at this very big event. 10,000 people at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan who are all seated there waiting for the entire proceedings to get underway. Mansukh Mandavia, the former health minister, the former external affairs minister Subramanian Jaishankar, they're all present, they're all having conversation. Bhupendra Yadav standing there. Behind him in that pink topi, that's Jyotiraditya Scindia. And the colourful saffron pagdi is Arjun Ram Meghwal. So they're all already there on the dais. We'll try and go across to Payal Mehta, Aman Sharma or Pallavi Ghosh, who are all there at different portions, different areas. Payal Mehta with us. Yes, Payal. What's the mood in the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan?
Well, the mood is extremely electrifying, Anand, because they are coming in, even though we have like close to an hour or so left before Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes in and the oath ceremony takes place. My video journalist Rakesh is showing you that there are scores of people who are standing over, scores of people who would have come from far and wide. Let me see if I can try and get in a word with a couple of people who've just come, a couple of guests who've come, and let me just see if they can. Right. The security doesn't want us to go that route, but yes, a lot of people are here, a lot of people have come to see this ceremony. It's history in the making, Anand, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take oath for the third time in a row, and not only that, he's going to have a government in place for the third time in a row, a record only held by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in the past. And fortunately, people like us are also there to witness history in its making, Anand.
What's the arrangement in terms of deciding the cabinet berths? BJP retains about 80% of in the Council of Ministers. Is there a formula there? And is the TDP going to insist on the Speaker's position, or is the BJP going to hold on to that too? Even as we get pictures of Amit Shah and then followed by Yogi Adityanath coming in. Yes, Payal.
Well, of course, the cabinet and its positioning is something which is going to be decided by the Prime Minister. But as far as the Speaker's chapter is concerned, the chapter is completely closed because neither did the TDP nor did the JDU ask for that position. They understand the BJP do not want to compromise as far as that position is concerned. The BJP had said that these positions are not givable like the top 4 ministries in the government. So the TDP has been more than happy with getting one cabinet in the form of Manohar Naidu and Mr. Chandrasekhar in the form of the MOS as well. That's the same composition that they had in Modi 1.0 government when they were in power. Ashoka Raju was the Union Minister and Vash Chaudhary was the MOS as well. But more than anything, as you know, Anand, given the situation in Andhra Pradesh, the TDP is extremely precarious of what really has been left behind by Jagan Mohan Reddy. They feel that a debt-ridden state has been left by Jagan Mohan Reddy, and that's why they want packages. They want money for the state to build its projects which have been pending for decades together. The Polavaram project is one classic example, and probably the BJP will be able to help them as far as that is concerned. They were also asking for financial packages in particular, because they've been saying that no packages have come their way. But one must remember that last year around itself, the government had given a package for 10,000 crores to the government as a package to work on the economic situation in the state. Well, but Jagan Mohan Reddy's borrowing over the last 5 years has actually put the state economy in a doldrum, and that has been the biggest worry for Chandrababu Naidu. And with the fact that the economy is reeling, no jobs were created, no infrastructure was happening, that's the reason Jagan Mohan Reddy's bastion has been breached by Chandrababu Naidu, and how he's got 163 out of 175 MLAs, and probably the largest chunk of MLAs ever in Andhra's history.
Well, Piyush Goyal should be coming in a bit. There was somebody who resembled him, but it's not him. But Nitin Gadkari is present there. Arun Kumar from the RSS, who moved to becoming the political advisor within the and has been largely in the shadows recently. He was there from the RSS. The equations between the RSS and the BJP, there's been a lot of conversation. Sumant Raman is with us. We'll see if Gajendra Chauhan is still with us. We'll go back to Payal Mehta in just a bit. But Uday Mahurkar with us in the studio.
I think the statement which Mr. Nadda gave was not well received in the RSS, as I think. At least in the, the leadership. Get my point?
Okay.
Doesn't mean that RSS is not worked,
Okay.
I mean, there is always an understanding at the local level between the BJP
Shukanto
and the
Majumdar
RSS.
walks in. He is going to be sworn in as an MOS. We've got the confirmation on that. Yes, please continue. Ji.
So, you see, RSS is the mother organization of BJP, So, the statement, maybe there was some lack of understanding on his part, or some language which was...
No, I beg your pardon, that was Shantanu Thakur. Shantanu Thakur was the one who walked in, not Shukanto Majumdar. Shantanu Thakur had walked in, the Matua leader. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, what I am saying is that the statement which gave as part of his interview, Mr. Nadda, I don't think it went well with the leadership as well as a section of the RSS workforce at the lower level, But that doesn't mean that they did not work at the ground level during the elections, because there is always an understanding between the candidate, between the local BJP leaders and the RSS.
Correct.
So not to say that they have not worked, but that statement was seen as something of, disowning a mother organization, So I think they did not go well with the party leader, with the RSS leadership as well as the workforce.
Right. Suresh Gopi enters. Suresh Gopi comes in, the BJP MLA from Thrissur. Big story there. Suresh Gopi and George Kurian both have been included from Kerala. There were talks that he may not actually be coming in, but he then air dashed from Thrissur after he got a call early in the morning. And then sometime around noon, he flew in and landed around 3 p.m. He was not there at the tea party because the call went late to him. But he is there in the thick of it all. So Kerala representation continues, and Suresh Gopi is a story in itself, because a huge amount of not just the Hindu but also the Christian vote transferred and came to him in Thrissur. And one of the people who's credited for that, George Kurian, is also part of the entire mix.
Now, the threat of PFI in Kerala has also worked in BJP's favor, because the PFI threat is to Hindus as well as Christians. The radicalization of Muslim groups like PFI in
Venkaiah Naidu meeting Suresh Gopi there. Yeah, please.
You see, the PFI factor
Vinod Tavade,
is also played a big role in favor of BJP.
No, if that's the case, then the BJP's footprint should have increased. A lot of the issues internally are also on candidate selection, what the state leadership was actually doing.
Yes.
One of the first places that the Prime Minister visited after he got that overwhelming mandate in 2019 was the Guruvayur temple, that is just about 29 kilometers from Thrissur.
Yeah.
After that, what is the performance of the state BJP in Thrissur and in Kerala itself is a question and needs a lot of introspection. The gap between Dr. Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar wasn't very large, but Rajiv Chandrasekhar got less than about a month to actually go ahead and campaign there and make a big ground. Those who gained ground, like in Attingal, about 16,000 or 17,000 votes, by which Mr. Muralidharan lost. The last time Shobha Surendran was able to get more than 30% of the vote share. So in a lot of places, if you were to ask, look at Uttar Pradesh. Yogi Adityanath is present there, but what went wrong in Uttar Pradesh? If there is this Upyogi combination.
If we talk about Kerala, I think full marks to the Prime Minister, who despite, unlike Rajiv Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, he stopped focusing on Rai Bareli, and Amethi after he went to Wayanad. Here is a Prime Minister who is going to Tamil Nadu, who is going to Kerala, knowing very well that he will make some gains, but very little.
Yeah. Narayan Rane present there. He's
So
he's not part of the cabinet this time.
The full credit goes to the Prime Minister.
BJP may have increased its spread. It's present across 22 states and union territories across the country today as a party, and it's truly a national party now, with presence in Tamil Nadu, presence in Kerala, presence in Odisha, presence in Andhra Pradesh, so, Telangana. So it's got presence, pan-India presence it can claim, and it's truly a national party. But there are critical areas where they have actually they've lost ground. What went wrong in Uttar Pradesh? What could they have done better in Kerala? Could they have done much better in Maharashtra, your own home state? Look at what the state of affairs there is in Maharashtra. Sumansi Raman wanted to say something. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Yeah, two things. One is that the relationship with the RSS. I think it will be interesting to see the approach of the new government and the BJP, to what extent they are going to try and repair RSS. I think that statement of Mr. Nadda was inopportune. I think at some stage they genuinely started to believe that this was probably going to be the Chars for Par kind of election, and that really that they possibly did not need the RSS, which I think was a major mistake. And I think that there were multiple reports, Anand, that in Uttar Pradesh the RSS did not participate as enthusiastically as they normally would have done in the election process.
Suman, just making an observation. Mr. Mukesh Ambani is present there. Shah Rukh Khan has come for the swearing-in ceremony. Anant Ambani is present there. JP Nadda is also walking in. So one by one, they're all walking in, even as the Council of Ministers is taking its place on top of the dais. Please complete. Yes, Sumantraman.
Yeah. So I think that it will be interesting to see what kind of outreach there is going to be. And also there is a lot of talk about who's going to be the BJP president. I think that there is also, we need to get some clarity on that issue as well, because that will also give us some pointers as to which way the relationship with the RSS will go. That is one part. The second part is, in terms of what changes there are going to be in portfolios. Is it merely going to be an extension of 2.0? Are all the major portfolios going to continue to be held at the moment? That's how it seems, because we don't know that yet. But at the moment, it does appear that the four main portfolios are likely to remain with the incumbent. So if that is the case, what does it indicate in terms of having a new hand at the wheel? So a lot of questions. And of course, a lot of very important bureaucratic appointments also are coming, because there's going to be a new cabinet secretary, there's going to be a new home secretary, or one hopes, considering that the existing incumbents have had 4 extensions, 5 extensions in many of these posts. At some stage, there's got to be new people coming in. So all of these will give us more pointers. So like I said, we need to wait for the next few weeks, at least, a couple of months, to see which way this government is going to head.
Well, we did spot Akshay Kumar there. Before that, Sudha Murthy present there. This is Rajnath Singh, most likely to retain the Raksha Mantri or the Defence Ministry, the Defence portfolio. Amit Shah likely to retain the Home portfolio. So they will continue in their existing capacities, the top 3-4. That's what many are saying, unless there is a surprise somewhere. We never know. Kangana Ranaut also is there in Rashtrapati Bhavan, so she makes her presence felt, and already some level of controversy there with her being attacked or slapped at by a CISF personnel at the Chandigarh airport, and thereafter the reactions and it becoming a political issue. But she clearly has stirred things up with that victory, phenomenal resounding victory in Mandi. So she enters there. The who's who is there from India Inc. and also from the tinsel world, along with people from all walks of life who've been invited there. Chandrababu Naidu, a critical, important ally, he's present there. We also have some other leaders also walking in. Most of them have taken the stage at this point. What is your expectation in terms of governance, Uday Mahurkar? What do you think will happen?
See, I hold a very...
Is there going to be some big bang announcement in the budget? The Prime Minister almost let it slip the other day when he said, "Garib or middle class ke liye hum kuch khas karenge, waade pure karenge." Murli Manohar Joshi ji is also there.
That will be difficult to foresee right now, but then some big things are coming, there is no doubt, in the first 3 months. But for me, I hold a very different view, you know.
Okay.
I feel the menace...
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar present there. Udayji, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Nrpendra Mishra was also present there. Yes, his son Saket Mishra lost his seat from Shravasti, but critical, important role in the construction of the Ram Mandir played by Nrpendra Mishra. Nitish Kumar, one of the other strong allies, the pegs who actually changed the mood in the central hall. He lifted the spirits when he said that we are going to continue, hum kahin nahi ja rahe hain aur jo bacha kucha reh gaya agli baar saaf kar denge. That's what he had said. But yes, Uday Mahurkar. Yeah.
But I hold a very different view from most others, you know. I feel one of the biggest challenges before the nation and before this government is to how to stop sexually perverted content which is coming on OTT, social media and other platforms.
Yeah.
This is the main cause of rapes. Increasing rapes. You know.
If you have, I know that's a cause that you are backing. That's a cause that
no,
you
but that's
also,
a very big challenge for the nation.
That you have also championed for a while. We'll see in terms of policy who comes into place there and how it is done. There is research and there are numbers that back it, but there are also...
it is, I think you have to see it in a much larger context. We have set a target of 2047 for becoming a great nation. There is no doubt that we'll be a economic superpower, military superpower, scientific superpower by 1937, 10 years before that. But will we become a culturally pauper nation?
Pankaja Munde there.
That is the question which the nation has to address and this government has to address.
Right.
It's coming on the phones of children.
Former President Ramnath Kovind. So that's why who holds the IT portfolio, who's part of the information and broadcasting and what are the kind of policy measures that are brought in there.
Strong measures are needed.
Will be critical. It's got to be governance. The focus will be on governance and not about laws and rules which perhaps cannot actually embrace the leaps that technology takes. Even before laws are drafted, technology is moving to a different dimension.
You see, this is coming on phone. How to stop it?
There
are countries which have succeeded.
At what measure and are they vibrant democracies who've been able to do that is another question. So that's why there are multiple layers. How they approach this policy-wise will be interesting. Some of the Nyaya Sanhitas also will come into play from the 1st of July. So how they are implemented on ground. Education is a big sector, a big hole or a void where a lot of gaps are there which need to be filled. I think that's the Nepal Prime Minister Prachand who's also there. There you go. Who doesn't recognize him? He's also here. The Talaivar also makes his appearance and his entry into Rashtrapati Bhavan for the swearing-in ceremony along with Mrs. Rajnikant. So both of them present. So the dignitaries are also walking in, the celebrities are walking in, they're all trying to be there at the appointed time. We're counting down less than about half an hour before the proceedings formally get underway. Once these dignitaries, the delegates are all seated, they're all present. We will have the Prime Minister coming, then also the President coming, and then the formal proceedings will get underway. Sumant Raman, in terms of governance, first 100 days or even the budget, the special session of Parliament and when they will announce the budget, are you expecting something big bang?
I keep hearing this, that there will be big bang announcements in the first 100 days. Quite frankly, it scares me. What we need is to some extent continuity. And we need a steady hand because the economy, despite whatever numbers are being put out there are two problems with the economy. One is the fact that the growth is quite uneven. There is a lot of inequality and that needs to be addressed. Second, of course, is this also seems to be a lot of it seems to be relatively jobless growth because unemployment numbers are still very high. So I think that a lot of attention would be focused on the economy and also a few other issues. I think you mentioned about the various curbs on social media and on the media and so on. Right. I think that it's going to be very difficult to push anything new through Parliament now because of the obvious concerns on the numbers. So whatever is there, if we are going to see another heavy-handed approach which is being attempted, in terms of to curb social media, to curb media in general, I think it's not going to go down very well. So
Right.
I think a lot of what one would expect is actually less government and more governance. You remember when in 2014 the catchphrase for the
So the
government
Bhutan
was
Premier present
maximum.
there. He's also walked in. Sumant Raman, just interrupting you there. One by one, all the invited international foreign dignitaries are also present there, along with the former President Ramnath Kovind. Big announcement coming through. Interesting there. Rajiv Chandrasekhar has just taken to X and he said that today, curtains down on my 18-year stint in public service, of which 3 years I had the privilege to serve Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in Team Modi 2.0. I certainly didn't intend to end my 18 years of public service as a candidate who lost an election, but that's how it turned out. I thank my deepest thanks to all those who I met, all those who supported me, and in particular all those Karyakartas and leaders who so inspired and energized me. Thanks also to my colleagues over the last 3 years. As BJP for India Karyakarta, I will continue to support and work in the party. So announcement there that he's calling curtains on his public life as of now. Aman Sharma joining us. Aman, whereabouts are you? The dignitaries are coming in. What's happening around you? The buzz, quite electric, we're given to understand. A lot of invitees who've turned up after being invited for this. Sheikh Hasina is arriving even as I come across to you. Yes, Aman. Okay, we'll try and connect with Aman in just a bit. Okay, that's Sheikh Hasina who's coming in. So one by one now it's the foreign dignitaries. So once the foreign dignitaries arrive, after that it will be the Prime Minister, we are given to understand, and then we will have the President coming in. We'll have the President coming in after that. There you go. Sheikh Hasina also present there. Sumant Raman, a quick question to you. You said you don't expect big bang announcements, but the Prime Minister did hint that the Garib and the middle class, we have promised them relief, we have promised them something, welfare. So will that happen? Did they hold back a lot of populist announcements, some critical announcents?
Garib, he has done enough, you know.
Okay.
I think middle class he has to address. There is a feeling in middle class that less than, what they got is less than their expectations. So middle class certainly expects something from this government.
Middle class expects something from the government, even as she's...
Yes,
Anand.
Two points. I think one of the first things that one was expecting in 2014 was the catchphrase, maximum governance, minimum government. But the government has become bigger and bigger and bigger. So I think that is what people are expecting. Put more money in the hands of the people. Consumption is still at an anemic 4%. And people simply don't have the money, or even if they have the money, they don't have the willingness to spend it at the lower level because of the uncertainties that they see. So basically, the middle class feels personal income tax is much higher than corporate tax. And that is a problem. That is an issue which has been highlighted. That was not the case before this government came to power. So I think that they need to do something to take care of that. Petrol, diesel prices, people have just become used to it, but there are savings rates have crashed. So there is distress even among the middle classes and the poorer classes, which the government needs to address. I mean, merely giving 80 crore people free rations is not the solution. People need more than free rations, and they are aspirational. So please put more money in the hands of the people. They will spend, and that will boost the economy. Rather than government, and this highlighting of, this month we have got 2 lakh crore GST and all that. I've never seen anywhere governments exulting about the amount of tax that they've collected. But this has been happening here. So I think that there needs to be less government and more governance, and putting more money in the hands of the people.
True. More of the dignitaries are coming through. Praveen Jugnauth will also be coming in. There are the entire neighborhood has been invited. Neighborhood first policy, especially at a time when geopolitically we are at a very critical juncture. The dignitaries coming through at this point. Aman Sharma is joining us. Yes, Aman, how's the atmosphere on ground?
Well, it's very, very crowded, Anand. A record number of 10,000 people are expected to be here. This is the highest ever at any function, Rashtrapati Bhavan. I would say probably there's not an inch to keep your foot on. And you can see on the stage now, all the ministers have taken their place who will be taking oath as the Council of Ministers. Very, very interesting, Anand, the pecking order. If you see, number 1, Mr. Rajnath Singh, then Mr. Amit Shah, then Mr. Nitin Gadkari, then Mr. JP Nadda, and then Mr. Shivraj Singh Chouhan. So this is the top 5.
Right.
This is the top 5 of the Modi government. The 5 ministers you see in the same pecking order, and there maybe you can also catch a hint, Anand, on who will be taking the top ministries in this government. The top 5 ministers in that row sitting there: Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nitin Gadkari, JP Nadda, and Mr. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, then Nirmala Sitharaman, then S. Shankar. We can see the pecking order, the top 5 to 7 ministers in the Modi government. And this also shows, Anand, that, as we have been talking since afternoon, will there be any changes in the CCS? Well, it is up to speculation, but I am again saying, please watch out for Shivraj Singh Chouhan. He is sitting right now right next to Mr. Nitin Gadkari and Mr. JP Nadda. So in a way, the top cream of the BJP is this, and you can see the allies, which are, 12 allies of the Modi government also on the stage there. Back you can see the senior ministers, Chirag Paswan, Jayant Chaudhary, also getting their space on the big stage. So this is we are set, Anand, in about 20 minutes. We'll have President Draupadi Murmu arriving here. Before that, the Prime Minister will also be here, and we will see the Council of Ministers taking oath today. Nearly 67 to 68 ministers. Anand, this is a big, big government. This is more 57 who took oath in 2019. Following that, there was an expansion, but I think this time 67 to 68 ministers taking oath in one go, and that's also because of the allies. There are 12 allies, so obviously there is that additional.
Right, that's the picture you're talking about. Smriti Irani sitting in the guest row, ally, along with VK Singh present there. Some of those ministers, not just who lost, but also who now seem to have been dropped. They will not be accommodated by the Rajya Sabha also. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, I had just read out his tweet a short while ago, where he had said that I'm calling curtains on my 18-year stint in public life, and thanking everyone for the 3 years that he had as part of the Modi 2.0 cabinet. Thanking all his colleagues, but he's saying he'll continue to work as a Karyakarta of the BJP. The Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, along with Mrs. Chandrachud, present there already. The youngest of the MPs, Shambhavi Chaudhary, I think I spotted her also. There are many of these people who have come through, but it's also curtains on some people's career, or they have decided that they will move away from government and move back into other. Nirawa is present there, so he is there. Manoj Tiwari is present there. So a lot of presence of Tinseltown, India Inc. From the opposition, only Mallikarjun Kharge, we are given to understand as of now. Will others be present, or have others been invited? We have to wait and watch. We're given to understand invitations have been extended to a lot of them. How many of them turn up is one aspect. This whole thing about there may be political opposition, but in the past, there has also been an exchange of views. There has been a certain level of camaraderie, civility that's been maintained.
When?
In the past, not now, much before, in the 90s, 2000s, and even before
the Modi era.
Even before the Modi era. So now, how much of this is going to hurt the current government if they want to pass critical bills, if they need consensus on core issues which are going to help the country forward? Are we going to see far more number of disruptions in Parliament? And lesser amount of debate? Is it going to get increasingly acerbic and acidic?
Difficult to say, because the strength of the opposition has increased marginally, correct? Secondly, BJP also will behave in a much controlled manner than before.
Right.
So it can go either way. You get my point? If there is if BJP makes a meeting round, opposition can accept it. But then opposition also is in a higher spirits than before. So it's difficult to say which way it will go. I think it is difficult to say.
Jay Panda has come in. Professor Salvatore Babones is also with us. Professor Babones, how do you see Modi 3.0, even as the former Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Om Birla, also enters the Rashtrapati Bhavan forecourts? Good evening. Thank you for joining us on this special broadcast, Professor Salvatore Babones. Your thoughts,
Good evening. Obviously, I have no inside knowledge to share with you about who will be appointed to which post or how long they may stay in it. But the fact is that this coalition government is fundamentally a BJP government. Non-BJP members of the coalition are likely to be much more interested in specific favors for their states and their electorates than they are to be in national power. We tend to think of coalitions as sharing national government, but let's remember this coalition is one with a major party at the center of it that holds 240 out of the 272 necessary seats. The three main coalition partners are not themselves national parties, but are instead parties whose seats are all in one particular state. Sectional interests, particular state-wise interests, are likely to play a much larger role in their considerations than any demands for a major national level policy portfolio.
But how do you see this impacting India's image globally and also the global outlook, Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
There'll be very little practical difference. Now, people who don't follow India closely seem to believe that coalition government will somehow mean they view this as a positive thing, as a moderation of Narendra Modi's very aggressive nationalism. But I don't see that happening. Everybody in India is nationalist by Western standards. And when the Wall Street Journal editorializes, or the Washington Post for that matter, editorializes that coalition partners will somehow rein in the BJP. Now, I'm using their words, not my words. I think that's some kind of fantasy view of Indian politics. It results from a very simplistic outsider perspective on how political power works in India or in any developing country. The fact is that Indian politics are driven by Indian considerations, not by international imaginations, and the BJP has firm control over this coalition.
But how would you see geopolitics coming into play? I'm sure you would have seen how the CCP mouthpiece Global Times reacted. There are challenges. We as a nation, India as a rising as a nation is a beacon, is a lighthouse amidst economies and nations going into deep recession the world over, and especially in the subcontinent, Professor Babonis.
Of course there are challenges, but those challenges are not affected by this election. The TDP and the JDU and the Shiv Sena are not going to be interested in weakening Narendra Modi's cards that he can play in international negotiations. If anything, they'll all be dedicated to strengthening that hand in international negotiations. What's more, with the Indian economy now growing at something like 8% or more per year, India's hand in international affairs is only going to be strengthening, not falling in any way. When Narendra Modi goes to talk to the G7, he'll be talking as the leader of a very powerful rising nation, not as the leader of a coalition government. It's India that is the partner here in international affairs, not the coalition.
Any sociological insights that the election and the voting patterns threw up, Professor Babonis, for you? And how do you see that, impacting the road ahead for India as a nation?
Remember that elections are not fought for seat numbers, they're fought for vote percentages. The seat numbers are an artifact. They happen afterwards. So let me remind everybody that in the 2014 election that most Indian commentators thought of as a massive Narendra Modi win. I mean, in 2014, Narendra Modi was hailed as the new Caesar in India, or to use a more Indian analogy, the new Nehru in India. Yet in that election, the BJP won only 31% of the national vote share. The BJP in the 2024 election dramatically outperformed that 2014 election. Yet the rhetoric is of a BJP in collapse somehow. Now, the fact is that the BJP has modestly underperformed what it did in 2019. From a sociological perspective, the BJP is within the margin of error of the 2019 elections. There's been no massive shift in Indian society or its voting patterns. However, because India has a multi-party system intersecting with a first past the post system, that small change or small variations in vote percentages have resulted in this outsized reduction in seat counts. Again, I want to remind you, the BJP won an outright majority of 282 seats with a vote count that was 4.5 percentage points lower than today's vote percentage in 2014.
True.
So sociologically speaking, very little has changed in India since 2019. What's changed has simply been the arithmetic of how that vote count plays out in India's multi-party system.
True, and it's also about how the opposition has recalibrated. You have Eknath Shinde there along with Ajit Pawar sitting there, some of the other chief ministers present. Interesting insights, Shantanu Thakur and Shukanto Majumdar sitting together there. And Sarbananda Sonowal, Lalan Singh. The first row is Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nitin Gadkari, and next to him is Shivraj Singh Chouhan. So the order of seniority, there you go. Mallikarjun Kharge present there amidst a lot of the other leaders sitting in the front row, and he's saying, I'm going ahead and just performing my constitutional duty. I have to do it, and that's why I'm present there upon being invited. It's a 72 minister strong Modi Sarkar Council of Ministers sworn in. Uday Mahurkarji with us. So a wealth of continuity, experience, expertise, and of course vision, because a lot of them are very, very senior, sharp minds who from across all walks of life, who now find themselves in that grouping. Gajendra Shekhawat, Piyush Goyal, Dharmendra Pradhan, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Jitendra Singh, G. Kishan Reddy, all of them visible there. Then, led by the Prime Minister, the new team includes 30 other cabinet ministers, 5 ministers of state with independent charge, and 36 ministers of state. So these are details that we've got now, here exclusive to CNN News 18. So 30 cabinet ministers, 5 ministers of state with independent charge, 36 ministers of state. They represent 24 states as well as various regions within these states. I'm not even getting into the caste groupings. Let's get into that now. 27 OBCs, 10 SCs, 5 STs, 5 minorities, including a record 18 senior ministers who are going to be heading ministries. 11 NDA ally ministers bringing a wealth of experience and expertise from their own rank and file. Wealth of central experience, 43 ministers serving 3 terms or higher in parliament. 39 have been ministers in government of India before. And as far as the state experience, multiple former chief ministers, 34 having served in state legislatures, 23 having worked as ministers in states. This means this is not a raw new state council of ministers. This is people who are ready to hit the ground running from the get-go. Anurag Thakur not in the mix, former INB minister, sitting with Manjinder Sirsa there in the list of attendees and invitees in the front. What's going to happen to some of them? He's a 5-time MP, former union minister, now not part of Modi 3.0. We'll see what his role is. But this current group of 72 ministers, it's a robust, strong number, and they have said that there is no delay. Within the over the last 72 hours, this shows that this also reflects the NDAs together. There is no fight, there is no rumbling. 72 ministers, lot of experience.
You see, Mr. Modi has dwelt into coalition politics earlier in a different role. And plus the kind of flexibility he has got, as I have seen him over the last 36 years, he can adjust to the situation. I know his bonhomie with Bansi Lal, for example, when he was General Secretary, when they were running a coalition government in Haryana. He used to often talk to me about Bansi Lal, correct?
Correct.
He has dealt with Mulayam Singh,
right,
as General Secretary of the BJP. So I think this coalition government will complete 5 years, I have no doubt. It might be too early to say.
Right.
But Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar also has a good track record. You see he's got two people together who believe in good governance.
So contrary to perception, Prime Minister Modi can work with a team, can manage coalitions.
I think he can work with the team. Only thing that Hindutva related agenda will have to be kept aside to some extent. There also UCC, I personally think that he will try to convince them that UCC is a secular agenda, it is not a Hindutva agenda.
The JDU and the TDP have not said anything against the UCC. They have not opposed the UCC. They have said we don't oppose UCC. It's part of the directive principles.
So you might see UCC. You don't know.
We just want.
There might be.
We just want broader consultations.
All
segments of society to be included. That's what it is. Professor Babones, is the Common Civil Code going to be an issue? Do you believe the current government in the next 5 years moving away from some of the core ideological commitments of the BJP?
The ideological issues are not really so central as the delimitation exercise. I know people always think short term and no one's thinking ahead to 2026, 2027.
Right.
But the forthcoming constitutionally mandated delimitation exercise is really the huge controversy on the horizon for Indian politics. Motion towards a uniform civil code, by comparison, is not particularly controversial. And I don't think it'll be particularly controversial within this coalition. I mean, can you imagine any of the coalition partners seriously objecting to a uniform civil code? Of course, the opposition will object, but the opposition would have objected anyway. That's not so much an issue. Delimitation, though, is going to be the big challenge.
But how easy or difficult is it going to be? Sumant Raman, your thoughts?
Look, anything that needs an amendment to the Constitution is not going to be easy. That's the bottom line. Anything that would require a two-third majority, when you don't have it, is not going to be easy. Having said that, I think that their movement towards in the direction of these goals, I don't see that as a problem. Delimitation is a non-starter, at least not in the present format that is envisioned, because the southern states have, all of them are together on that. There is no, even the BJP leaders in the southern states will find it impossible to face their voters with the present method of delimitation, which is totally based on the population. So I think that there's got to be a complete rethink as far as delimitation, the methodology for delimitation is concerned. I think anybody is really objecting to having more representation in parliament. It's only the methodology by which that should be done. The other issues, I think one other issue is the caste census, which the JDU has been talking about. Many states have already started to do this informally, calling it caste, analysis and so on, not using the word census or survey.
Right.
But I think that it's going to be very interesting to see what the BJP's position on this is, because JDU may start to push a little harder for that. And those are the kind of issues where we see things becoming contentious. The reservation for Muslims, which Mr. Naidu has committed himself to. In fact, Nara Lokesh said that there is no going back on that. So that is again going to be something which the BJP could choose to ignore because it's limited to state. So
well, Sumant Raman, I have to interrupt you. That's the Prime Minister's cavalcade. I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi is arriving right on cue, 7:15 p.m. He was scheduled to arrive at Rashtrapati Bhavan, so they're going right on cue. That's the front cavalcade. The SPG gets off. And soon after that, that's the Prime Minister's vehicle, behind the jammers. Behind the jammer vehicle, that's where the Prime Minister, the SPG, walking in, the photography team, and also some of the crew ahead that comes in, gets off, takes its position, the SPG getting off their cars. That's the Prime Minister's vehicle. So PM Narendra Modi will come in, and soon after that, President, it's at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So once he walks in, gets on the dais, Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, will also then come out. Interesting there also to see that on the front row is the entire administrative outfit of the PMO, with PK Mishra present there, Nripendra Mishra, formerly with the PMO, he was sitting there. There are others within the PMO with whom the Prime Minister had a very special meeting. The NDA leaders, top leaders also met them, thanked them for their help, and within the BJP also. What happens there? How does the entire style of governance, does it change? One thing that the Prime Minister said, that I'm far more aware of what needs to be done than when I first took charge in 2014. It took some time for us to get our bearings. Now we know what needs to be done. We know how to hit the ground running. Do you see this government hitting the ground running? Prime Minister Narendra Modi there steps out, very, very confident in his demeanor, in his body language, in the outlook. And did you notice this, Professor Babones, the central hall when that meeting happened, once the NDA leaders, the allies spoke, the mood in the hall changed. Did you notice that too? Were you watching the broadcast? And how important is that to show that there is a cohesion, there is a cohesive spirit, they'll work together? Uday Maurkar and then Professor Babones. Yes.
You see, I tell you one thing before. You see, both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are also symbols of good governance in themselves. So the three people have come together now for good governance. So leave aside the very, very tough Hindutva agenda. Even UCC could be a reality. We don't know.
I'm going to check if we can get the audio also from there. And we'll try and
the man of the moment, Mr. Narendra Modi, who will make history in just a few moments from now, as he returns greetings of his colleagues.
We'll go across to that as the Rashtrapati comes in, but all smiles, Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeting, and he's also bowed to the entire 10,000 strong audience. You think he'll work with all of them together, and they will work. So what they said, the commitment that was made is not mere words.
Both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, they are themselves symbols of good governance. Earlier, you know.
Correct.
So now, you know, three people have come together who have commitment to good governance.
They want transformation, and the BJP has always believed that unless the eastern part of Bharat
has emerged as a symbol of good governance at the global level, you know.
Bihar,
people who come from outside, they ask me as to how did you do this digital revolution across 140 crore people.
Correct.
When people, industrialists, bankers, when they come from abroad, whosoever I have met, you know, everybody has asked me, how did you achieve this digital revolution? Yes.
So these are small things which now today have become normal for us. It's been normalized over the last decade, but the achievement of this entire jam infrastructure or this entire
my vegetable vendor who comes in the morning, he receives payment through UPI, you know.
Right. Let's listen to what's happening there. Yeah.
एक अजब जोश, उमंग, उत्साह, 10,000 से अधिक मेहमान और आगमन देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ और उनकी पत्नी डॉक्टर सुदेश धनखड़ का। सबका अभिवादन स्वीकारते हुए और अब वो इंतजार की घड़ियां बहुत करीब आती हुई जब आज का समारोह उस मकाम पर जाएगा जहां प्रधानमंत्री और उनके मंत्रिपरिषद के सदस्य शपथ लेंगे।
राष्ट्रपति के सचिव धीरे धीरे मंच की ओर अग्रसर होते हुए श्री राजेश वर्मा। कुछ ही समय में हमारे बीच राष्ट्रपति महोदया का शुभागमन होगा। माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय सभी का अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए अपना स्थान ग्रहण करते हुए सबकी निगाहें अब टिकी हुई हैं माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के शुभागमन की ओर। मंच पर विराजमान सभी विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने चिर परिचित अंदाज में आंखों में चमक, उत्साह और सभी देशवासियों की उम्मीदों पर खरा उतरने का एक विश्वास लिए हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी मंच पर विराजमान हैं। माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय, हम सब प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं राष्ट्रपति महोदया के शुभागमन की।
आपके चेहरे का तेज आपकी आंतरिक शक्ति का भी द्योतक होता है। इन बातों को सिर्फ कहा ही नहीं बल्कि हम देख भी सकते हैं। आज देश के लिए बड़ा ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण, जब नई सरकार का गठन हो रहा है और कुछ ही देर में जब यहां शपथ ग्रहण समारोह शुरू होगा तो तीसरी बार श्री नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर शपथ लेंगे। लगातार इस समय चर्चा उनकी राजनाथ सिंह जी के साथ, एक लंबी चुनाव प्रक्रिया के बाद ये वो क्षण जो विजयी होने का सुख भी देते हैं, आनंद भी, और साथ ही साथ कंधों पर बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी। जनप्रतिनिधियों का जीवन ऐसा ही होता है और यही हमारी संसदीय प्रणाली की खूबसूरती है, जहां जनता अपने प्रतिनिधियों को चुनती है और उसके बाद उनसे अपेक्षा रखती है कि वो उनके सपनों को साकार करें, और उन्हीं सपनों को कैसे साकार किया जाएगा उसका रोड मैप, जैसा कि अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जसलीन बता रही थी कि रोड मैप जिसका पूरा विस्तार से जिक्र हुआ, दिनों का ही नहीं, महीनों का ही नहीं, बल्कि कुछ वर्षों का रोड मैप मोदी जी ने तैयार कर रखा है। लोगों की अपेक्षाएं, उम्मीदें बढ़ती हुई और सबकी निगाहें इस समय राष्ट्रपति भवन की सीढ़ियों की ओर।
माननीय राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का शुभागमन हो रहा है। ब्यूगलर्स के इस फैनफेयर ध्वनि के साथ उनका शुभागमन होगा। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया का शुभागमन, उनके साथ राष्ट्रपति के सचिव, राष्ट्रपति के सैन्य सचिव मेजर जनरल मनजीत सिंह मनराल सेवा मेडल तथा राष्ट्रपति के एडीसी भी उनके साथ हैं।
भारत की राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू
माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया, आपकी अनुमति हो तो समारोह प्रारंभ किया जाए। मंत्री श्री नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी। मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
कैबिनेट मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह,
मैं राजनाथ सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं राजनाथ सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्री अमित शाह,
मैं अमित अनिल चंद्र शाह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं अमित अनिल चंद्र शाह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब तक के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित न हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्री नितिन जयराम गडकरी।
मैं नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवा जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्य के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
बहुत बहुत बधाई।
थैंक यू।
श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा।
मैं जगत प्रकाश नड्डा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं जगत प्रकाश नड्डा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि एक ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान।
मैं शिवराज सिंह चौहान ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं शिवराज सिंह चौहान ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब तक के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India and conscientiously discharge my duties as a Minister for the Union, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Nirmala Sitharaman, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as a Minister for the Union, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
डॉक्टर सुब्रमण्यम जयशंकर।
I, Subramaniam Jayashankar, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, and I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a Minister of the Union, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Subramaniam Jayashankar, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as a Minister for the Union, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
श्री मनोहर लाल।
मैं मनोहर लाल ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं मनोहर लाल ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्री HD कुमार स्वामी।
I, Haradanalli Devegowda Kumaraswamy, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a Minister for the Union, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Aradhanaralli Devegowda Kumaraswamy, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as a Minister for the Union, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
श्री पीयूष गोयल।
मैं पीयूष वेद प्रकाश गोयल ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं पीयूष वेद प्रकाश गोयल ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्य के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान।
मैं धर्मेंद्र प्रधान ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं संघ की मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार की लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं धर्मेंद्र प्रधान ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय संघ के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उससे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय, जबकि ऐसा मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप में संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
You have it. The Modi 3.0 term begins. The third term of Prime Minister Modi. He has just taken the oath of office and secrecy. Along with him, a whole host of top ministers are back in the cabinet, including Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Nirmala Sitharaman. You just saw Piyush Goyal and then Dharmendra Pradhan taking the oath of office. So clearly a message of continuity. Jagat Prakash Nadda, the BJP president, is also has taken the oath. So has Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Manohar Lal, two former chief ministers of Madhya Pradesh and Haryana respectively. Now Jitin Ram Manjhi, one of the allies of the Ham party, he is taking the oath. So clearly a big message of continuity. 72 ministers will be administered the oath of office. That includes 30 cabinet ministers along with the Prime Minister, 5 ministers of state with independent charge and 36 ministers of state. Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman Sharma are all joining us on the phone line before we go to our guest. Pallavi, you're there at the venue. What is the mahal, as they say? There was a lot of cheers when the Prime Minister came to the venue and also when he stood up to take the oath of office. What is the atmosphere there as this oath-taking continues?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Zaka. In fact, the moment the Prime Minister walked in and his cavalcade could be seen on the big screen, there was thunderous applause and there were lots of slogans, Modi and then Jai Shri Ram, and all of them were being recited over here. The moment the Prime Minister took oath, you could see the emotions just around me. It was a very poignant moment for most of the people who come here. And, you know, of course, the entire team, Modi, is very much in place. You've been rattling off all those statistics. But yes, I mean, they were each minister who's there, and that's what sources are telling us, is that all of them bring the expertise, the experience on the table. They are chief ministers like Manohar Lal Khattar as well as Chief Shivraj Singh Chouhan, the former CMs. They bring their ground experience into the cabinet. So these are the factors which are coming in there. In the crowd, I mean, you found a heavy mix. Apart from influencers, apart from creators, film stars, they were common people, Padma awardees, the rat miners. I think that's the message the Prime Minister wanted to send out, that, you know, when I want to talk about development in the country, I want it for the real people. I wanted to touch down the last mile.
All right, Aman Sharma is also joining us. Aman, so all the familiar names, familiar faces in the previous cabinet are all there, from Amit Shah to Rajnath Singh, of course, Mr. Nadda making a re-entry into the cabinet. For now, he continues as the BJP president as well. Jaishankar, Nirmala Sitharaman, almost all of them have made it back. So largely the message being that of continuity, that, you know, Mr. Modi does not want to rock the team too much.
Well, clearly, Zaka, and it's a very big council of ministers. 72 ministers, including the Prime Minister, are being sworn in today. There are 30 cabinet ministers, 5 ministers of state with independent charge, 36 ministers of state. They are representing 24 states. The caste breakup that we have been provided, that there are 27 OBCs, 10 SCs, 5 STs, and 5 from the minority community. And there are a record 18 senior ministers heading the ministries, 11 NDA ally ministers. So clearly, the BJP has cornered the lion's share of the ministries out of 72. 61 ministries, 61 berths are with the BJP. They are also citing how 43 ministers out of these 72 have served 3 terms or higher in parliament. 39 have been ministers in the centre earlier. So it's a wealth of state experience. Multiple former chief ministers, Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Manohar Lal Khattar, are a part of the cabinet. There are 34 who have served in state legislatures. 23 have served as ministers in the state. So a wealth of experience. I think, as you were saying, many of the earlier continuity in the government is there, with all the senior ministers have essentially been repeated. But what I found also interesting, Zaka, is the pecking order, which you can see in the front row of the Council of Ministers this time. So all the people in the front row will obviously be cabinet ministers. But if you see the pecking order, it's very, very interesting. Number one, of course, is Rajnath Singh, who is the senior most minister in the cabinet, but followed by that is Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, and then Mr. JP Nadda. So is Mr. JP Nadda also getting a big portfolio in the union cabinet? Following Mr. JP Nadda on the stage was Shivraj Singh Chouhan. Another name I would say would be getting a big portfolio in this government. Following that was Nirmala Sitharaman, S. Jaishankar, and then M.L. Khattar. You saw him in the front row. So also M.L. Khattar could be getting a very important cabinet portfolio. Amongst the allies whom I saw in the front row during the swearing in, Mr. Kumaraswamy and Mr. Jitendra Manjhi. So this is also quite a story. Kumaraswamy with just 2 MPs and Jitendra Manjhi with just 1 MP could become a full-time union cabinet minister in this government. There's also Mr. Piyush Goyal and Dharmendra Pradhan in the front row. So obviously they will be also be getting some prominent ministries in the union cabinet. So the new pecking order I think is also very interesting. Plus the entire breakup. The 72 ministers, Zaka, in 2019, when the Modi government had sworn in the first batch, there were only 57 ministers. So from 57 to 72, 11 ally ministers coming in. It's a big, I don't think there'll be any expansion anytime soon, Zaka.
Yeah.
I think this is already a very big government. Only the one NCP post which has been left hanging if they are able to decide, Sunil Gadkari or Praful Patel or the NCP decides who becomes the cabinet minister or the minister of state in that. But I think this is, 72 ministers, strong government, and Modi government all set to roll in, its 100-day agenda through these ministers.
I think it's very interesting what you said about the pecking order, the people who are sitting in the front row. You can say that all of them will be cabinet rank. And of course, 11 allies had to be included as well. The likes of Mr. Kumaraswamy, Mr. Jitendra Manjhi, Lalan Singh. They're all, of course, from various allies. TDP has 2 ministers as well. So I think the uppermost you can go is about 80 or 81. So 72 names are already there. So I don't think there's going to be any kind of expansion in any significant way in the foreseeable future. But by and large, the message is that of continuity. All the familiar faces are back, whether it is Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Piyush Goyal, Nirmala Sitharaman, Dr. Jaishankar. There isn't much of rocking the boat, as it were, or coming with new faces for a fresh term. Yes, there are new faces. Many of them will be ministers of state. But in the top 10 of the cabinet, it's by and large the ones who are there in Modi 2.2 government as well. Hindol Sengupta now joining us. Hindol, what is the big message from this swearing in from the people who've been chosen as ministers in the Modi government 3.0, as we are calling it?
Well, obviously, one of the big things that any sensible government which comes in a coalition does is that it doesn't disturb a team that has worked before. And, as you were saying, many of the names are familiar, they've been in the past, and they know how to continue the agenda that Mr. Modi had in his second and first term. Of course, there will be changes because there will be allies to accommodate, but the core team has to remain undisturbed, and that's a sensible thing to do. Because if you flip around too much, if you mix and match too much, those people will also go through a learning curve. These people, whether it's Mr. Jaishankar or Mr. Gadkari or Mr. Piyush Goyal, all of them already know what to do in a sense. They may have, different ministries, but they know what to do. They know what the broad agenda is. They know what the direction is. And they will be able to hit the ground running from day one, which of course this government needs to do if India has to take care of its growth in the next year and the next 5 years.
All right, Dr. Sumant Raman is also joining us. So largely a message of continuity. 2 new inclusions who are in the front row are Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, both former chief ministers. Mr. Kumaraswamy also in the front row, again a former chief minister. So obviously the speculation is they will all be cabinet rank and they will get a heavy duty portfolio, all 3 of them. But other than that, most of the front row was familiar faces. Dr. Raman, how much of that is hemmed in by the fact that this is a 240 mandate and not a 320 mandate? If it were a 300 plus mandate, then you reckon the Prime Minister had the license to sort of change and bring in fresh blood, like the BJP has done, for example, in the recent assembly elections, where they brought in chief ministers who were rather unexpected or surprising, let's put it that way. But because it's a 240 mandate and because this government is dependent on allies, he's stuck with largely, by and large, the tried and tested.
Zaka, I don't think that is the case, because had the Prime Minister wanted or lost confidence in some of the tried and tested faces, he would have acted against them even in the previous term. So the fact that he's chosen to continue with the set of ministers, as we see Mr. Ramohan Naidu taking the oath, I think that there is some level of trust in that existing team which the Prime Minister has. So I don't think that this has got anything to do with the 240 versus 284 or 303. The point really is that we've now got four former chief ministers: Mr. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Mr. Kumarasamy, Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, and of course Sarbananda Sonobal. Four former chief ministers. So there's a huge amount of experience in this cabinet. The real question is going to be, what are going to be the focus areas of governance? And there are a lot of key challenges. Most important is the economy. Despite whatever statistics are being put out, there is a very significant feeling across the country that the growth is uneven, and also that personal savings are down. Consumption is an anemic 3.5-4% growth in consumption. So all these need to be addressed, and that's why I'm going to be interested in seeing if the portfolios are also going to remain the same, or is there going to be any rejigging of the portfolios. Also, speaker. Who is going to be the speaker? Who is going to be the BJP president? Now that Mr. Nadda is in the cabinet, who is going to be the BJP president? So there are a lot of questions for which we don't at this point of time know the answers to. But one thing that this cabinet will not be short of is experience, as we see Mr. Prahlad Joshi. But they will not be short of experience. They've been in administration for the better part of 20 years now, either in the states or at the center. So, I mean, they should know what to do. One only hopes that they will focus on more governance and less government, because I think that one of the challenges of the last few years has been that the government has been overbearing. The desire to control everything from including social media, the opposition space, critics, everything has had to be, attempted to be controlled. One hopes that in the next 5 years, there will be less of that.
Veer Sanghvi is also now joining us. So, Veer, by and large, like I've been saying, it's a message of continuity. Many of the big faces have been repeated from the previous cabinet, from the previous government, at least in the front row, many of them have. There are new faces, towards the back rows, so there might be MOSs or MOSs with independent charge. But one thing that Dr. Raman was also suggesting, and it's an interesting question, I guess, who now becomes the BJP president, because Mr. Nadda is very much there in the cabinet. He was there in the top 5 people who were being sworn in. And of course, who becomes the speaker of the Lok Sabha. The other one, of course, is the 17th Lok Sabha did not have a deputy speaker. This time, because of allies, will there have to be a deputy speaker?
Well, it's a difficult one to answer. The speaker thing, I think, is the big one. The BJP president doesn't matter. Even when Nadda was BJP president, he became BJP president after being, health minister. He was not a significant figure. Everyone knows Amit Shah will continue to call the shots regardless of who's appointed president. The speaker is the big one. There's been speculation that one reason why the TDP doesn't have more ministers is because they're going to get the speaker. I don't even know if that's true. My guess is Chandrababu is more focused on getting things for Andhra, and I think he will get them. And that's probably the deal he's made with Mr. Modi. But overall, I think the idea for Mr. Modi was to regain the initiative. After the results came in, he's been a little on the defensive because people have been exulting in the media, in India, abroad. The opposition parties have been exulting and suggesting that this has been a defeat or a setback for him. I think he wants to indicate this is not a setback. It's business as usual. He ran the country during the second term. He will continue running his country during the third term. There was nothing really wrong with the second term. He will reappoint the people he had in the second term. He's suggesting, and this grand show, 10,000 people, is to indicate this is time for celebrations. I've gone to the country's re-elected me, forget about the opposition. And so far, at least, this evening, he seems to have succeeded.
Niranjan Mukhopadhyay is also now joining us. From the images that you see, Mr. Mukhopadhyay, and what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 days, there was a lot of talk that the allies will create pressure, there will be bargaining, there'll be back and forth. None of that seems to have come to pass. Both the TDP and the JDU have agreed to, I think, one cabinet and one MOS is my understanding. So again, Mr. Modi signaling that, look, this is business as usual and this is continuity, and he's here very much for the next 5 years for a full third term.
Well, yes, you are correct. That the allies at the moment have not created very much problem, except for the slight problem with the NCP, Praful Patel making that statement that we have been a cabinet minister and, how can we now take a more junior position than that. So that being the only instance. But, this is a grand show. Nonetheless, the fact is that this is a coalition government, and coalition governments can only stable as much as coalition governments can be. We have had a long period of coalition governments right from 1998 till 2014. And again, Mr. Narasimha Rao had a minority government for the first 2.5, 3 years of his tenure from 1991 onwards. There is political stability, there is stability of policy, but it is also a more participative coalition. There is a greater amount of deliberation. So while Mr. Modi is making all the big statements today of continuity, there will have to be a certain review of the manner in which the government has been run from 2014 till now. If it continues in the same way that it had been done in the past, where over heavy centralization, minimizing the role of the separate distinct ministries on their own, and I think having also little less of deliberations on matters of policy. So those are things, which actually have the potential of creating a problem. So I think it would be better for us as analysts to take things as and when they come chapter by chapter, looking at parliament session by session. There will be a monsoon session. So let us look at it, how it has to change. Mr. Modi cannot continue with the style of functioning which is done from 2014 till now. The allies also will have to be slightly, they will feel a bit more hopeful of having their say in the government compared to what there was 2014 to 24.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because my feeling would be that, the manner of functioning of the government, whether, as you said, centralization or whatever, I suspect that might not change too much. Yes, of course, managing parliament becomes critical. So Hindol Sengupta, all eyes on who's going to be the parliamentary affairs minister. I did see Mr. Prahlad Joshi just take the oath sometime back. But it's not a Lok Sabha which has only, last time the Congress had 52. This time they have 99. The entire opposition combined has 234. That's a very different Lok Sabha from the one that was the outgoing Lok Sabha. So you need someone who has, friends across the aisle if you need to get stuff passed, if you need to get bills passed. In that, the government may have to, be a little more tactful and change its tactics as opposed to the 17th Lok Sabha.
There are 2 or 3 things. One, of course, is, yes, there, of course, has to be change in sort of processes. And I do think somebody like Narendra Modi, who's had such a long stint in government, knows how to change. I mean, if there's one lesson his career, teaches us, it is that he knows how to accommodate setbacks and change and, in a sense, redevelop and reinvent himself. Having said that, there's been a lot that has been said, Zaka, about how there could be fissures in this coalition. And indeed, in any coalition, there could be fissures. But we need to keep in mind 2 things. Similarly, there could be fissures in the opposition too. We are assuming at this point that the opposition as it stands today will remain a unified monolith, while there could be fissures in government. That may not actually be a very accurate presumption. We'll have to wait and watch to see what happens there. Also, I do think directionally, yes, there are, as Nilanjan said, coalition governments, who knows, different priorities might emerge. But if you look at the main members of this coalition, directionally, there are things that they want, which I think the BJP will and under Mr. Narendra Modi will find it easier to give. What does Chandrababu Naidu want? He basically wants a legacy in Andhra Pradesh. He wants his son, in a sense, to inherit the mantle. He wants to fulfill his unfulfilled dream for Andhra Pradesh. He wants to build Amravati. All of this is easy for a central government to help him do. That's the direction of his wants. What does Nitish Kumar want? He wants a legacy in Bihar. He wants to leave a legacy in Bihar, again, something that it's easy for a central government to help him achieve. So, directionally, it's not clear where very large fissures would immediately, arrive today. Could it happen? Of course, anything can happen. But as I said, let me reiterate: we are assuming that this, hugely diverse opposition will remain a cohesive monolith, and there could be fissures within the coalition government. It could happen, but I do not think we should make the quick presumption that the opposition will remain the monolith that we see it as at the moment.
Also, I know coalition governments generally get a bad name, but Sumant Raman, Mr. Vajpayee's first government from 1999 to 2004, that ran for 6 years. Both the UPA governments finished their full term. To say that even Mr. Narasimha Rao effectively ran a minority government. So to say that coalitions don't last or coalitions almost always inevitably have their troubles and so on. If you look at both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, them and their party folks who've been coming on television last week or so have been saying that what they require the most is financial assistance for their states. There hasn't been that much pushback or back and forth even for ministerships. I think both parties seem to be okay with one cabinet and one MOS. So why do we presume that this coalition will be shaky or that Mr. Modi will not be able to handle coalition compulsions and so on?
Zaka, I disagree slightly with what Mr. Hindol said a short while ago, saying that Mr. Modi has faced several setbacks and emerged and reinvented himself. After the 2002 Gujarat riots, when he came close to potentially losing his chief minister's post, there has not been a single setback since then. He's just gone from strength to strength to strength. I mean, the majority may vary, but he's always had a comfortable majority. He's got his way with the party. He has got his way with the government. And from 2014, it's been virtually, he's been the uncrowned king, both in the party and in the government. So I think that, this could potentially present challenges if contentious issues are taken up. Now, if there is going to be if there's just going to be the focus on the economy, the governance, and so on, I don't see the TDP or the JDU having too many issues. And as long as they are given enough money for their state, I don't expect either Mr. Naidu. Mr. Naidu, by the way, is slightly in a different league from Mr. Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar needs the BJP in Bihar. Mr. Naidu at this point of time does not need the BJP in Andhra, and his victory was not because he and Jan Sena would also have won the same mandate. So I think that that's a slightly different thing, and they would be happy. Where the problem lies are what if contentious issues are taken up? What if the Hindutva agenda is pushed? Mr. Naidu has a sizable Muslim population in Andhra Pradesh that he would not want to antagonize. He's promised the 4% reservation for Muslims, which the BJP could choose to ignore and pretend that it's just limited to one state and he's their ally and get away with it. The point is, what happens? Uniform Civil Code. If anything is attempted to be pushed down, the way it was in the last Parliament session, I think that is when we could see some pushback from the allies. On a day-to-day basis, in the near term, I honestly don't see a major challenge from Mr. Naidu or Mr. Nitish Kumar.
And the way the numbers are, not one of them on their own can lead to the collapse of this government. They have to act in tandem. It's only if both of them decide to pull support that this government will fall short of majority. So they have to act in tandem for that. But be that as it may, V. Sanghvi, so what happens to some of these issues? For example, I interviewed Lokesh a couple of days back and he said, we're very happy with the Muslim quota. We don't want any, change to that as far as the Muslim quota in Andhra Pradesh is concerned. And I agree with Dr. Raman. I mean, maybe the BJP can put that in the back burner. What happens to things like UCC and, now we have the delimitation coming up. You have one nation, one poll. Will all of this also have to take a back seat?
I would think so. I would think so, certainly in the beginning. I think the reason we think Mr. Modi lost some seats and the reason he thinks he did badly are probably very different. All of us have a confirmation bias in the way we look at things. We talk about his attitude to the minorities, we talk about centralized leadership, etc., etc. I think from his perspective, it will be that he didn't get enough support from the RSS, he didn't get enough support from his chief minister. He's certainly going to blame Yogi Adityanath for most of the reverses in UP. He's going to say they screwed up badly in Bengal. I think that's it. I don't think he looks in the mirror and says, oh my God, I pretended I was everything, but I wasn't, the country has slapped me. The sort of stuff the media are saying. I don't think he sees it that way at all. He's a smart guy. I don't really accept that he's a wonderfully accommodating man who can deal with coalitions. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. We've seen no evidence of that. And certainly a man who goes out on the campaign trail and treats this as a personal election and asks for votes only in his name, not in the name of anything else, is not, at least on the face of it, a guy who wants to take everyone with him. He wants everyone to take him with them. So I think there is a difference there. But I think essentially he will focus on the reasons he thinks he's done badly. He will focus on a pro-poor agenda. There'll be a populist budget. There'll be talk of getting things done. He will portray himself as a man of action taking India forward. He'll go to the G7. He'll talk about how he's made us an international superpower. He will not project himself as a contentious figure. He talked, and many of his people talked initially about how once he gets a third term with this huge majority, he will transform India. He'll be like Jawaharlal Nehru. I think all of that is on hold. He's not going to remake India. He's just going to try and prove that he can be a good prime minister. He can take the country forward. And at least the beginning, that should be enough.
Now, interestingly, I agree with what you said about UP and Bengal, but there's Maharashtra as well, and that's going to assembly polls in 3 months from now. And given what we've seen in the Lok Sabha, how are they going to fix that?
I think that's going to be one of their biggest problems. If you look back at what they did, this whole Tod mode stuff that they're so good at, they royally screwed it up in Maharashtra. It's not clear to me they gained anything by this courtship of Ajit Pawar. If you remember, he was once sworn in early in the morning. That government didn't last. They used him again to attack Sharad Pawar. You would have thought they learned their lesson the first time. They didn't. And now they have this problem with the NCP. Even the Shiv Sena thing, there's constantly been reports and consistent reports that they went back to the Shiv Sena this time and they said, never mind the India Alliance, come with us. You have a problem with Fadnavis, we'll get rid of Fadnavis, we'll take him to Delhi or whatever, which may be one reason why Fadnavis threatened to resign and indicated he was unhappy. But they've got to look at Maharashtra again. It's very clear that this whole we are so clever Machiavellian strategy has backfired on them. I'm not sure Shinde has done them much good. He may have done himself good. I'm not sure anybody thinks the BJP is really running the state or is running it well. There's going to be a lot of work from the ground up, and I'm not sure they have a strategy yet.
All right, and time. They don't have time. That's the most important thing. Nilanjan
exactly.
Mukhopadhyay is also there. So Nilanjan, I mean, I want to continue on that theme because you have Maharashtra and Haryana and Jharkhand coming up in the next 3 months. Clearly, both in Maharashtra and Haryana, from what we've seen in the Lok Sabha election results, it's loaded up against the BJP. They really have their work cut out. And then you have Bihar coming up next year, and Bihar finds significant representation in the Union Council of Ministers. I believe, last I checked, there were 10 members from Bihar who will be part of the council. So clearly, a lot of weightage is being given for Bihar, including the allies. Of course, there are 2 from the JDU. There's Chirag Paswan from the LJP, Mr. Banji from the Ham Party. So a lot of accommodation of Bihar, clearly also with one eye on the elections.
Well, you also have Delhi coming up, and after the Aam Aadmi Party declaring that their alliance with the Congress was only restricted for the Lok Sabha, so it provides the BJP with an opening and to actually overturn this narrative that in the locals it is Kejriwal, but as far as nationals are concerned, it is going to be Modi all the way. There are big challenges in Haryana and also Maharashtra. What I am worried about immediately after the initial formation of the government is what will Mr. Modi do with the half-done or three-quarter done Hindutva projects? You have a fair amount of progress made with the Kashi temple, in terms of, taking it forward from where it is, and actually creating a situation where you keep on raising the demand that the Muslims must shift the Gyanvapi Masjid from the site where it is now and allow the Kashi Vishwanath temple to come up, fearing that there could be a similar rerun like what happened in Ayodhya in 92. Likewise, in Mathura, court cases are in a fairly advanced stages. You also have the challenge to the Places of Worship Act. There has been a steady demand, and also a lot of it has been accepted by BJP state governments about anti-conversion laws. So there is a fair amount of Hindutva related projects which are in the making. There's also this constant problem which we have seen in the last 10 years, that you have had violent actions by people who are labeled as fringe groups, but actually they are not really fringe groups. They are very much part of the Sangh Parivar's elaborate network of affiliates. Will the government now, because it is the coalition government, be forced by its allies to take some action, unlike what has happened in the last 10 years? So there are these problems also which Mr. Modi will have to face. So I think, it is, we journalists should not make a mistake of, looking at uh, things as they stand now. The problem is that every day, every few days, every 10 days, there can be some fresh problems coming up on which the BJP would be having one way of looking at things. The opposition, the coalition partners would have another way of looking at it. How does that get resolved at that point? To
Okay.
what extent is Mr. Modi going to be listening to what the coalition partners are saying? Those are going to be very crucial. So it is going to be very important for him to start acting like a politician, which he has never been all his political career, especially after 2001. 23 years, chief minister, prime ministership combined. Long time to be playing all by himself.
Mr. Mohandas Pai is also joining us. Mr. Pai, so accommodating the allies, accommodating some of the regional aspirations, and of course, a lot of familiar faces. So a message of continuity, no doubt about it. But at the same time, given the results, the lessons that need to be learned from the results, we had other panelists who were suggesting that running parliament, for example, might not be as easy as the last two terms were. You would need someone who has connections and friends across the aisle to get bills passed. You will see a lot more bills being referred to parliamentary standing committees and so on. How is Modi 3.0 going to be different or hemmed in by the coalition politics as we know it, or is it going to be business as usual?
Well, I think it will be more business as usual for very important reasons. First, he has got an agenda, unfinished agenda, which he has to complete. All the hard work of the last 10 years has to fructify more. And he has said that what was in the past is just a trailer. So we got to see what is it that's going to happen. I think he will still do it, because please remember, this is his third term. There may be no fourth term. The last hurrah, mostly. And he wants to make sure that he achieves what he set out to achieve. Second, as far as coalition is concerned, please remember, for Chandrababu Naidu to fulfill all the fat promises he has made, he needs a lot of money. And he's being more interested in retaining Andhra rather than creating trouble at the center, where opposing Modi are doing something to be popular. He wants money. Have you seen his promises? Please see his 7 promises. My God, it is more, let us say, more money to be spent than what the Congress did in his Nyais. So I think he will need money. So he has to find a balance. And as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned, he too has to find money, because the next election is going to be in trouble if we don't develop. The biggest takeaway from this election is that the aspirations of the people in the bottom 50% of this country have risen tremendously. All of them have got the necessities of life. They want money in the bank. And I think that is a big thing that's going to impact. So I think he'll carry on the coalition. I don't think there'll be a problem. There'll be a problem in parliament. I'm sure the opposition will not allow parliament to function. They will not allow parliament to function. They know that they have to go for the jugular again. They know that the next 5 years are going to be critical for their survival. So I think it's going to be a very, very troubled parliament. And I think somebody has to take a tough stand that we can debate in parliament, we can discuss in parliament, but if you disrupt parliament, out you go. So I think we're going to see a very tough time in the next 5 years as far as parliament is concerned. And many of the contentious law which require a huge majority may be put on the back burner. The UCC may go through because I think it's important to give equal rights to all women in this country. And any other contentious laws, well, I think there has to be a greater debate and greater consensus. But I think Narendra Modi will create the consensus in a coalition. Yes, he has not run a coalition. Does not mean he will not run a coalition. Remember, he's got 240 solid seats. And he's very, very close to majority. And he can cobble all the small parties together for the majority. He's not as weak as some people think. And he has all the aces in his hand.
No, I do want to ask you about what his agenda would be, and obviously the third term is for history, as they say. On many of these ideologically sort of important issues, like, you know, whether it is UCC or this campaign was dominated by, you know, quotas, religion-based quotas and things like that. Delimitation is coming up in the next year, and then of course you have one nation, one poll. All of these issues, he may not be able to sort of push through because not just allies, there's also an increased number in the opposition now, but some of the allies might also have an issue with that. So he might need to look at the stamp of legacy on those issues on which he can build consensus both within the allies and perhaps in the wider political spectrum itself.
Well, let me start by talking about the economic matters and the political matters. On the economic matters, I think the unfinished agenda is very clear. He'll go for it. He will reform many things. I don't think he'll touch contentious things like farm reforms. I don't think he should take a, straight away head on the farm lobby. He must wear them down by easing many of the conditionalities in the farm sector to make it much easier. You'll be very surprised to know that cereals, rice, wheat, and pulses, rice, wheat, etc., make up only 35-40% of the agriculture production of this country. And by another 5 years, they may come down to maybe 25-30%. And today, UP, Bengal, and Madhya Pradesh are larger agriculture powers than Punjab. So I think the economic policy, I think will go through. There are not many contentious issues. On the political side, the biggest thing for this country is the delimitation. Because remember, when the delimitation happens, the north of India will get more seats in the Lok Sabha. The south, the share, the total seats will come down, even though seats may increase. And delimitation also will mean that the metros and the urban areas will get more seats than the rural areas. So there'll be a shift in the balance of power to the north, with UP getting 143 seats and the north having more political power. There'll also be a shift in the rural to urban. Please remember that. I think that's very, very critical. And there'll be a fight from the southern states to prevent them getting marginalized and to say that we are getting punished for controlling our population. And also 33% of the total seats of 843 out will be women. Now, that is the biggest thing that he has to manage, because that is going to redefine politics for the next 20-25 years. That the genie has been kept suppressed. Now it will come out, and how they have delimitation, where they're going to drop the constituencies, how the caste thing will work out. That, I think, is the biggest challenge for this government. Not UCC, they will be able to do, because women rights are very important. There is a reasonable consensus. And I think many of the states are going to have UCC themselves. They can have state laws, and state laws will improve the lot of women. But the biggest thing is going to be the delimitation exercise and redoing everything.
All right. Hindol Sengupta, would you agree with Mr. Pai that on the economic front, he would largely keep the ball rolling? Much like what we've seen in the last 10 years. Maybe some of the more reformist stuff, whether it is in farms, whether it is land and labor, he might not touch because it's contentious as well. But the other reforms, whether it is infrastructure development, growth rates, so on and so forth. Of course, he has to have a big focus on job creation as well, because I think that's one of the big messages from this election. If you look at UP or Maharashtra, Haryana, etc., even Rajasthan, it's that swathes of young people are saying that we need jobs. So all this business of paper leaks and, vacancies in government, etc., that is something that Mr. Modi's new government will have to focus on in a heavy way.
Of course, there has to be more focus on processes, and the exam leaks and some of the other issues that you mentioned are part of those processes, the processes of governance. We still have a lot of lacuna there. But remember, economic reforms, I would agree with Mohandas Pai, has to continue at a particular pace, even though perhaps some things cannot be done, because getting to 5 trillion is a personal commitment of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a commitment he has made again and again and again, a personal guarantee that India will get to 5 trillion. It will be, by the turn of the decade, be the third largest economy in the world. This has been underlined again and again. So unless the reforms continue, we will not get to that point. So these reforms have to continue, many of them. Some of these things, like land and, labor, I think labor also we are chipping away. We are constantly chipping away at labor in various, shorter or smaller forms and formats. Land is a big issue, but land also, the industrial land bank that we have created, that is trying to tackle some of the problems that can be expanded and made more nuanced. I agree with Mohandas Pai also that the Punjab problem will get more localized. It's really not the great food basket of India that we once, read in our school books and imagined. I mean, that role for Punjab is getting curtailed more and more. And, that problem is getting localized, which is a good thing. My final point really would be on Modi in the world, so to speak. If this is indeed the third term of Modi, and I actually am not as certain as Mr. Pai that this is definitely and 100% his last term, who knows? We don't know the future. But if it's indeed his last term, there is certainly a global legacy for Mr. Modi to leave. And what kind of legacy would that be? We will have to wait and watch. I actually think that the terminology that he has built on India as a civilizational state, if he manages to establish that clearly and manages to build a particular, deeper ties in a sense with America, that could be his lasting legacy. Will he try to rebuild ties with Pakistan? Some people believe yes. I used to believe yes, but I'm not so sure anymore because Pakistan is going downhill and there is really no need for India at the moment to throw them a line, unless, of course, the Chinese influence there gets worse and, those problems begin to show up on our borders, then, all bets are off.
No, I agree with you on the Pakistan question. I don't think Mr. Modi at least is not going to take any initiative to try and repair the relationship with Pakistan. I think that's pretty much out now in the deep freezer. Even if you look at the guests who've been invited, the other heads of state, you have Ranil Wickremesinghe from Sri Lanka, you have Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh, you have the Nepal Prime Minister, you have the King of Bhutan, you even have the Maldives President, with whom the relationship has not been particularly great in the last few months, but even he is there. There was no invitation extended to Pakistan, and clearly I don't see any repair in that relationship. But Veer Sanghvi, with some of the other Western countries, yes, with America, it is a very, very deep and broad relationship, but there are pain points. This whole recent Khalistan stuff and Pannu and the killing of Nijjar and so on has caused some bad aftertaste. So do you reckon that whether it's with the Americans, the British, the French, they would be happier dealing with Modi at 240 or they're okay with Modi at 300? I mean, because these pain points need to be addressed in the coming term.
Yeah, broadly, I think everyone is happier dealing with Modi at 240 because there is a danger that once you give him 300, he thinks he's invincible. And that's as true of foreign governments as it is true of many Indian commentators. In terms of our relationship with America, we tend to downplay it in our own minds. Let's not forget that Manmohan Singh risked his whole government on the Indo-US nuclear deal. We've always been close allies. America's gone the extra mile for us, and we've gone that mile for them. So I really don't know why we create this stuff about will we be friends with America? How will we make America happier? Will America want to be with us? America needs India as an investment destination, as a market. So there is a certain self-interest there. And America needs India to counter China. So I don't see that as being a problem. I think there's a bipartisan consensus on it. The only people who were sort of anti-American were the left. And when they opposed the nuclear deal, essentially they signed their own death warrant. At a national level, they're now irrelevant. So yes, Mr. Modi will make friends with America, and if his great pal, Mr. Trump, wins the election, which is certainly a possibility, there will be bonhomie of a greater order between the two men. But broadly, I mean, nations only have permanent interests, and both our interests coincide. The Khalistan stuff, I think, is a nuisance. There will be a problem with Canada, where Justin Trudeau has very nakedly and unashamedly tried to play to the Khalistan lobby, but Trudeau will lose and will no longer be an issue. In terms of America, they haven't really done much in terms of being pro-Khalistan or whatever, except for when we provoked them by trying to kill somebody on their soil. Assuming we hadn't done that, I don't think we'd even be discussing it.
Yeah, but the Khalistan problem could be a problem even in Parliament, because one of the MPs there, the new MPs who's been elected is Amrit Pal Singh. He's one of the MPs, and also the son of one of the assassins of Indira Gandhi. So it's going to be a problem there as well. It's not something that, and there is engineer Rashid from Baramulla. So that question will have to be addressed, whether in Parliament or outside. But I suspect it will find echoes, perhaps even more than what we saw in the previous term. But let me go back to Niranjan Mukhopadhyay. So, how do you expect the government and the opposition to play this? Clearly, Mr. Modi is seizing back the narrative after what one can now say pretty much shock election results. No one predicted that the BJP would only get 240. So some of that initiative is now being seized. Clearly, the message he wants to send out is that of continuity. So a lot of familiar faces from the previous cabinet have been repeated. He wants to send out the message that, look, I'm still in charge. This is very much a government in continuity. So he's trying to seize back that initiative. You have an opposition which, threw the kitchen sink at this election. They did a commendable job, no doubt about it. They went, like I said, the Congress has gone from 52 to 99. The combined opposition has gone up to 234. But the bottom line is they're still in opposition. They're not in government. So how do both government and opposition, play this game going forward?
Well, to answer your question first, that how do the government and the opposition play this game to take the story forward? I think both have to become a bit kinder to each other. Unfortunately, right after the verdict, in the two most important speeches which Mr. Modi has delivered, one on the 4th of June at the BJP headquarters, and then after being elected as a leader of the NDA, the speeches, both speeches had sections, where it was extremely critical of the Congress party. There was actually no need to be so obsessed with the Congress party, at a time when you are actually trying to celebrate, something which is actually a moderate setback and trying to convert it into a great victory. There was actually no reason for it. And if that kind of an attitude continues, then I do not see any way that the Congress is going to relent and allow the parliament, and not just the Congress, but the opposition, to allow it to continue and become a fairly functional parliament. I'm also not very sure that how much of commitment Mr. Modi has to allow parliamentary procedures to come back and play an important role, especially when it comes to referring bills to the standing committee, and also when having debates and not converting everything into a proscenium, where he's delivering a speech for the entire country to watch. If I was a person, who would be having the ear of Mr. Modi, I think the first thing which the Prime Minister needs to do is to conduct a very detailed, dispassionate review of why the verdict turned out to be the way it is, why he did not get anywhere close to 370, that was his target, why did he unexpectedly fall below the majority. All said and done, this is the worst performance of the BJP in the last 10 years. So those have to be found. He has to understand that economic worries, the livelihood concerns of people played a very big role in whatever is the result. Unemployment, not having money in hand are very important issues. It is not enough for people to be given 5 kilograms of food every month and then expect them not to, be perfectly satisfied with having no cash in their hand. There are a large number of issues also, which needs to be actually looked at. These things there is this entire question of expectation of a universal basic income, which I think the Congress is going to raise in a fairly, organized fashion in the
Okay.
next couple of years, before that. So Mr. Modi has also to take care of things which have not really worked well. He keeps on talking about Deen Dayal Upadhyay's Antyodaya, but where is it happening in practice? So saying is not enough. A lot of what he says has now to be actually implemented in practice if he wants to politically recover the lost ground.
Yeah, this assessment or post-mortem of what went wrong, at least in the biggest states in this country, Mr. Pai, in Uttar Pradesh, the India Alliance had more MPs. In fact, the Samajwadi Party has more MPs than the BJP from Uttar Pradesh. Maharashtra, the second biggest state, again, the India Alliance got 30, and I think the NDA had 19. So there was a big setback there as well. Then you have Bengal, where again, Mamata Banerjee was expected to do worse than last time. She's done much better than last time. Tamil Nadu, of course, again. Other than Bihar, in the top 5 big states, in 4 of the 5 big states, the NDA did badly. Will there be a postmortem of what went wrong, or is it just going to be, accountability fixed on whoever was responsible for those states in charge, general secretaries or chief ministers and so on and so forth? Or as Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay and others have been saying, to address the unemployment question, to address the aspiration question, that people want more than just, free rice and ration. You're on mute, Mr. Pai. You have to unmute, please.
Yeah, I think what happened in the elections are 2 big states, UP and Maharashtra. They have to analyze, they have to do an in-depth review to see what happened, because UP was a shock. UP was supposed to be in the bag. Maharashtra was iffy, but to the extent of the decline in their votes and their seats has been a shock. And there's a message coming from both the states. And to my mind, the message is very economic. Like somebody said earlier, people today have the necessities of life: a roof over the head, water in the tap, power in the sage, food on the table, a toilet, a gas stove, bank account, some money in the bank, internet, health insurance, mobile phone, etc. But they want money, and they're not getting the money. The trickle-down impact is not working. The bottom 50% have seen their incomes grow, but the top 50% income has grown much, much faster, and the gap is widening, because when the economy grows, the people who are skilled, who are educated, who are urban get most of the benefits. The people who are still in the rural areas do not get benefit because jobs are not there, formal jobs are not there, agriculture jobs are there. 45% of the workforce for the last 5 years have been in agriculture. Before that, every year it was declining by 1% from 61% 15, 18 years back. And I think what we need is a massive income transfer scheme, like the basic income the gentleman said. And this 8,500 scheme seems to be a big hit in UP and rural Maharashtra. Because one journalist made a point about rural Maharashtra, that wherever the caravan, Rajiv Gandhi's caravan went, I think most of the people voted for the Congress.
Yeah.
And even in UP too, I think there's a groundswell of support for that money, because people want money. You see in the long queues, people got carried away. You see, there's a chance. I wish in the first 1-2 months, the first budget, Modi will announce for 10 crore women who are getting this free gas stove, an income of, let's say, 2,000 rupees a month. That is about 2,40,000 crores. And 2,40,000 crores can come from the increase, let us say, 1.5 lakh crores dividend that is coming from RBI this year. So I think it's very important that, you have this kind of income transfer, because the income transfer will help solve the problem of no money at the bottom of the pyramid and the uneasiness that comes. It'll take time for them to get higher income. We have to solve this issue, because to me, the number one issue in this country is increasing employment and making sure people get a good income in employment. We are producing a lot of low-paying jobs. You're not producing jobs which pay much better. And second, a decent monthly income, and now we can afford it for the people at the bottom of the pyramid, maybe the bottom 25-30%. If both are done and the focus is on economic advancement, next 5 years are going to be great. We cannot have the bottom 50% have their aspirations not met and not have money in the bank, because rural purchasing power has to go up. And I think it's very important to do it right away. And there is money today for the government to do that. It's not that there's no money, because the extra dividend from the RBI is a godsend for the government. It's not been budgeted. I think the budget will see maybe 3 to 3.5 lakh crores extra income coming in from higher tax collections, higher GDP growth, the RBI dividend, and they must do that. And then I think they will because you see in Maharashtra, 3 months later, if there are elections in the rural areas, Latur, the drought belt, and everything, that's where they lost, and that's not going to change because you can bet your last rupee that the opposition will go and say, get us to power, we give you 5,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees. Now I think all across India, for the poorer classes, getting money in the bank has become the most important thing to vote. It's a wonder, I think, now when I look at it, how they got 240 despite this Nyaya thing going around, because it's very, very attractive for people who don't have adequate income, who suffer every single day and who want to fight for survival, despite the status being much better than earlier. Yes, the status is much better, but they need some money in the bank and they're not seeing opportunities. So I think we are at an inflection point where we have to first tackle income for the bottom 50%. We have to put jobs as the number one priority, and they do all the economic thing and the political things. And that's what is going to make a better country.
Let me take that thought forward with Sumant Raman. How easy or difficult would that be, both from an economic perspective as well as from a political perspective? From an economic perspective, clearly the fisc will go up, and your ratings agencies and the stock markets may not like the idea of transferring 2,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees every month directly to poor households, because clearly that would fundamentally change economics, the government revenues and so on. But also politically, this is exactly what the Congress has been arguing for. It was there in their manifesto. They've done this, I think, already in Karnataka and some other states. And the BJP has branded this as Revdi. So why would they politically do that? I mean, the moment they do that, then Rahul Gandhi and the Congress can turn around and take credit for it, right?
Look, Zaka, I don't think it is as simple as just taking credit for it. I think that the government has to address the concerns of two broad groups. One is the poor, who feel increasingly marginalized, and where the inequality is apparently, and even the data says that it is increasing between the rich and the poor. And the second is the middle class. The middle class is quite disillusioned. Yes, a sizable portion of the middle class did vote for BJP this time, but it was not with they were not jumping with joy when they actually cast their vote for the BJP. They were disillusioned, but they still voted because they felt that the opposition was worse as a choice. But I think that the government needs to put more money in the hands of the people. Now, how they are going to do it is something that they need to work out. Should there be tax cuts for the middle classes? Yes, at one level, certainly. For instance, as I've been saying, corporate taxes are lower than personal income taxes in this country, and that was something which this government did. So I think that there's potential place there for making for giving a few tax breaks. But for the poorest of the poor, it has got to be handouts of cash in some form or the other. Now, you can call it by whatever name, but eventually they are going to need to have money in their pocket to be able to spend, to be able to improve their quality of life. So I think that that's a massive focus area for the government. Like, I want to point out one political issue which many of us have not really discussed at length, and that is the elections coming up in Maharashtra and in Haryana, and then later on, 2 months later, in Jharkhand. Look, normally, Mr. Modi, as Prime Minister, has lost assembly elections. He lost in 2018 in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. It had zero impact on his popularity. He lost Karnataka, he lost Telangana, he lost Himachal Pradesh. It again had very little impact on his popularity. But I see these assembly elections, particularly Maharashtra, Haryana in October, as being very crucial to how the BJP internal voices, how the Sangh Parivar, the RSS, perceives Mr. Modi's connect with the voter. A bad defeat for the BJP in both these states, and mind you, technically they are in power in both those states. So a bad defeat for them would certainly lead to questions being raised. Obviously, it doesn't mean that things go downhill automatically, but clearly, not only do the allies get a little more emboldened, because everyone likes to have a weak leader, because only then your power can manifest itself in a stronger way. So I see that as a possibility. So Mr. Modi needs to solve the problems in Maharashtra. He needs to a lesser extent in Haryana, but certainly the loss of a large state like Maharashtra, particularly after all that they've done to wreck the Shiv Sena, to wreck the NCP, and all that went on for the last 2.5, 3 years. I think that if they lose Maharashtra badly, it will have a significant impact. Coming so soon after the setback in the general elections, I think that that is why these elections become extremely important for Mr. Modi. Not that they have not lost assembly elections in the past,
Yeah.
but they've not had this setback in 10 years. And soon after this setback, should there be another jolt, that will lead to questions being raised.
No, it's financially also. I mean, it's the richest state in the country. It's the state that pays the maximum amount of taxes. Yeah. But what can be done, Veer Sanghvi? Because given the result in Maharashtra and this whole Tod-Ford business that you referred to, clearly the voters have punished that kind of politics. Can anything be done? Because we're literally looking at, elections in the next 3 months. We're already in the middle of June. Elections have to be called in Maharashtra, have to happen in Maharashtra in October. So literally in 3 months, what can they do to turn the story around? There was talk of, bringing Fadnavis to the center. There's still talk of, reaching out to Uddhav Thackeray through the back door. But why would, again, Uddhav Thackeray, who's just won, I think he got 9 MPs, and more than winning the MPs, he's humbled the people from Delhi, saying, they know better than, they know Maharashtra better than the folks there itself. Why would he jump ship? What's the incentive for him to jump ship? What can the BJP do to turn the story around in Maharashtra, and that too in 3 months?
I find it very difficult to think of anything. I think one of the advantages of having Uddhav Thackeray as an opponent from the BJP's point of view is that he's a fairly emotional and trusting person. So they were able to split his party without his really having any idea what's happening. But the disadvantage of doing that to an emotional, trusting person is he doesn't forgive you. I don't think anybody in the Thackeray Shiv Sena is going to forgive Shinde or the BJP for what they've done. So that whole idea of we'll link up with the Shiv Sena again, I don't think makes sense. And voters are not fools. They remember what they said about Uddhav Thackeray, what the BJP said about Uddhav, what they said about the Shiv Sena. They're not going to be able to buy an alliance. There's a sense in which the BJP is seen in Maharashtra as a party that turns brother against brother, uncle against nephew, which is emotionally absolutely the wrong image. Now the BJP is not reconciled to any of this because they believed, I think till about a week ago, that they were going to win. The problem with many of these calculations is that, like we talked a lot about the economic stuff, that's true. But Mr. Modi is smarter than all of us put together. It's not that he doesn't see it. It's not that he doesn't see that there's agrarian distress, that there's an unemployment problem. But his solution was, if you do welfare measures and you send some money across, people will be happy. And once they're happy with you as a benefactor, they will fall for the emotional stuff that you do on the communal sectarian lines. And they'll fall for your image as the all-powerful, invincible strongman. Now, the problem is that the calculation has failed because and this is, I think, something people don't give Mr. Modi credit for, when we say that he's not accommodating and doesn't change his mind, actually he does. When the Congress started the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, he opposed it. He opposed it very strongly. When he came to office, he quickly adopted it. And many of the other welfare measures that the Congress had introduced against the will of the BJP and with its opposition. But the problem, as he's now discovering, is that once you do it, expectations rise. People start taking whatever you've done for them in terms of benefits or whatever for granted. They want a bit more. The Congress had that problem in UPA too. The issues that worked so well for them in the election after UPA won backfired and didn't make any difference. People wanted different things. That's one of Mr. Modi's problems, that's not going to work. The emotional stuff, which he counted on, the Hindutva temple stuff, hasn't worked. It hasn't even worked in Ayodhya. And his image as a strong man. I mean, I don't know. I think he is still by far the most popular leader in India. But I don't think that's enough to win an election. I think people don't just want his popularity or their admiration for him. They want a bit more. I don't think, as you've correctly pointed out, in 3 months he's in a position to do very much about agrarian distress, except for maybe send them more money through direct transfers. He's certainly not in a position to do anything about unemployment, which is going to be a growing problem, which I think economists have been pointing out for several years now, and he has more or less ignored it. Amit Shah even said about the problem of unemployment, go and make pakoras, be self-employed. This is a problem that's been staring them in the face, and they're going to have to tackle it in this term, and perhaps they will, but they can't do it in 3 months.
The issue also, Hindol, is even after the next set of elections, which is Maharashtra, Haryana and Jharkhand, next year it's Bihar, where again, the last assembly election, we saw Tejasvi Yadav running Nitish Kumar and the NDA combined there very close. This time, the reckoning is that it's going to be a far tighter fight, even if the NDA manages to slip through a win. But there aren't elected, and then in 2026, you have Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, again states where, the BJP may not be in a position to come to power. So to try and reclaim this narrative, to seize the initiative back, that this election winning machine continues and this juggernaut continues, you probably have to wait till 2027 when Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, etc. go to poll. So that's a fair time. That's a couple of years.
Zaka, Mr. Modi has always pulled out, ideas from his bag, so to speak, that most people have not imagined that those ideas could exist before he pulled them out. Let me agree with Veer that it is really true that India is at a point now where most people want more money. Now, remember, the Soviet Union fell when it actually began to open up. It did not fall when actually the greatest, draconian measures were applied around it. So today, people, yes, we have pulled 250 million people out of poverty, but people want more. And this universal basic income thing is being discussed for a long time. With the disruptions that are coming in our economy as around the world, with artificial intelligence, you will see this problem coming again and again. And we will have to figure out a way in which universal basic income of some sort is provided to a part of the population. Infrastructure and all these things, we know that infrastructure spend has a greater multiplier effect than, for instance, revenue spend, but it takes time for that multiplier effect to get rolled out. You cannot build a highway today and the benefits start accruing from tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. So it takes time. But the good thing is Mr. Modi will have the advantage that sadly Atal Bihari Vajpayee didn't have. Many of the good things Atal Bihari Vajpayee did actually couldn't accrue to his own party because those benefits came in Manohar Singh's time. Mr. Modi has that benefit. His good work, especially in infrastructure, will benefit his own government now in the third time. Now, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, let me disagree with Veer there. The natural home of the Shiv Sena, the party of Bal Thackeray, one of the great proponents of Hindutva, belongs in a sense beside the BJP, the other great proponent of Hindutva. They are ideologically identical. Now, can the Shiv Sena reinvent and become this great, woke party? I don't know. I also think that quite like Chandrababu Naidu, in Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray's great desire now is to ensure that his son is in a good place. Aditya Thackeray is gets the position that he believes he deserves. And in order to do that, he's probably best placed with the BJP and to join forces with the BJP. Now, because of their past, maybe it won't happen. Maybe Veer is right. But I do think the chances of it happening exist more than Veer is suggesting. And because the ideological combination of these two parties is just so natural. Aditya Thackeray, some people of my friends in South Bombay especially believe that Aditya Thackeray is going to make his party into this left-leaning Green Party of India, which is frankly ridiculous. Nobody believes that. The Shiv Sena's own voters don't believe that. The Shiv Sena is a Hindutva party. It can come together with the BJP once again. Will it? Will it not? We don't know. But if it does, if this happens, they have more than a fighting chance in Maharashtra.
It's an interesting thought. Veer, if you're there, you want to respond to what Hindol was saying, because ultimately, even with the MVA, the Vikas Aghadi as it's called, it's not natural partners. The Shiv Sena lifelong has been against the Congress and the NCP. Congress and NCP may be natural partners, and they've been in an alliance since the early 2000s, but the Shiv Sena is an odd fit there. So I don't know what it is that can entice Uddhav Thackeray to return to the saffron fold. Maybe if there's a merger between the Shinde Sena and the original Sena, and Mr. Thackeray is declared the leader of that Sena. I don't know.
Sorry, can I just offer a slightly nerdish historical perspective on this stuff? The Shiv Sena is not a Hindutva party. The Shiv Sena was founded in 1967 by Bal Thackeray as a Maharashtrian party. There was no Hindu element. His targets were South Indians and, ironically now, Gujaratis, who he claimed were denying jobs to Maharashtrians. People portray him now as this great enemy of Indira Gandhi. In fact, during the 77 to 1980 period, when Indira Gandhi was out of power, he was her great supporter. When she was arrested by the Janata government, he called her Bombay Bandh because he said she was being treated very badly. He continued to be a supporter of Mrs. Gandhi for a very long time. This whole Hindutva stuff only becomes part of the BJP cum Shiv Sena agenda when Pramod Mahajan gets to Bal Thackeray in the late 1980s, and Bal Thackeray jumps onto the BJP bandwagon because he sees a way of coming to power in the state and being more than a Bombay party. It succeeds at least to a point, but there was never any great ideological commitment, A, to Hindutva, and B, I think what people forget is the complicated caste politics of Maharashtra. Till the end, Bal Thackeray was, hysterically is probably too strong a word, but fundamentally opposed to the RSS, which he saw as an organization of Brahmins. And he was certainly not a very pro-Brahmin person. He was a CKP, and he had many sort of caste concerns. So it was no more than an alliance of convenience which worked for both parties during that period, but was certainly not why the Shiv Sena was founded, and it's therefore not completely different or unimaginable for Bal Thackeray's son to want to do something different.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawalla is also joining us. Incidentally, he's also from Maharashtra. So, since we are talking Maharashtra, Shehzad, we have two differing points of view here. Hindol saying that, the Shiv Sena, the Thackeray Sena, its ideological bedfellow is the BJP. So, at some point, they have to return to the saffron fold. Veer Sanghvi gave that elaborate historical lesson for all of us. Thank you for that, Veer, where he thinks that that's not the case. Politics aside, he also says that there is a very deeply emotional reason why Uddhav will not come back. But how are you going to turn around Maharashtra in 3 months? Already today, on a day like today, when all the focus is on the swearing in and the Prime Minister, the big faces, the continuity, the message that it is going to be business as usual, the one sore point has actually come from Maharashtra. This whole NCP business and NCP not getting a representation in this government and so on and so forth. So first Maharashtra, and then we'll talk the national picture.
Zaka, before I come to Maharashtra, if you would let me just have 10 seconds to just take in and soak in the magnanimous proportions of what we've just witnessed in the last 1.5 hours. It's actually democracy giving a result where a person who comes from a chaiwala background has now become the Prime Minister of India consecutively for the third time. And he's the first Prime Minister born after independence to achieve that. And therefore, I want to take this moment to thank the people of India and to thank this great democracy of our country to which we are ever beholden. Now, coming to your question in Maharashtra, Zaka, like you said, I come from Maharashtra. Over the last few years, what has happened is that Maharashtra has gravitated towards the BJP. The BJP over the last 10 years has won very strong mandates, putting it above 100 seats. It's the only party actually to win above 100 seats for a very long period of time. Of course, there were some mistakes made because of which we have lost quite a few seats that we weren't expecting to, despite the coalition with the NCP and the Shiv Sena. But let me tell you that while this may be a temporary setback, the default position of Maharashtra now is what is, I say, a BJP-minded state. And therefore, if the BJP puts in the hard work, if we put in the hard work on the ground, there is no reason why we will not be able to come back to the position we were, say, 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And therefore, the only thing is that, in fact, the alliance on the opposite side is a very unnatural alliance. Now, how long will that alliance last? Because there are already problems. Let me give you one problem that already occurred. When the India Alliance had its meeting, Zaka, you would have noticed that Uddhav Thackeray, although he made an excuse, did not come. Do you know why he hasn't come? The reason why he hasn't come is because the Congress party in Sangli had given the seat to the MBA, to the alliance, and then they fielded an independent candidate, Mr. Patil, and Mr. Patil defeated the official candidate of the alliance, and the Congress party took him because they wanted to make their figure 100. Now that has gone down extremely badly with Uddhav Thackeray. It has gone down extremely badly with the other elements in the alliance, and therefore these are enemies sleeping together. They have daggers drawn at each other. They are there because of the compulsion that they wanted to oppose the BJP, they wanted to oppose Fadnavis, they wanted to oppose Modi. But that alone is not glue enough for them to stay together. And when the assembly elections come closer, never know that what kind of negotiations will take place. Each one is looking at getting the maximum pie or share in the pie. You'd see that the Congress feels that it has suddenly revived in Maharashtra. It has got a very big performance that's done. Uddhav Thackeray has not done that well comparatively compared to the Congress or to the Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. And therefore, I think that the internal contradictions that are inherent there and us putting in the hard work that we need to put, I think the BJP will be in a comfortable position along with its alliance partners to do very well in Maharashtra.
That gentleman you referred to, his name is Vishal Patil. He's the grandson of the late Vasantdada Patil. Of course, the Patil family has been a long-time Congress family. But let me now bring in our other guests. Susi Ben Shah of the Shiv Sena, the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena is joining us. Pradeep Bhati of the Samajwadi Party is joining us. Varun Kumar of the TDP is joining us. Mr. Hafizullah of the DMK is joining us. And I think Veer also continues to be with us, if I'm not mistaken. But let me focus on the national picture. Pradeep Bhati, let me start with you first, because, 5 days ago when the result came, and even maybe the day after that, the whole narrative was, Nitish and Mr. Naidu will bargain and they will ask for their pound of flesh, so on and so forth. It's going to be a protracted exercise. Mr. Modi has no experience in running coalition, so on and so forth. But in under 5 days, the new government has been sworn in. 72 ministers are taking the oath of office today, and it seems to be going fairly smoothly. Even from Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu's point of view, they have accepted one cabinet and one MOS, if I'm not mistaken. So, Pradeep Bhati, it seems like very smooth so far.
Thank you, Jaga, and good evening to all. This opportunistic alliance will, firstly, I'll congratulate the entire cabinet, but you never know how long it will last. And this opportunistic alliance, which is full of a lot of differences. If I talk about only in the Andhra itself, what about the reservation given to the minorities? Is BJP is on the same page on this issue? Is the same picture if I talk about the this Bihar? The same question will arise on the flip and flop of the ideology of Nitish Kumarji. So these kind of issues are still, and the same goes for Maharashtra also. So this alliance, which is not natural alliance, if you have seen the NDA, their entry and they are 42 times these alliances partners have moved out, and now again they have come after the India Alliance was formed. These all people have come together to form this alliance just to see that if we can still fight that election.
No,
and
but again, these are all pre-poll allies. TDP and JDU are pre-poll allies as part of the NDA. It's not like they've come together after the election. And two, on the Muslim quota question, I asked Nara Lokesh this a couple of days back, and he said, as far as Andhra is concerned, we will continue with the Muslim
what is their stand
quota.
On that?
No,
because
but two political parties who are in an alliance don't have to agree on every issue. Mr. Varun Kumar of the TDP is there with us. Mr. Kumar, what will you do about some of these contentious issues? The opposition is asking whether it is Muslim quota, UCC, delimitation, etc. These are issues that you will have to confront with your alliance partner, the BJP.
Yeah, so like you said, Mr. Zaka, there is absolutely
not necessary that we have to agree on every point that's made when we are in coalition. There would be confrontations, there would be discussions, but everything will start with a dialogue first. There is a dialogue, there is a process. There are two stalwart leaders for the two parties, one the chief minister and one the prime minister of the country. I'm sure they'll sit together, they'll talk, they'll work it out. But we stand by what we said during the poll promises. And as you mentioned, yes, we are a pre-poll alliance, and historically we have we have been a very rightful and a reliable partner of the NDA, and I'm sure we can discuss things out, and there is nothing to be hurried about or worried about. The gentleman has to understand.
One moment, though, I'm sorry to interrupt you. On the screen right now, Mr. Suresh Gopi, the BJP MP, the first ever BJP MP from Kerala, is being sworn in. He's likely to get an MOS post. This is a big moment in the politics of that state, and certainly for the BJP in Kerala. So he's the lone MP of the BJP in Kerala, the first time ever that they've actually opened their account and got an MP in that state. Yeah, continue, Mr. Kumar. Sorry.
Yeah, so congratulations to Gopiji. I'm sure this is going to be a huge turn for BJP in the south. So like as we mentioned, there are issues which are concerning of national interest or state interest sometimes. But yes, there is a dialogue process that will work out everything, and I'm sure both the parties are in harmony with each other when about these issues. I think ideological similarity is largely there with the TDP and between the TDP and the BJP, and things can work out very amicably. But I said it like even in the last debate, Congress was mentioning about these issues. But I would like to stress and tell the Congress or the India Alliance that you will have to wait to see how the things unfold naturally. I mean, there will be a process for everything. I mean, you can't just we can't just crib about alliance. The swearing in is just happening, and it's yet to finish. As the life goes on the swearing in ceremony, we are yet discussing about the government's falling on. No, I'm sorry to say that it will not happen that way.
Okay. As we see him now, folding his hands and bowing to the president, I suspect he will do that, yeah, with the Prime Minister, with Rajnath Singh and with Amit Shah. Of course, one thing must be said about Mr. Suresh Gopi, that he contested the last Lok Sabha elections, he lost. Then he contested the assembly election from there, he lost that as well. And then he went back again and fought the Lok Sabha this time, so he's third time lucky. So I think the message is also that, people of a constituency, even in difficult states for the BJP, they will reward you, they will respect you if you keep coming back to them, if you show that you're not going to abandon them at the first instance of a loss. L. Murugan from Tamil Nadu, he was a former MOS in the previous government. He's also now been reinstated. We'll see which portfolio he gets. He was MOS INB, if I'm not mistaken, last time around. The cabinet minister for INB, Anurag Thakur, is not part of this new government. So it'll also be interesting to see who gets the Information and Broadcasting Ministry. But again, let me now open this up to the other guests as well. Susi Ben Shah is also there. Mr. Hafizullah of the DMK is also there. Susi Ben Shah, everyone seems to be of the view that clearly no one expected the BJP to come down to 240. It's lost in significant states, including your own state. And the bigger problem is, in 3 months, you have an assembly election where, going by the Lok Sabha results, it seems like the BJP and the Shinde Sena and the Ajit Pawar NCP will do badly. I mean, you have 19 as opposed to 30 on the other side as far as the Lok Sabha results are concerned. What can you do to turn around that story in the next 3 months? Literally in 3 months, you have another election.
Good evening to all, and congratulations to our Honorable Prime Minister on a hat trick after 62 years and all the 73 ministers who've taken oath. Now, let me tell you this, as Mr. Sanghvi also is like me, a Mumbaikar. We are focused towards development. We are focused towards Vikas Vishwas, right? And if you see around Mumbai, if you see the HTML, the coastal road, various infrastructure projects, and you will see in 3 months, we will finish in record time. That's our hallmark. Now, if you see Zakaji, 60% from the middle class, 60% of them depend on government initiatives, whether it be light, electricity, ration. And as far as deliverable is concerned, there is no other government better than the Mahayuti. If you see, we have realized that the senior citizens they need a little help. So we are out with Vayoshri. Vayoshri is a pension, 3,000 rupees pension to all senior citizens. We also have now free education for all girl child till the time she studies. Now, let me tell you this.
But ma'am, we just had an election. None of these people that the beneficiary class, none of them seem to have voted for you.
No, what had happened was we slept. You are right. There was a delay delay in announcing tickets, and maybe we paid a price for it. But we've gotten up, we've come out of the shock, and trust me, that night we had our first meeting. If you see today also, our chief minister has gone to Delhi supporting the prime minister, not to extract anything. The Pratap Rao Jadavji, who's a 3-time MP, he's a minister of state. Forget not, we have 7 MPs. The chief minister's son, he could have most easily become the cabinet minister, but he chose not to select his son, and he's going to join in building the cadre. Trust me on this when I say, as far as Devendra Fadnavis ji is concerned, he's a tall leader, he's an able administrator. Our chief minister, Eknath Rao Shinde ji, is a tall Maratha leader, the most popular leader. If you see, the 70% of the Shiv Sena votes have been won by us. What is remaining with UBT, and that is the reason he's so insecure, is the vote of the minorities, the Congress votes, and a few, say 10 to 15% of the Marathi original Shiv Sainik votes. That puts him in difficulty. His love for the son will never be satisfied as long as with the Aghadi. He needs power. And let me tell you, for the next 5 years in the center, and in October, the Mahayuti government will form the government.
Okay, so you say we'll see. We'll all be here in October as well.
Yeah,
but Mr. Hafizullah of the DMK is also joining us. You have swept, your alliance has swept the state 39-0. Last time also you swept the state. But ultimately, the DMK, the Congress will not be in power for 15 years. I mean, this term of Mr. Modi, you were saying, Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, they were originally your alliance partners, and they'll come back and so on and so forth. It's smooth sailing. It's smooth sailing both for the TDP and the JDU. So effectively, net, Mr. Hafizullah, whether you have swept the state once or twice, 39-0, you are effectively in opposition.
Yes, the entire campaign of the DMK in Tamil Nadu was about not bringing back Prime Minister Modi in full strength. We don't wanted a dictatorial Prime Minister. We wanted a consultative Prime Minister. Now we have achieved it, so it's a big victory for the DMK. Now he's bound to consult with his alliance before bringing in things. Because in the past, though they were NDA alliance, when the farm laws were brought into discussion, Shiromani Akali Dal left the alliance and the farm laws became a reality. Now, such things are not going to happen. There are not going to be a overnight demonetization. There is not going to be an overnight lockdown. There is not going to be a farm law that will be led for 2 years of protest where 700 farmers will die. And then after the death of 700 farmers, there is going to be a realization and the laws will be taken back. So we never wanted such kind of a situation, and we have achieved it. That is a big success. We are not power hungry. We don't want to be in power. We are here to serve the people. We are here to, the DMK believes in 3 fundamental ideals of state autonomy, pluralistic society. To safeguard that, we have the mandate. We have that. So the mandate is against the dictatorial Prime Minister, but the mandate is for the NDA, which has to be consultative. So we have achieved the goal. So we had been in opposition for longer time. So it is not that. But we have achieved our goal of maintaining state rights, and this TDP, Nitish, they were pre-poll allies. We do not deny it. So that is a fact everybody knows. But now there are 2 big issues that the Prime Minister will have the difficulty in handling. TDP and Nitish will claim for special status of Bihar. So what is the Prime Minister's stand in that? Because there is a devolution stay. We have issues with Tamil Nadu and Andhra talking about a devolution issue of funds. So we both are going to be on the same page. So all these issues will come. Now, about the NEET C, previously there was no consensus. Now, even the Eknath Shinde faction has talked about reconducting a NEET exam. So, we are converging at a lot of common points now. Though people from the NDA have a view which is bound for discussion now. The Prime Minister cannot take unilateral discussion.
So Shehzad, respond to that. Prime Minister can't take unilateral decisions. He has to be more accommodative, more adjusting. He has to listen to his allies, and the government has to be more consultative, not unilateral. Please respond.
Zaka, when we formed the government in 2014, we had 282 by BJP itself. We did not make Bahumat ki Sarkar, we made Sarvamat ki Sarkar, we made Harsimrat Badal and other people ministers. In 2019, we had 303. We did not make Bahumat ki sarkar, we made Sarvamat ki sarkar, Ramvilas Athavale, Ramvilas Paswan and others were also the ministers. And today also we don't have Bahumat ki sarkar, we have a Sarvamat ki sarkar. And therefore the nature of NDA has always been inclusive. And it has not been C for compulsion, but it has been C for consensus, but C for clarity. And therefore that clarity is there. Today I want to ask Mr. Hafizullah, your best option is that you wanted to make NDA more consultative. That means even you wanted NDA Prime Minister, you just wanted him to be more consultative Prime Minister. I mean, look at the extent of their ambition. Secondly, as far as contradictions are concerned, your LOP has been decided without even asking you or Samajwadi Party. Uddhav Thackeray is not going. Hanuman Beniwal is absent. And in Delhi, there is a talaq between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party already. But having said that, let me now address this issue because time and again, TDP, JDU, BJP is being brought in the question. Zaka, the forces that unite us with the TDP or us with the JDU are far greater than the forces that will create any kind of contradictions. And let me give an example. The most important issue for the people of Andhra. First of all, Andhra should never have been bifurcated the way it was, and the Congress will always pay for those sins. But it was the development of the capital, Amravati. Who stood by Amravati even when it was not our political gain in that? Prime Minister Modi took the water of Yamuna ji and he went and he stood with Chandrababu Naidu ji to create the foundation of Amravati. And today we are very much concerned that Amravati should get the glory that Chandrababu Naidu ji wanted. When it comes to Bihar, you are talking about special status. Please tell me, Mr. Hafizullah ji or Mr. Bhati ji, who ended the category of special status? It is the UPA government and the Finance Commission that ended the special status category. But despite that, we have increased the devolution of funds from 31% to 41%, plus 1% for Jammu Kashmir. And therefore, we need no lectures from those people who have been the worst offenders towards Andhra or towards Bihar. They must be the last people lecturing us without seeing their own internal contradictions. Hafizullah ji, I just ask you one last question and then you take the matter forward. Please tell me that you are saying that you are a cohesive coalition. So then, why is it that your ally partners, the Shiv Sena or the Uddhav faction, they support UCC? Do you support UCC? They support abrogation of Article 370. Do you support abrogation of Article 370? You talk about Dalits. Dalits did not have rights till the time 370 was applicable. Now you tell me after consulting Uddhav Sena whether you are for 370 abrogation or against 370 abrogation.
Okay, Mr. Hafizullah, quick response and then I'll go back to the other guests as well. Yeah, quick response. Mr. Hafizullah.
See, if we are not in the business of running the government now, so leader of opposition, yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Saka?
Yes, I can.
Saka,
Go on.
can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
All right, we lost the line with Mr. Hafizullah. We'll try and go back to him. But, let me get a word in from Veer Sanghvi before we go back to the political guests. Again, everyone is saying, Mr. Modi has to be more accommodative, more consultative, so on and so forth. In the business of running the government, does he necessarily have to be accommodative and consultative? Because the BJP still has 240. Even in today's swearing in, out of the 73, including the Prime Minister, I believe more than 50, in fact more than 60 are from the BJP. The allies have only 11. So it's not like, the fate of his government, or at least the running of his government, is hinged on the allies. The allies are just 11.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think at least for the first several months, Mr. Modi has a honeymoon period, because look at it from Chandrababu's point of view. He's not in this to get something at the center or have two of his chaps appointed cabinet ministers. I mean, that's a bonus. He's in it to get something for his own state so he can later say, I did this. And his state is in trouble. I mean, the last government pretty much bankrupted it. He's going to show himself as the man who